fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy shit, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Literally lying. What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley lying liar, dude. What a fucking... Holy fucking... What the fuck?
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, a fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker in this house, and I broadcast coming to you live from kind of gloomy California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is fucking Tuesday, lads. That's right. It's Tuesday. Today is Tuesday. And we're live, and we're alive. And I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. It's Tuesday, innit? It's Tuesday, lads. It's Tuesday, May 21st, 2024. I'm live, I'm alive, and I hope everyone's having a wonderful one. I am a little tired already, early in the morning. I've been up doing the damn thing. But anyway, I digress. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasanabi Piker. And let me tell you, a lot has happened in the world of Hasanabi Piker. Chat is my first day off in 6 days. Hell yeah, congratulations, chatter. How do you reach 230 grams of protein per day? Do you eat like 5 pounds of chicken? No, I eat a pound of chicken, like a pound and a half sometimes. And then I also have a protein shake, a prote. I am the prote goat. I just washed my hair, by the way, so it's gonna be fucking gnarly today. Like I washed it with a shampoo and conditioner. I'm so pumped for Elden Ring after watching that DLC. Oh, the DLC thing came out today, right? The trailer came out today. Hi, Hassan. Greetings from South Africa. Bro, I just got diagnosed at 27 with ADHD. I always thought something was up, but now I know what to do. Now you don't know what to do? What do you mean? You now know what to do. You have ADHD. You ever get sick of eating chicken, or do you just have it cooked seasoned differently to switch it up? I have it cooked seasoned differently to switch it up. I never get sick of chicken. Luckily. I do get sick of like a certain kind of chicken if I have it too much, if I have it every single day for months on end. There's like one day where I just start getting grossed out by it. That means it's time to switch. I alternate between Mediterranean, Chinese, and curry. And it's like, I literally have like a year. Sometimes I'll go on a year-long tear. Chatters will know. Chatters have probably watched me at this point. Like, I don't know. I've been on the Mediterranean tip for like quite a while now, like Middle Eastern chicken. And it's been going strong. But it's always chicken and forever. I have not been here since the Valo days, but I'm 3 years cancer free. Let's fucking go. Hell yeah. Congratulations, chatter. Big news for all the C words everywhere. What is this? Oh, Chet Hanks has confirmed that there will be a white boy summer. Nice, dude. That's what I'm talking about. I hate Toy support. Wait, why? White Boy Summer is for me, so I'm on board, you know? Add jerk to the rotation of chicken? No, because jerk chicken requires too much marination. And like you can't just cheat with the spices. Anyway, folks, personal news wise, I ended the broadcast last night. What did I do? I actually didn't go to the park this time. I just hung out at home with Kaya, made my breakfast sandwich for dinner, watched Warrior. Very boring stuff overall. Woke up in the morning, linked up with my man Golden, 24K Golden, and we balled the fuck up. It was a lot of fun. No booty call. Oh yeah, you're right. Booty call. Your mom hit me up. What is this? Yeah, that's right. What are those? Wait, are those Nike ticks coming off your shoes? Yes, those are the Ambush Air Force Ones. Good eye, Chatter. Chatter is currently talking about the shoes I'm wearing because I posted it on my IG story. And yes, you are correct. The ticks are actually, these are the Ambush Air Force Ones. I think they're dope. I even got the high top versions as well. Anthony Edwards clears Lazianis. Okay, listen. I have the Ambush Dunks. Fuckers are fire. I think they're sick. Yes. We'll do Red Lobster. Red Lobster, late stage capitalism. We'll do that today. I wish you were my mom's booty call. You're so much cooler than her boyfriend. Yeah. And I could just like buy you stuff. You know what I mean? When I came over. But I'm not. I'm your mom's booty call on the DL. You know what I mean? I found the Ambush ones comfier than normal ones. I think they're chunkier, maybe. Anthony Edwards is great as long as no one talks about the baby mama tags. Anthony Edwards has baby mama tags. Let the man live, dude. Let the man live. Let the man live. Is he an abortion advocate? Bro, come on. His story is like, his story is beautiful. His story is tragic. His story is, don't do that. Send the video. What? He's also LGBTQ foe. He's still a baller. I think we've already established that like being a foe literally helps. Like I thought we had already established that reality. You know what I mean? Like look at Kyrie Irving. Like you guys know what my take is. Every day of the week, when TikTok serves me another Kyrie Irving ball handling compilation, okay? Every single day that I watch another Kyrie Irving, God damn it. Any day that I get that is a good day. Is a day where my ball handling becomes better. Personal question. It looks like your father is right wing in his politics. How has you and your uncle being left progressives impacted your relationship, if at all? Brother, I don't know if you know this, but I'm further to the left of my uncle as well, and I routinely debate my uncle both publicly and in private as well. Murad and I clown on Jank regularly and call him right wing as fuck. They're old. That's just how old people are, bro. It's weird. Also, it's like, I don't know, strange that people are like, how do you deal with your dad in his right-wing politics? Like, what do you want me to do? Kill him? He gave birth to me, bro. Look at this hezzy. Anthony Edwards' nasty hezzy move fakes out Michael Porter Jr. for dunk.
McDaniels up to 18. Edwards on the steal.
I saw a compilation of people talking about how like it was a compy debate that hit all of my interests, where they were like, a lot of people are talking about how Europeans have taken over NBA basketball, and to them I say fuck no. And then it's just like Anthony Edwards like just yamming on people, like putting his nutsack on people's fucking brains over and over again, constantly driving to the rim, and then it flips over to LeBron all of a sudden out of nowhere, and it's like, and I forget who it was, but like someone dunks on LeBron disrespectfully, and then the guy's like, oh no, please don't do it, LeBron, don't do it to him. And then it's just a dunk compilation of LeBron just fucking driving him to the rim every single time. That's Michael Jordan's son to you? Yeah, he does look weirdly like Michael Jordan. I don't know what that's about.
Edwards, oh, what a move.
Oh, that's disgusting. That's, oh.
Edwards, oh,
He just said, nope, actually, I'm going this way. Just kidding. Look. Oh, I wish I could ball like that. That's so stupid. Like, look at that. Coming off of a fucking... Coming off of a sprint, being able to stop that quickly, hit a hezzy, and then fucking drive all the way to the rim, and the guy in front of you is still a world talent. It's crazy. It's madness. The timeline adds up. I'm not saying it's his son. He does look a lot like Michael Jordan. It's weird. Wemby clears. I don't care. Wemby would tie his legs in a pretzel doing that. Stop moaning. No, I can't. I can't stop moaning. Do you train your tibialis for better cutting / stopping? What? Anyway, Michael Jordan clearly went back in time for Space Jam 3. Even Jokic is like, damn, dude, what are you doing? He's like, damn, son, don't get in there. Jokic is like, I'm good on the help defense, actually. I've decided there's no need.
Edwards, oh, what a move to the rack.
Just, it's fine. Go ahead, man. Have this one. I can't wait to go back home. I can't wait. Oh, I mean, he's like, oh, wow, this is good. This is good. Great dunk. Thank you. This will shorten the amount of time I have to play basketball. I will go back to Serbia and pet horses. The quicker this game ends, the quicker I can go play League of Legends. Anyway. Okay. All right. What am I doing here? This is too much. Too much sports references. Too much sports jokes. Too much. I'm not a sport guy. What am I doing? Did you see the clip where they asked Jokic how he defended Ant, and he basically said, I'm too slow, I can't Lamau. I mean, it's true. Dude, I respect him as a fellow fat white guy with a weird shot. I respect him for openly recognizing his weaknesses. I don't know, but you're making us all the wrong kind of nerd. Law, stop that. Yeah, Jokic is one of the very few people who plays basketball like it's a 9 to 5. That's it. And in a weird way, I respect that. Like for him, it's just like, yeah, for you, ball is life. For him, it's like, what do you mean? This is job. I go, I run drills, I run suicide drill, I hate. It's job. Jokic is the reason. I think when you see more people like Jokic or Luka, like you understand why the Ottomans had to colonize this entire area, right? Like they're reliable workers. They have to do they love doing their job, and then they love going home and having fun. Okay? And they're also deceptively very athletic and very strong. They make for phenomenal soldiers. Like now you have to understand why the Ottomans did what they did. Like think about that. This is a joke, Hassan. Yeah, no shit. Bro's gonna get canceled. Yeah. What I'm describing is a yoke. Anyway, where the fuck was I? All right, let's blast off. I'm messing around too much. I'm playing too much. It's Tuesday. We got a lot of news. It's Tuesday news day. Anyway. He works as hard as Charles Barkley and the one seen in Space Jam against the ladies playing street ball. Hassan, can we get some early gaming on stream? I'd love to see you play some games. Ninja, the fuck do you mean? I play games on stream. You just don't watch, and then you complain, and then you say, "Can you play games on stream?" Anyway, where the hell was I? Okay, let's blast off. Hogwatch. Oops. Hogwatch. ICC React edition. Trump. Hush money. Court drama. Yes, I saw the Stephen A. Smith Mewtwo versus LeBron shit. Okay. I saw, please. Like, I love you guys, but sometimes you just send me the same shit over and over again. Elden Ring. DLC trailer. Mewtwo. Anyway. Did you see the clip of breaking points when Blinken allegedly said that Palestine state would lead to global starvation? Yeah, we'll cover all that. Of course. It's so funny. Like, everyone keeps complaining. Everyone keeps complaining, like, on the Israel and American side, that they're like, hey, guys, if you prosecute me, you know, the head of the Israeli state, for war crimes, that means you have to prosecute American leaders for former American war crimes and current ones. And it's like, who the fuck would say no to that? Like, who? Like, you have to be an unimaginable dick rider. See, this is the thing I will never understand. Okay? When I think of, like, my criticisms of the state of Israel, Gremlo, thank you for the raid, by the way. Hope you had a good stream. For me, it's like, I criticize America relentlessly. I want America to do better, right? And there are some people out there who hear me say this stuff and go, you hate America. Why don't you leave, pussy? Whatever, right? And those guys are fucking stupid. They're dick riders of America. They are not exactly very intelligent. They're just very stupid. I don't know how else to describe it. You're stupid. You're dumb reactionary. You just don't want things to change for the better, right? However, it's like, when I hear people in Israel go, oh my God, I can't believe they're like going to go after my beautiful baby Bibi. Like, he is the king. He is the GOAT. After I've heard so many liberal Zionists chirp about how much they hate Benjamin Netanyahu and how much they would love for him to go to jail and stuff, I just genuinely don't understand why they're all defending Benjamin Netanyahu now. I find it very weird. I find that very strange. It's like they all got up in arms. They're like, oh, that's our GOAT, actually. That's our GOAT. We ride for him. Okay. And for me, I'm like, I'm over here looking at that and I'm like, arrest all of these motherfuckers. Arrest them all. Come after the American leadership next. Please, I beg you. Kareem Khan, our people yearn for freedom. SOS. Save America type shit. You know what I mean? I just don't get it. I don't get it at all. What leads someone to be like unconditionally anti-international criminal court? Because like your leadership, like the leaders of the American state might be imprisoned. Like that's the best time. Okay? That's not just a good time. Don't threaten me with a good time. You're threatening me with the best time at that point. It's like, who the fuck would say no to that? It makes no dang sense. Meanwhile, Israel, by the way, best democracy in the world, also did another incredibly democratic thing. Seized the Associated Press cameras. We'll be talking about that as well, of course. Hold up. Where the heck is my freaking tweet? Oh, here. Israel shuts down AP feed democratically. What else? What the fuck? There was another thing I was going to talk about. I'm forgetting. Oh, Red Lobster. Hogwatch, ICC React Edition, Trump Hush Money Core Drama, Red Lobster, Bankruptcy, Misinfo, plus Elden Ring DLC trailer, and we solve Bruce Wayne's trauma later. Get in now. There we go. That took way too long of a time, and it was way too hard to fucking put together, but we did it. We did it. We did it. We did it, folks. We did it. We did the thing. Very nice. We're doing it. Have you seen that Boeing is killed again? Again? Bro, Boeing killing a whistleblower at this point is literally like Israel killing children. You know what I mean? It's just like every day. I can't keep up with this shit. Boeing is like every day another fucking door or like a tire flies off of like a Boeing plane, and then every other day there's a whistleblower that just like you know, just has a hard time living and being alive. Found a guy. This guy is like a...
Сума пуляевская. А как и без твоих трусиков такой же пустой, как и эта банка по-любому. Сума пуляевская.
That is a Batman villain phrenology. Dude, what? How do they make him like that? Hasan setleri Norman Figur's'in debate'ine react eder misin? Hayır. Şu anda değil. How do they look like that, bro? How do people get to that level? Like, it doesn't make sense to me at all how people just kind of look like that. Baron Harkonnen? No, this is like beyond Harkonnen, bro. This dude looks like Kingpin. He just looks like, he looks, the best term to use here is basically hench. He looks hench. He looks like a henchman. I know that that's not where you're, that's not what hench is, but it's just like, I feel like that's, if I see this, I'm like, that's hench. He's goon maxing, and I don't mean in like a gooner, like jerking off kind of way. I mean like he's a goon. He's hench maxing. Hasan, please let's clown on Fresh and Fit. No. I don't care about Fresh and Fit. Unless they've done something that is like going viral and everyone else is fucking pointing to it and laughing, you will rarely ever see me cover their shit. Because I don't care. They are relatively irrelevant. Anyway, what is this? Members of Iran's 88-seat assembly of experts have put a younger cleric at the helm to replace former chairman Jannati at 97. With 55 votes, Movahedi Kermani, 93, was elected today as the chairman. The assembly's main task is to pick the next supreme leader. Wow. Bro, you love... you love to see it, folks. You love to see younger people get into positions of prominence finally. I love that Iran and America are competing with one another with like who gets to have the elders in places of power. That's great, man. Like, I want a dude who literally looks like he has roots. Kermani's prime has begun. Dude, I don't understand. Like, is this so that they're like, the older you are, the closer you are to like the Prophet Muhammad and the lineage of like the true lineage of the caliphate? Is that what it is? Like, they want motherfuckers who were around when the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, like he was around? That's what it is? Is that the goal here? What's happening? You ain't got no young blood out here that also loves reciting the Quran. Israel shuts down AP live shot. I know time. I know time without an OVO. I know. It just doesn't make no damn sense. Mullahs are like turtles. He is young for mullah age. I just don't get it. How did these guys just live that old, live to be that old, and are like still active too? I guess maybe Shia Islam is the light when you think about it, because it's like this dude's still kicking. I feel like by the time I'm 93, I'm just perishing. You know what I mean? Have you seen the Walter video, the MAGA rally where thousands leave during Trump's speech? No, I have not. It's the pork you eat. True. Maybe not eating pork and not drinking alcohol and also, being like homophobic and stuff has been truly good overall. Just saying, dude. Stop eating pork. Stop drinking alcohol. Start being real ruthlessly homophobic. And then, maybe you can also be a 93-year-old assembly expert. Donald Trump movie The Apprentice ignites controversy in Cannes over rape scene. Boy, what the fuck? Ali Abbasi's The Apprentice, Trump played by Sebastian Stan, violently throws his then wife Ivana. to the ground and proceeds to have non-consensual sex with her. In the controversial scene, Ivana playfully presents a book to her husband about the merits of a female orgasm. Gross. Did you react to the new anti-China SNL skit? No. No, I don't have the Rudy Giuliani coffee open anywhere, but you know what? Fuck it. We should do it. Whoa. Kaya, what are you doing? What are you doing? Are you going to talk about the Philippines IPT? I met Brace there. Oh, you're in fucking Brussels? Volcel Maoist? The People's Court or whatever? Isn't it in Brussels? Is it in Brussels? Yeah, it was, right? Are you going to play the new Elden Ring DLC? Yes, I will be. All right, let's get started on this fucking bullshit. Rudy Giuliani is doing coffee, which is like almost always the move. These guys have one move, dude. Be racist and then sell coffee. I don't know why. I hope it's the Zapatista coffee again, like Alex Jones. Okay, my Alex Jones, my king, the #1 purveyor of EZLN, liberated Chiapas region fair trade coffee, made specifically by farmhands that are also touching the Red Book and stuff. You know what I mean? Like hands that with one hand read the Red Book, with the other hand are delivering you the beautiful beans that make it all the way from the liberated Chiapas region, from the hands of the EZLN, the Zapatistas, all the way to Alex Jones. What are you on about? Alex Jones sells coffee from a very famous anarcho-communist syndicate, like an anarcho-communist region. That's not even a joke. Like, literally. Alex Jones sells EZLN coffee. It's not even a joke. He fucking buys the beans from them. I don't know why. But yeah, these are indigenous these are indigenous people in the Chiapas region that has been liberated and decolonialized. In Mexico. Anyway, but here is Rudy Giuliani in front of a green screen shilling you his coffee.
You all know I stand by the truth. And if I put my name on something, I truly believe in it. Today, I'm thrilled to introduce you to something I'm incredibly proud of. My own brand of organic specialty coffee, Rudy Coffee. Believe me when...
Oh, God, his hands are so hairy. I just don't fucking get it. Like, what? Like, there's no way anybody buys this shit, right? Like, who? Who's like, oh my God, finally, 9/11 coffee. Like, what the fuck? Who's the target audience for this? There's like 8 people who follow Rudy Giuliani still. I don't understand it.
When I say it's the best coffee you'll ever try. It's smooth, rich, chocolatey, and gentle on your stomach. It's so good, I even recommend drinking it black. It comes in 3 varieties, including what I promise is the best decaf you'll ever have. You can order now by scanning the QR code on your screen or by visiting rudy.coffee. By supporting Rudy Coffee, you're not just treating yourself to exceptional coffee, you're also supporting our cause, the cause of truth, justice, and American democracy.
What? Bro, this is literally no different. Oh my God. This is literally being like Gillette doing a land acknowledgement before a fucking ad. But just like in the opposite direction. And in the worst direction possible. They literally are like, are you racist? Buy my coffee because I'll defend racism. Buy my coffee if you're racist. It's like, you know, being able to say the N-word. or being able to do fascism in America. Do you also want gay people to be locked up for demonstrating moral degeneracy in broad daylight? Then please buy my coffee and you'll be on the side of justice. What are we doing? What the fuck? Is this his new apartment? Yeah, dude, this is his new apartment. Just kidding. He is in front of a green screen very clearly, and perhaps the worst green screen of all time, too. I suspect this is basically the Pokemon cookie scandal, except it's catered to hogs. It's already a pre-existing coffee, and they just slapped Giuliani's face on it. It's a grift. Yeah, the difference is there's hella people that'll buy the Pokemon cookie. Who the fuck is buying the Rudy Giuliani coffee? You know what I mean? Like, that's the difference that I will never understand, is like, who is out there? Who's in the market audience? Who's in the target? Who's in the target demographic for Rudy Giuliani's like marked up ass, bullshit ass coffee? I suspect a lot of these businesses are just like fronts, right? It has to be. I suspect it's got to be a front. I'm supporting America's mayor. This motherfucker makes too much goddamn money off of just basically ripping my stream clips, dude. That's insane. We got to put an end to this. I'm shutting it down. That's crazy.
You'll also be supporting the Call to Action nonprofit, which is devoted to helping veterans and first responders. So you can make a difference and taste the difference by ordering today at rudy.coffee.
My 9/11 changed America, and Rudy was America's mayor. Parents had bought a ton of coffee to support him. Wait, really? I'm sorry to hear that, man. That seems pretty crazy. A very real coffee. A very real photograph of Rudy enjoying his coffee with a random woman in the background. Yeah, what is this? What is happening here? Is it AI? Yo, could you look at the Tate like Hamza or just say something about Tate likes? My friend got sucked into their whole thing. We're all 16 and it's just really weighing on me. Lol, CG Momentu. Bro, I have no idea what you just said. Are you saying that there are Tate copycats out there? Is that what it is? Okay, guys, you didn't even do a good job with that. CG Momentu is Romanian for top of the hour. What is going on right now? What's happening? What are you guys doing? Alley-oops at one another? Like random international alley-oops? What is the fucking NBA? What the hell's going on? A Romanian guy is lobbing it up for the American to yam it in? What the fuck? Fuck you guys, man. Why do you read such obvious bait? I thought it was informative and instructive. Okay, I thought it was instructive. I thought this guy was actually saying what CG Momento actually meant. I didn't realize he was going to use that as an opportunity to cynically fucking deliver an ad break debate at the top of the freaking hour. Son of a bitch. Anyway, The 3-minute ad break is upon us, though. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free. I think he just meant CG Moment, the 16-year-old. Anyway, here's the 3-minute ad break now. What do you suggest for me to get my parents more media literate? Dude, I don't know. I'm going to be honest with you. I genuinely don't know. Oh. Just cut them off from their internet access, dude. Monitor their activity. Monitor whatever the fuck they're watching, what they're reading. Try to show them good stuff. Try to talk to them. Anyway, let's get started on the greatest democracy on the planet, Israel. Which, you know, in the most democratic fashion, of course, did what the most democratic country on the planet does. What? Girls getting bangs is universally understood as a sign of a breakdown, but no one ever asks young guys who get their Baathist uncle mustaches how they are doing. The world is indifferent to our suffering, my brothers. I feel like I'm being called out here pretty dramatically. And I think that it's kind of fucked up. Why are we coming for the Baathist mustache uncles? Okay. Let's just move on. Unhinged Barack Ravid tweet. What is he calling? Is he saying someone is behaving like a Somalian again? I can't even. What the fuck? Where's the translate? Hello? Opposition leader Yair Lapid. The confiscation of the equipment by AP, the world's largest news agency by Shlomo Karai's man, is an act of madness. This is not Al Jazeera. This is an American media outlet that has won 53 Pulitzer Prizes. This government behaves as if it has decided to make sure at all costs Israel will be swayed all over the world. They went crazy. Bro, Barack Ravid is so awesome. Barack Ravid is literally like the inside man. He's like the guy for Axios and on CNN all the time, breaking stories before anybody else. Okay. In between that, though, whenever you see him typing exclusively in Hebrew, it's either breaking stories or saying some of the most unhinged shit. Swayed is mistranslation for the word banned. Yeah. All I'm saying is in this situation, okay? All I'm saying is he'll just demonstrate like some awesome pure Israeli racism out of nowhere. And you're like, but what is happening here? Like, why are you looking at like a group of Israeli settlers doing what Israeli settlers do that pretty much no one else does, as a matter of fact, and going, well, that's typical black guy behavior. Wow, they're behaving like black people. Pulitzer Prize winner, Barack Ravid. It's awesome. It's pretty sick. It's got the same energy as reputable Israeli historian Benny Morris being like, well, you can't trust a Syrian. The elusive mind of a Syrian is not trustworthy. You know, they're doing their Arab tricks at the UN. It's like, bro, you're literally a scholar. What the fuck are you saying? Insane. Those shifty Arabs and their unique ways of ruining discourse by talking about pesky things like human rights. Anyway, Pierce's take on the ICC, bro, I'm sorry. I don't care that much. Like, for me, I just don't care. I don't really care about what Pierce is saying unless he's got like some banger guests on or whatever. I don't really give a shit. He's not my go-to guy for like Israel-Palestine affairs. What is this? You're the new son of Hamas, apparently?
Is it not a declaration of war to violate international law to maintain a brutal fascist military dictatorship in the West Bank?
In the words of Drake, if Israel's so bad and do these violations, why no international condemnation, Abby? Israel too famous to be pedophile.
And that's exactly what they did. They massacred over 200 peaceful demonstrators.
Yeah, guess what? You say these are war crimes. I say these are war good. Okay? Those Palestinians, which don't exist, by the way, they deserve to be shot. I mean, he did basically say that. He did. Son of Hamas did say all of those words, pretty much. I was LARPing as son of Hamas there. That wasn't an Israeli accent. That was me doing son of Hamas. He does sound like that. Anyway, yes, I know Israel agreed to reverse the decision, okay? I know. But before we get to that, let's talk about what they did earlier and why they did it. Greatest democracy in the world, ladies and gentlemen. The most moral army in the world, the most moral country in the world. Nobody ever does it like Israel. If you ever say that is not correct, I will come to your house and I will arrest you. I will do a citizen's arrest and I will black bag and tag and ship your ass out to a CIA facility and torture you until you decide that you were in the wrong. And Israel is the most moral country on the planet. I hope you understand. You know, nothing personal. It's just business. That's just how it is. Okay. All right. Let's see what the most moral country on the planet is doing today, this morning. Wait, what? It says Israeli officials take down AP live shot of Gaza, citing new media law. What?
Officials seized a camera and broadcasting equipment belonging to the Associated Press in southern Israel, accusing the news organization of violating a new media law by providing images to Al Jazeera. The AP live feed captured the moment officials disconnected the microphone.
You see?
Yeah. Israeli government officials presented AP journalists a piece of paper alleging...
By the way, the reason why they did this, and it's awesome, is because, first of all, what they took down, as you guys saw, is just a live shot. It's just a live stream shot of Gaza. They took it down because Al Jazeera was using it. Like they were actually rebroadcasting it on Al Jazeera. That's why they took it down.
That it was violating the country's new foreign broadcaster law, which shut down Al Jazeera's operations in Israel in early May. They then took the equipment away. The Associated Press denounced the move by Israel, calling it an abusive use of the new law. Quote, "The Associated Press decries in the strongest terms the actions of the Israeli government to shut down our long-standing live feed showing a view into Gaza and seize AP equipment. The AP's live shot has generally shown smoke rising over the territory. It complies with Israel's rules prohibiting broadcasts of details like troop movements that could endanger soldiers." Israel's Ministry of Communications also released footage showing an Al Jazeera broadcast of the AP live feed. Al Jazeera is among thousands of clients that receive live video feeds from the AP and other news organizations.
Attention! Tribunal!
Successful prosecutions for war crimes are rare and momentous markers of the past century's darkest times.
Okay, before we move on from this, before we move on from the ICC shit, okay. Soldiers are too busy getting murked by 10-year-olds. Israel went back on the decision on their oopsie. Okay. Israel went back on their little oopsie daisy decision. And have decided, you know, AP can keep filming the Gaza Strip and show, and I guess like Al Jazeera can still use it. Very cool stuff overall, though. Much to consider here. Breaking: Israeli Minister of Communications Shlomo Karvi caves since the Ministry of Defense wishes to examine the matter of the broadcast from these locations in Sderot regarding the risk to our forces. I have now ordered to cancel the operation and return the equipment to the AP until a different decision is made by the Ministry of Defense. They're so moral, bro. They're so moral. They're so good. I love that. I love how moral they are. See, that's democracy, guys. Let me try to word this again, Law. Could you quickly look at the new YouTube dude called Hamza Ahmed? He's fully injected his alpha male grindset mentality into one of my closest friends, and I want to help him, but I don't know how to. Sorry if this pulls from important coverage like the Gaza situation. Free Palestine, just really want to help. He respects beefy boys like you. Thanks. Yeah, I don't know who this Hamza Ahmed guy is, but I'm probably not going to be diving into that. Hey, you guys remember in 2021 when the Israeli forces, most moral forces of all time, blew up the Associated Press building in the Gaza Strip? Do you guys remember that? That was pretty fun. But they did that like in a moral way. So they were just being moral. Morally abhorrent. I never said what part of the morality spectrum it falls on, okay? You're talking about it like it happened just yesterday. This was years ago. No, I know. This was in 2021. It's pretty cool, though. Like, Israel just always does shit like this. How many people died in the AP bombing? No, they literally roof knocked it. Yeah. They were like, hey, we're going to blow up your building, which doesn't make it more acceptable, okay? I don't understand. Like, okay, yeah, sorry, guys. I'm giving you a pamphlet. I'm going to blow up your house tomorrow with your family. Like, your family home, I'm going to fucking explode it from miles away. But hey, listen, you've been warned, evacuate. And if you don't, you die. If you do evacuate, still doesn't matter. Even if you do evacuate, doesn't fucking matter because now your house is gone. What is this? So why'd they only kill 20,000 people? Isn't it kind of low for someone who's trying to make a genocide? I don't know why people don't understand something very important here. Israel does not have enough ammunition or enough weapons or enough guiding systems without Western help. Okay? First of all, if they nuke Gaza, they end up hurting themselves as well because the distance between the Gaza Strip and like major population areas within Israel is literally like almost walking distance. So you're a fucking dumbass for not understanding that. That's number one. Number two, Israel has to play this delicate, balanced dance on a tightrope while doing their ethnic cleansing operation, making life impossible for Palestinians, while also simultaneously getting unlimited fucking resources from the United States of America. Yeah, dude, if they crank up the fucking genocide dial to a certain degree, it seems like there is not that much appetite. 35,000 is the number that we have arrived at. None of which matters, by the way, because what matters is genocide is a very clear definition. From an international humanitarian rights perspective, you need genocidal intent, and you need to be able to show genocidal intent and trace it all the way from a leadership role down to the fucking regular soldiers, which Israel has given plenty of evidence for. So the notion that like, oh, they've only killed 20,000 people is ridiculous, dude. Honestly, with how this government has treated the hostages and the Gaza envelope population, they might as well nuke them too. Yeah, I mean, true. It's like they don't give a shit. A lot of people have a misunderstanding, a genuine misunderstanding about how this genocide stuff works. They think like genocide is only deliberated after the fact, right? No, man. The reason why we have all of these like definitions for it, the reason why we have all of these terms and conditions for it is so that we can adjudicate while it's happening and stop it. That's the whole goal. Otherwise, why the fuck do you study history? You don't study history so you can learn how to do a genocide better. You study history so you don't repeat the mistakes of the past. It's crazy. People are like, oh, well, dude, not every Palestinian is dead. Okay, well, not every Jewish person died in the Holocaust. It doesn't mean it wasn't a fucking genocide. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? Yeah, the population halved. That's only then is it a real genocide? Like, is that what we're doing here? Is that what we're considering? Is that the only way to do it? The fuck? I mean, look, I don't fault people for not fully understanding the situation because of like the shitty ways in which people have basically been able to. Dude, I'm losing my train of thought. Okay, I'm gonna take a pause for a second. Recenter. I don't fault people for misunderstanding history because of the way that it is taught. Okay, the way that people teach history is deliberate. It is a false understanding that is presented to you that like genocide can only be assessed when it's complete. That's not how it goes. Okay, when it's happening in real time and you're seeing it, you're supposed to do everything you can to stop it. You're supposed to resist against it. That's the whole point. That's what that's what the good guys do throughout history. That's what they have done. So in many ways, you could just like you could reduce it to that black and white dynamic. There's one side that is currently doing an ethnic cleansing campaign, and the other side is victim to said ethnic cleansing campaign. We all, as human beings, as humanitarians, have a duty, have a responsibility to try and do our very best to stop this kind of atrocity from continuing. Okay? That's it. Meanwhile, of course, as you will see from this ABC News in-depth reporting, throughout history, there's also plenty of people who also say, well, the genocide is not happening. What do you mean? Fuck you mean? So today, we're going to look at the ICC decision once again, and also look at the way in which people are reacting to it. Because there are a shit ton. What is this? What the fuck is this? Imagine people flooded the streets and supported Diddy, claiming his attack on Cassie was justified resistance against oppression. Then you'd feel a fraction of the shock, rage, and material Jews are feeling over the suffering of the hostages. Yeah, I fucking went there. What a surprise. You use Hamas for your casualty figures. You know, pretending to care about the Palestinians as an excuse to hate Jews isn't fooling anyone, right? Yeah, I think a lot of people just are delusional at this point. Like they personally are like any and every fucking criticism of Israel, no matter how valid, is actually being motivated by anti-Semitism. And, you know, I don't think that's a healthy way to approach the world. But what the fuck do I know? When you're being gaslit at every angle, yes. Hey, you Gopnik, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream, bro. There's a conspiracy theory that Kendrick went after Drake due to his mother being Jewish. QAnon is rampant. Yeah. Oh, you're criticizing the actions of the Nazi Party? Classic lefty hating all Germanic peoples? Yeah.
Attention! Tribunal!
Successful prosecutions for war crimes are rare and momentous markers of the past century's darkest times. At Nuremberg, the surviving Nazi leaders.
The privilege of opening the first trial in history for crimes against the peace of the world.
The warmongers of the former Yugoslavia and the perpetrators of the Rwandan genocide. And now,
I'm not gonna lie, the real conspiracy theory, and I hate to say this, would be that like Kendrick was tasked by Zionist music producers to take down Drake for being an anti-Zionist Jew, being one of the first major artists to like actually sign the ceasefire in Gaza, the artist for a ceasefire petition. Like that would literally be the real QAnon conspiracy, except people are too fucking stupid, so they don't actually even have the genuine the genuine interest or knowledge to be able to come up with like a better fucking. One of Drake's redeeming qualities is you just give him a month of material. Yeah, the real fucking take would be like, the real take technically would be to say like, see, Kendrick Lamar is defending Pharrell. Pharrell is literally Pharrell's a major Zionist, has like given concerts to the IDF. And also on top of that, like Drake is an anti-Zionist. He's an anti-Zionist Jew. And that's why they wanted to take him down. What the fuck is wrong with r/world news? People are just justifying AP offices being seized because AP went along with Hamas on October 7th. Bro, r/world news is literally the Nazi newspaper, okay? They are all little Adolf Hitlers in there. That's it. They're fucking fascists, brother. That's it. A lot of these guys are just like fascist but gay. So they think mistakenly that like, oh, I'm gay and I love gay people, so I obviously can't be a fucking Nazi. No, you can, dude. You literally are. Those people literally think that because they're liberal and because they think that they're like really progressive, that they themselves are not being fucking fascists while defending the fascist Zionist project. That's it.
if International Criminal Court prosecutor Karim Khan's request is granted, the next trials may be of those responsible for the war in Gaza. The leaders of Hamas for its murderous assault last October, and of Israel for what followed.
It's so funny to fucking complain about AP being there for October 7 when, like, that's evidence, dipshits. Hey, dumbasses who are mad that journalists are fucking covering actions that are occurring in real time. You should be thanking them instead of fucking complaining, because that is, in many instances, some of the only ways that victims can get some level of closure. That's what news reporters do. And they're very brave for being able to do that.
My office submits that there are reasonable grounds to believe that these 3 Hamas leaders are criminally responsible for the killing of Israeli civilians in attacks perpetrated by Hamas and other armed groups on the 7th of October 2023. I have reasonable grounds to believe, on the basis of evidence collected and examined by my office, that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Minister of Defense Yoav Gallant bear criminal responsibility. The crimes include starvation of civilians as a method of warfare.
Internationally, it's a huge blow for the Israelis. It's only going to reinforce the international tsunami of opinion that argues that Israel has been committing war crimes and needs to be taken into account.
Aaron David Miller is a former analyst and negotiator with the US State Department.
At home in Israel, the impact, it'd be fascinating to see how it plays out.
אנחנו בעיצומה של מערכה על קיומנו.
Prosecutors won't be looking just at what happened on the ground. They'll take into account what the leaders said.
אין חשמל, אין מזון, אין מים, אין דלק. הכל סגור. אנחנו נלחמים בחיות אדם.
Israel's rhetoric, I think, has left itself open unnecessarily. When you talk about siege.
Yeah, it's just rhetoric, bro. It's just rhetoric. Listen, guys, you know, when one Hamas leader in Lebanon says, literally, like at this point 7 months ago, says Israel's actions against the Palestinian population justify 1,000 October 7s. That's genocide. That's genocide. That's not rhetoric. That's genocide. They're literally doing a genocide. I promise you that's genocide. Let's recycle that over and over again. Every single fucking day for the past 8 months, as Israel's done an ethnic cleansing campaign, they've literally said 1,000,000 times worse shit. That's not genocide. That's just rhetoric. That's just rhetoric. That's rhetoric that they're acting out, by the way. It's not just rhetoric, because they did that shit.
When you talk about cutting off all the water to Gaza because they're murderers, or worse, you know, you feed this sort of legal effort.
I think it's the right thing to do. It hasn't been a political decision. It's been one based on the law and the facts as they exist.
Retired Sydney magistrate Graham Blewett is a former deputy prosecutor.
He fucking blew it, mate.
With the International Criminal Tribunal in The Hague, the precursor of the International Criminal Court. He helped prosecute former Serbian leader Slobodan Milosevic.
We were told he would never be in The Hague.
Bro, every leader that has played a role in the Milosevic, every prosecutor, every person that's played a role in the Milosevic trials has literally said, the Israel stuff is so open and fucking shut. It's not even funny. Like, there is not even a comparison you can make between Milosevic and Israel because of how much Israel has like voluntarily revealed their genocidal intent. It's crazy.
Hague. But he ended up in The Hague because he lost the elections in Serbia, and the political opponents were only too eager to get rid of him and send him to The Hague. There's nothing to say that something like that won't happen in respect of Israel and the Hamas leaders.
Mr. Netanyahu says the prosecutors' actions are absurd.
Mr. Khan creates a twisted and false moral equivalence between the leaders of Israel and the henchmen of Hamas.
Announcing it with the Israelis and the Hamas leaders at the same time, I think, provides some sort of balance, and will be easier, in my view, to defend the position of the prosecutor to bring these indictments at this point in time.
Inside Israel, Protests against Mr. Netanyahu are becoming more frequent and intense.
The growing consensus that the war is continuing in order to preserve Netanyahu's political position rather than for the sake of Israeli security. A sense that Netanyahu has abandoned the hostages, which is creating ever more public anger and protest.
Netanyahu's critics, his real critics, the ones who are never Netanyahu's, will say that basically this simply adds to the notion that the prime minister needs to go.
Just days ago, War Cabinet member Benny Gantz threatened to withdraw support from Mr. Netanyahu. The announcement from The Hague has prompted his defence of the Prime Minister.
I think a lot of people need to understand something very important here. Like, I am not ever going to take for granted international organs of justice being on my side, okay? And you mustn't either. I am still very skeptical about what will happen. Make no mistake, I'm not saying that like Benjamin Netanyahu is going to get fucking arrested or anything like that. We still don't know what the three judges are going to say for the application of this arrest warrant. Ultimately, this is still a very political court, obviously. And the way that this court has existed in its history has always been, in many respects, like advocating for the rule of law only against America's enemies, only against those who are outside of America's sphere of influence. I'll give you an example. Saudi Arabia never gets fucking brought up on charges or anything like that. You know what I mean? It's just like, it's mostly, in the words of Karim Khan, according to a senior U.S. official that's told him, it's for Africa and thugs like Putin, right? Is anyone legally obliged to enforce the arrest? Yes and no. There's a Rome Statute. The Rome Statute countries, which is, I believe, 124 nations, most countries in Europe that are signed on for it, do have the obligation to arrest. Do have the obligation to arrest 144. Do have the obligation to arrest a leader unless they say they won't do it. But as far as I understand, France and even Germany has defended the ICC recently. America is not a part of it. Israel's not a part of it. Qatar is not a part of it either, obviously, which is the other side of the equation, you know, because the political leadership of Hamas is in Qatar and is playing a formative role in the ceasefire negotiations process. The moral equivalence take is such a desperate take. They're so fucking cooked. Yeah, there is no moral equivalence between what Hamas has done and what Israel is doing, because Israel is significantly worse. Like, straight up. What is this? NYU Cheese Girl Development? Oh, fuck, I missed it. The ICC is the International Criminal Court. Karim Khan is a prosecutor for the International Criminal Court in 2021. According to Times of Israel and according to other numerous outlets that reported on it, Karim Khan was slated to replace the Gambian prosecutor that America had actually, under the Trump administration, sanctioned. She was considered controversial, partially due to the fact that she was investigating Israel and was even investigating Americans. Now, Karim Khan was petitioned by the United States and the UK. The United States is not even a fucking part of the ICC's jurisdiction, according to the United States. The United States has a law specifically that dictates that they will invade the fucking Hague, the Netherlands, if any American service member, diplomat, or ally is ever brought on charges of the ICC for war crimes and extradited. America will invade the Netherlands. That is in the books. Why is U.S. not a part of the Rome Statute? Because we are the bad guys. Hopefully that is clear. The international rule-based order dictates that the United States of America makes the rules and gives the orders. Never forget. Yes, Israel is technically under the umbrella of allies. allied nations. It's NATO nations and non-NATO aligned nations such as like Australia and whatnot, and even Israel. Wait, what? Miss what you said about the Netherlands? I said America is coming, baby. Like you got some ripe new oil fields or something. We will fucking invade your country if you arrest or try to extradite an American or an America-aligned region's leadership, service members, anything. Anyone and everyone. Ben-Gvir. Yeah, Ben-Gvir is chirping. He's like, aren't you afraid they will cancel you for the things you say? What? What do you mean? I've been quote unquote canceled a gorillion times over, brother. Cancellation is not like a real thing. All it does is like chip away at a lot of people in the margins of your audience that are primed into assuming that you're a bad faith person. But that's it. There's no like real cancellation. It's not a real thing. I don't know if you guys know, but one of my most famous moments still to this day is when I said America deserved 9/11. So that won't do it. I doubt it. Also, everything I'm saying is nothing different than what I have said for a decade at this point, very publicly. Calling Fox News, yeah. Here is Hasanabi Productions meme account. Got recommended this video on my homepage and thought Hasan uploaded a new video. Turns out it was from 3 years ago. How Palestinians are being oppressed.
טרוריסטים צמאי דם היא עיוורון מוסרי ופגיעה בחובתה ויכולתה להגן על אזרחיה.
Within Israel, the impact of the ICC's actions on public opinion are unpredictable.
Most Israelis do not consider themselves genocide heirs. I mean, they're prosecuting a war against a vicious terror organization. Israeli rules of engagement clearly have been expanded.
The original justification for the war is to defend the state of Israel against a hostile military force, a semi-state that invaded it and that continued to fire rockets at it. And I don't think that any elected government in any country in the world could have avoided going to war against such a force. The question is, even after the government made all the mistakes that led to the war, is all the mistakes that it has made in managing that war.
A panel of judges in The Hague must now decide whether to issue arrest warrants against the Israeli and Hamas leaders.
The mere existence of these arrest warrants, if they're issued, will prevent these leaders, the Hamas and Israeli leaders, from leaving their country. It's going to be even more difficult in the case of the Israelis because Israel is not a party to the ICC.
The ICC prosecutor argues that the court has jurisdiction over Palestine.
There is a legal obligation to surrender those Hamas leaders if they're arrested. But who will do that? Given the fracture between Hamas and the Palestinian leadership, it's hard to envisage.
If arrest warrants are granted, a greater challenge follows.
Since the ICC has no police force to enforce them, that individual governments would have to make a decision to arrest a sitting Israeli prime minister. So the whole situation is fraught, and I think it reinforces the fact that we are now in a huge strategic cul-de-sac with no way out. And the longer this continues, the more it's going to drive everyone to their respective corners and create a huge problem about how to even begin to reconstruct a realistic pathway for Israelis and Palestinians moving forward.
Tzipi Livni is the former Vice Prime Minister of Israel and a former Justice Minister. Tzipi Livni, welcome to 7:30.
Thank you for having me.
What is your reaction to the ICC prosecutors' request for warrants against the Prime Minister and Defence Minister for war crimes and crimes against humanity?
I think that this is an immoral decision. I hope that it will not be approved.
Woke, by the way. She's the wokest of the Israeli politicians. Like literally, this is actually, no, I'm not just saying that because she's a woman, okay? No, like I need you to understand. Small aside and anecdotal, but interesting to see where American voters' minds are at and how some actually do think critically. I thought you might appreciate. What is this? Had some interesting combos at work. One was a Hispanic father of a patient of mine who died. We talked a long time and he was quite religious and clearly has some conservative views, but he hates Trump and talked to me about a lot of his concerns in prisons and love for natives. Another was a middle-aged mom from Ohio who was pretty Christian and right-wing in ways, but told me all about her gay son and his partner and how much she loved his partner despite not liking he's gay law. She also hates Trump and Biden both. She's very empathetic though. When I think of normal Americans, this is exactly what comes to mind. Both of them agreed with me on a lot of social issues, nearly all actually. They emphasize how much they just want to believe in other Americans and none of our leaders. I think we can all relate to that. I also brought up how some places are trying to allow prisoners to vote. Both told me they'd never considered the prospect, but both said without me even implying it that they're serving their time and should be allowed to vote. I found that really interesting. Yeah, I mean, most people, it is anecdotal. It's intelligent, Andrew. The thing is, this is precisely the reason why, like, a lot of those labels, a lot of the labels that people apply to political commentators and whatnot, oftentimes are done to basically damage their reputation. Socialist, communist, comes with a lot of baggage. So much baggage that you attribute to this ideology. For many Americans, it is a way to go, oh, that guy believes in killing 100 gorillion people. Okay, breadlines. Hates America, wants America destroyed, and wants everyone to die. But if you actually talk to people on issues specifically, not on the boundaries that you like watching a fucking Twitch streamer with a Porsche and a house who claims to be a socialist but is actually a champagne socialist grifter, but instead on the issues themselves, you will most likely come to a lot of conclusions. You will most likely come to a lot of agreement. Okay? Because when you tell any American, should we give billions of dollars to a foreign nation rather than spend those billions on building new housing so we don't have homeless people fucking dying in the streets, I doubt, unless they are completely fucking brain poisoned, that they're going to say, yeah, no, actually, we have to unconditionally offer support to Israel. Okay? And that's it. That's what it comes down to in many instances.
You know that I am a long-time Netanyahu's political opponent, and I disagree with his policy. But any equivalence between this jihadist group that massacred, burned children, raped women, did deliberately.
What? He asked you a good question. I'm just wondering, don't you ever concern about something beyond of you because there is ranks masonry in the beginning? Check the chat or me if you can. I'm good, man, I think. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Yeah, Tzipi Livni is a liberal that was a part of the Annapolis negotiations. The fact that she hates Bibi but hates the ICC more shows why there has never been an agreement between the two sides. Even the most liberal Israelis cannot imagine Israel can do wrong against Palestinians. Exactly. Zionism is the boundary. Okay? Liberal Zionists, no matter how liberal they are, still cannot view a world where Palestinian humanity exists. That's very important. Stop manipulating your people. You obviously know what the fuck I talk. Stop manipulating your people. Because this people is here to be enlightened. Brother, take your medication, please. Okay? Take your meds. Talking about fucking masonry or whatever the fuck you're talking about. Oh.
Promise to do it again. And a democracy like Israel is immoral and outrageous.
The ICC's argument is that there is no moral equivalency between making these separate cases. But let me understand exactly what you're saying there. Are you saying that an Israeli prime minister, because he's part of a democratic government, should be immune from war crimes prosecution judged by an independent court?
Joel Seaver, thank you for
It's
the 10
not
gifted.
only what I am saying. This is a basic role, which is called complementary. And this is the base for the...
Yeah. You can still, as Israel has shown us, democratically facilitate an ethnic cleansing campaign. And when your supposedly separate court system doesn't actually kick in, as you are also, your very existence and your advocacy for Israel right now and Israel's interest in Gaza personally shows the rest of the world where you guys stand on this issue, then yes, someone else has to step in. This argument would not stand for Adolf Hitler. It would not stand for any number of different countries that have democratically decided, okay, through the process of voting, decided to kill a shit ton of people and engage in a multitude of different ethnic cleansing campaigns. It's insane. The idea that Israel is a democracy is a ridiculous one to begin with, but this is why that propaganda sticks. This is why, for years and years, the notion that Israel is the most moral nation, the only democracy in the Middle East, which was never real, right? Because you cannot have a democratic process while simultaneously maintaining an apartheid, because you can only have a democracy if all of the citizens have rights. Okay? You cannot, the idea that like Israel was the only democracy in the Middle East was always a silly one for this reason. Okay? America deserved 9/11. I hope I see you. I will make choke on pork. Those were innocent people that were murdered. I bet you live in America. Palestine is not a country, you fool. Are Arabs native to Palestine? Mooter TTV. First of all, I love pork. So I don't know why you immediately were like, oh, Muslim guy, his name is Hassan. I bet he's going to be really scared. Like, probably consume more pork than you do, dumb fuck. So that's number one. Number two, don't threaten me with a good time. Okay, what are you going to do? You're going to serve me a little bit of bacon? Is that what you're going to do? He's like, bro, if I see you, I'm giving you pork sausages and I'm cooking up a nice little fucking meal with some bacon on the side. Okay? Some prosciutto. Ay, ay, ay. Are Arabs native to Palestine? Yes. Yes. Yes, they are. But anyway, once again, it makes no fucking sense until you realize that it is very nefarious programming when you start considering that the reason for why for years and years everyone kept saying Israel's the most moral nation, Israel's the most moral army, Israel is the only democracy in the Middle East, Why? So that they can fucking gear up for numerous different sieges that they've conducted throughout time to be like, no, 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 no. This is a democracy. This is a democracy. We're democratically doing this. We're democratically dishing out this violence. We're democratically ethnically cleansing people. Okay? We have a court. We have a process. And it's like, okay, well, your process is failing. Just because you have some systems in place does not change the reality that you are still doing an ethnic cleansing campaign. Just because a lot of people inside of the boundaries of Israel also agree with that process doesn't change that reality. Okay? That's it.
Relationship between the ICC and national courts. As long as we are dealing with a democracy like Israel, but not only, with independent courts that can put charges and willing to do so against somebody within their country, including prime minister, that is acting against the international law, this is a place where the ICC would not intervene. Now, I would like to remind you that in Israel, I was part of those that took the streets and demonstrated in order to keep Israeli courts independent. And we succeeded. And you know, one of those that wanted to promote these judicial reforms are telling us, okay, you told us that if the Israeli courts are independent, it can help Israel's security. And look what happens. So it's not, I'm not saying that what happened to Israelis on October 7th is the excuse or a reason to do something like this to others. No way. But while they are acting deliberately, and we are trying...
The fact that she's chirping about the ICC and she's got smoke for the ICC, despite genuinely despising Benjamin Netanyahu, tells you everything you need to know about Zionism. Zionism is a fascist ideology. That's it. It's ethno-supremacist. It's religious. Zionism is both ethno-supremacist, but also, I guess, religiously supremacist as well. Given the reality that Judaism is an ethno-religion, and the Zionist project ultimately is a fascist one. So no matter how liberal you are, no matter how many legitimate grievances you might have with someone like Benjamin Netanyahu, it still doesn't change the reality that when an outside institution says you can't do that, you will run defense for Benjamin Netanyahu. Okay? That's it. This is why liberal Zionism, in many respects, is, depending on what your understanding of liberalism is either oxymoronic or directly what liberalism is. It's kind of weird comparing liberals to Nazis when it was leftists who worked with the fascists, but okay. Wait, what? You have to be doing a top of the hour ad break debate, right? At literally 12:50. No, it wasn't leftists who work with the fascists. It was actually liberals who work with the fascists in Nazi Germany. Learn your history. You're wrong. What is happening here? Holy fuck, you guys are unhinged. Even if you are on Palestinian side, you have to admit October 7th was a terrorist attack. I didn't say the IDF was doing terrorist attacks, but I'm saying that there are people in the chat saying October 7th wasn't a terrorist attack. Wait, what did I say? That would imply I'm racist, dude. So you're saying Hassan is racist too because he admits that October 7th was a terrorist attack? Damn, you guys really hate liberals. Already does that mean start hating New Age liberals? Wait, what really? What is that really? What liberal Zionism is? Hassan just says things. It's so funny when he talks to me about confirmation bias. Holy shit. This guy is just chirping in the chat. Bro, what the fuck are you talking about? You treat your business like a capitalist too? Oh my God. Okay. Okay. Your understanding of liberal history or leftist history is wrong. Okay. That's number one. Liberal Zionism is still, if you are truly a liberal, okay, personally, and you look at liberalism, you look at liberal Zionism, and you think it is it's the confines in which it exists, which is having disagreements with Benjamin Netanyahu while simultaneously defending Benjamin Netanyahu when like an outside court interferes with the affairs of the Israeli state doing an ethnic cleansing campaign. You demonstrate this inherent contradiction within your value system. Liberals ideologically are supposed to be aligned with liberating people in the simplest terms, right? Making sure that all people have access to civil liberties. All people have the very same civil liberties, a right to due process, being able to go through the civic court system and be able to, purchase property wherever the fuck they want. I don't know. A whole litany of different things. Liberal Zionism does not allow Palestinians any of those rights. So therefore, it doesn't matter. He's not a grifter, I don't think. I feel like Hassan is a leftist. If he wasn't, he wouldn't put his career on the line by supporting Palestine. I just have a question. How do we change the opinions of these people? Isn't Zionism a thing that Nazis use to try and push propaganda, though? Cringe. What? What happened to this guy? He seems like he had relatively normal takes and then just like kind of fell apart. Stroke gun? No. It's kind of weird to compare liberals to Nazis when it was leftists who work with the fascists, but okay, he said. Okay. It's because you became too radical? I know. My guess, friend groups and family pressure? No, I think it's more so just like people personally feeling as though I am... people personally feeling as though I have some like inconsistencies or something, not fully understanding the scope of the argument that I'm presenting, and then seeking out like someone who is against me, finding a fucking community that has a shit ton of anti-Hassan takes and just like going through it and mainlining all of that and then completely rewiring his brain. But no, that's not it. I hate D-Man too. Okay, so then I don't understand what your confusion is. Zionism is an ethno-state project. That's it. That's what it is. And just like every other ethno-state project, it is inherently fascist, especially when you consider that the Zionist project was launched upon an area as a settler colonial occupation that had a shit ton of indigenous people living there. Those people were forcibly removed from their homes. You cannot simultaneously claim to be a liberal, which is already a bourgeois revolutionary ideology anyway, and outdated by 2024 standards, in my opinion. Okay. But you can't even maintain the facade that you are a firmly committed believer in human rights while simultaneously claiming that like Israel gets to have a little bit of an ethno-state in and of itself. You know? This is why there's an inherent contradiction between the idea that like all people are worthy of dignity, a foundational liberal principle, in theory at least, with the notion that like, well, Palestinians don't actually. All right, let me set the record straight. Far leftists work with fascists. Is that better? No, what do you mean far leftists work with fascists? Stop using vague terminology and tell me exactly what you're talking about. What do you mean far leftists work with fascists? That's not true. That's historically untrue. The number one enemy of Nazis was literally the supposed far leftists that you're speaking of. The KPD, to be exact. Many of them were Jewish as well. Judeo-Bolshevism is the concept that fascists opposed and despised. It wasn't a lot of people don't understand. They try to hit this from a liberal angle. They try to talk about history from a liberal angle while simultaneously not recognizing that like they are rechanneling fascist propaganda in many ways when they are simultaneously claiming that they're pro-liberal and engaging in this kind of like incorrect assessment of history. Wait, is there a difference between liberal progressivism and leftist progressivism? Legit asking. This is a child, I think. I mean, probably. So I will describe it to you. Okay? Leftists, in the way that I use the term, are oftentimes anti-capitalist, depending on, I guess, like how far removed we are from anti-capitalist sentiment. I would even factor in, depending on the entirety of someone's political opinions, social democrats in the United States of America into a leftist camp, a leftist category, because of how far right the American governance is, how far right our economic structure is. Having said that, however, ultimately the easiest way to describe it is anti-capitalist. Liberals believe in private property and the defense of private property above all else. There's a distinction that leftists make between private property and personal property. For example, my house that I live in would be considered personal property. If I were to move out of this house and then become a landlord and rent it out and engage in capital accumulation, then it would be considered private property. I personally believe that we have no use for private property and simply have use for personal property, especially when it comes to something as important as shelter, that is a necessity for survival, that all humans, all living organisms, as a matter of fact, need. Animals need shelter too. Okay? That is the major, I would say that that's one of the major clear distinctions between leftists and liberals. Liberals care more about the defense of private property and therefore liberal capitalism and maintain the order that exists, the current order that exists under liberal capitalism, than they do about true emancipation for all peoples, which also factors in the global south, the third world, those who are harmed by America and the Western world's imperialist ambitions, those who are harmed by the unequal exchange that extracts natural resources and also hyper exploits the global south and the working population of the global south. Okay? Now, having said that, I don't inherently believe that like all liberals are enemies of mine or anything like that. As long as they truly are empathetic to the plight of, you know, people that are being destroyed by America's imperial ambitions, Israel's genocidal campaign. Does that make sense? However, when you start developing reactionary feelings against leftists and become negatively polarized, and you become negatively polarized against like socialists, communists, and whatnot, you don't realize that you are playing into reactionary sentiments. You're developing reactionary attitudes, right-wing attitudes. It's a scary thing because it can be very comfortable. Reactionary sentiment can be very welcoming and very comfortable, especially when the system that we exist under and the social conditioning that we get under said system is already causing us to take granted all of the inherent hierarchies that exist currently. The oppressive structures that we live under, white supremacy, misogyny, transphobia, classist sentiments that we have. I'll give you an example. And this happens to every single person. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. Some people have $5 to subscribe and some people don't. Those who do not have $5 can use a Twitch Prime, which is free, as long as you connect your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. That way, you will not see the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. However, you can also get gifted a sub. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Okay, all jokes aside, the actual example I will give you is this. Okay? The actual example I will give you is this. Of inherent classist dynamics and the way we understand and take for granted anti-worker sentiment, although we, in many instances, obviously statistically speaking, are from the working class ourselves. Okay? When you go to the airport, let's say you're traveling with JetBlue. Okay? Go to the airport. You fly from one location to the next. You arrive at the airport. You get out in a rather expedient fashion. And then you sit there and you wait for the carousel to move because you have a bag that you have checked in. Now, that baggage is supposed to come in a timely manner. That's what normally is supposed to happen. That's what has happened when you've flown with other airlines. So you are conditioned into thinking like, okay, well, where the fuck's my baggage? But it doesn't come. You sit there for 30 minutes. Still doesn't come. Sit there for an hour and it still doesn't come. And then you ask someone, what's going on with the baggage situation? And the person says, oh, sorry. I think that there's some issues because, there are too many travelers, there's too many baggages, so we're a little behind on the carousel. In that very moment, you have two different groups of people that you can attribute the blame to. Many people, regardless of the fact that they are workers themselves, will immediately go, oh, it must be those fucking lazy baggage handlers that aren't doing their goddamn jobs right. That is the overarching, the sentiment that most people have in their hearts. When in fact, the real problem in that circumstance is the management. Those who are working at the behest of capital that have not hired enough baggage handlers, knowing full well that there was going to be a shit ton of flights coming in. But we are so primed into thinking it must be the workers' fault from all of the social conditioning that we take for granted, that we just basically see as the order of business, that we immediately go and shit on the luggage handlers. When in fact, because of the profit-seeking motivated management class at JetBlue, they refuse to hire the necessary amount of workers to fill that void. Did they not know that there was going to be 8 flights coming in at the same fucking time? Of course they did. They calculated it. And another calculation is, we don't really need to fucking hire that many baggage handlers, because guess what? People can just sit there. Many people are not checking in their luggage anyway. And the ones that do check in their luggage, well, fuck them. They can sit there and wait for an hour. Okay? And what are they going to do? It's an oligopoly anyway. Are they going to fly with another airline? Sure, but okay. Doesn't matter. We're still going to be able to fill our flights to the brim. We're still going to be able to max out. The reason why I mention this is because when a situation like that occurs, your immediate reaction in most circumstances is to obviously blame the workers, when in fact, you should be blaming the bosses. The bosses that are doing that specifically for profit maxing, to ensure that the profit margins remain high for the shareholders. That's it. That's why they made that decision not to hire enough workers in that time frame, knowing full well that people were going to sit there and wait. That's a calculation that they made. They know that people still do not have the capacity to change airlines. People don't, they're just going to sit there and take it. Consumers suffer for this reason under oligopolies. The gradual decline of customer service can be attributed to that reality. There it is. That is an example of classist sentiment that we inadvertently hold on to and believe we're firmly committed to that. It is a byproduct of existing in a capitalist structure. Anyway. It is additionally ironic that, like I said, most people are workers, right? The overwhelming majority, the 99%. And it's pretty fucking funny that those very same workers who are getting fucked over and possibly getting yelled at if they are on a customer-facing side of their jobs by others that do recognize that it is most likely a consequence of, like, your boss is not hiring the necessary amount of labor in that situation for profit-seeking measures. Forget that in that very moment when they become the customers. But let's get back to this demon right here and liberal Zionism.
Trying to avoid civil casualties, although there are civil casualties during war. But there is no moral equivalence, like there is no legal or moral equivalence between somebody who killed somebody by mistake and somebody that, a killer, a murderer that did it deliberately and tortured his victims before.
Well, let me say this. 4 judges will now decide whether these warrants should go forward. Do you have any reason to doubt the independence of the judges and the process?
So the ICC, this is not a secret. The ICC is not just a court based that is dealing with international law. There are also some political reasons or I don't know, atmosphere that is unfortunately covers sometimes or shadows sometimes the decisions. But I do hope it's premature. So I do hope that this will be the time in which they will look at the evidence. And I want to say also to add something to this. You know, I am aware and I completely disagree with some statements that were made by Israeli ministers. I detest them. I think that I criticized it. I think that it was really outrageous. But I think that the role or the legal perspective should define or make the differentiation between some statements by politicians and the real policy or how the army is acting.
Well, let me, if I may, let me just ask you a question about that, because it's clear from the information that's already been provided by the ICC. They've given some detail about what they're talking about about murder and extermination of the civilian population, depriving the civilian population of the things they need to live. A whole series of very serious charges. I want to understand this from you. Do you accept that there are legitimate criticisms of the way the Netanyahu government has conducted this war?
Yeah, I think that there's a huge difference.
Yeah, of course. She will say, of course. It's just, we have to deal with it. While we're talking about the institutification of the airline industry, my father's a retired pilot with over 40 years of experience in the airlines industry. He maintained that deregulation is why so many people are still able to travel. He believes that the regulation of airlines stifled innovation. How do you respond to that? It's just objectively untrue. Ask your father if deregulation, if the airlines had their way, because you said he's a pilot. As it stands, there's still, due to the pilots union, a firm commitment to maintaining the regulation that there's 2 pilots at minimum for every fucking commercial airliner that's traveling in doing domestic flights on United States of American soil. Okay? The companies actually want to change that to 1 pilot. That's deregulation. That's a major cost-cutting initiative that would greatly lower the prices according to the fucking corporations, which it wouldn't, obviously, because the deregulation has occurred and prices have not exactly gotten that much cheaper, right? All things considered, especially with all the hidden fees and whatnot. I don't think your father, as a retired airline pilot, would agree with that. Regulation keeps people alive. Labor unions uphold that regulation and both keep people alive, and in at least like in the other circumstances of like the baggage handlers also had a union in the similar vein to like the stewardess union, the steward union, or the pilot union. They would be able to ensure that there's enough people being hired and enough people at every given the time frame that are working so that you could get your luggage in time. All matter of regulation is written with the ink of blood, and it is fought hard for by working class people. It goes back to the same principle that I was talking about, though. Like, your dad is a pilot. He has to be a part of the pilots union, and yet he also simultaneously thinks deregulation is good. So talk to him about his own personal experiences where regulation has been a lifesaver, and why it's important to have 2 pilots in the cockpit at all times. He'll understand.
Difference between criticism. I myself criticize my own government, not only for these outrageous populistic statements, but on some of the policies. But at the end of the day, the Israeli army is acting in accordance to the...
Yeah. See, there you go. The extent of the extent of the political discourse that is permissible within the framework of Zionism is that the army is incredibly important. The army can do no wrong, or even if they do wrong, we can handle it internally in our own court structure. And in instances where clearly we are not doing that, it still doesn't matter. Tzipi Livni played a central role in sabotaging maybe the only serious talks in the Oslo process. She wasted half the Annapolis talks with Abu Allah through her absurd positions on Jerusalem and refugees, and by demanding Palestine recognize Israel as a Jewish state. She played key positions in bloody assaults on Gaza and Lebanon that killed thousands of innocents. This liberal worked with Bibi and led his negotiations with John Kerry's mission, playing a big role in sabotaging those talks. But she is a liberal. Am I wrong? She presents herself as a liberal Zionist. As a matter of fact, this is one of the more woke liberal Zionists. Because under Zionism, the more you hate Benjamin Netanyahu, the more liberal you are. Same with fucking Yair Lapid. Ultimately, my point is to say that if you are a Zionist and simultaneously a liberal, you are still a fascist liberal. The notion that there is like serious political discourse happening in Israel is ridiculous when the point of contention becomes Palestinian statehood or Palestinian humanity. That is completely outside of the confines of political discourse. That is completely unacceptable. That's it. That's it. You can go as right-wing as you want on domestic affairs, whether women should be allowed to read and write, or if they should just stay at home, okay? You can go as right-wing as you want on the appropriate confines of Zionist discourse of like how hard we can kill the Palestinians. And that's precisely what this man advocates for every step of the fucking way. Only Israel will control Gaza, says National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir on his day after plan, his day after suggestions. Israel will occupy Gaza completely and fully, including Jewish settlements in the entire enclave, and encouragement of voluntary migration of Gazans. He wants to move to Gaza. That is an unimaginably far-right position. That is just straight ultra mega Nazi shit, okay? But it's allowed in Israeli political discussion. You can go as far right as you want on the Palestinian issue, but there is a stopgap measure for how far left you can go, and that far left you can go is recognizing the humanity of Palestinians. The moment that you say, well, these are human beings, we should maybe stop killing them, all of a sudden you're completely outside of what is appropriate political conversations. Okay? There are very few parties that maintain that position in the Israeli Knesset. Their coalition is like at most 14 seats in the Knesset. That is unimaginably right-wing. I don't know how else to describe it. You're talking about fucking Nazi Germany politics at this point. After 2014, she broke with Bibi politically and joined Isaac Herzog's party to run against Netanyahu. This absolute fucking ghoul continued to be on the ugly face of the peace camp while having played a central role in sabotaging the peace process repeatedly. She was literally a Likudnik at the start of her career. Livni quit politics in 2009, if I recall correctly, but she will burn in hell. Yeah. $14 seats is exaggerating it. Yeah, not even 14 seats total. This is very important. So if you're a Zionist, can you really claim to be lefty or moral? If you are a Zionist, no, you're not a real leftist at all. Although in the United States of America, because Israel's a foreign country, in many circumstances, Zionist progressives can still continue to be a part of the left-wing momentum, continue being a part of like leftist conversations, leftist circles and whatnot, until October 7 happens, in which case the progressive except for Palestine people start chirping in the same exact way that you hear from like your fucking QAnon dad. Like they start talking like January 6ers. They're MAGA communists at that point.
The international law. And we have also some examples from the past when Israeli soldiers acted in a way that violated the law, or when an Israeli civilian acted in a manner against Palestinians in a manner that violated the Israeli and international law. He or them were investigated and prosecuted. And therefore, it's not about criticism. It's about putting charges in the ICC that was established in order to give answers to horrific acts that are being made, like Hamas. We are dealing with Putin, Milosevic at the time. This is not the case.
Well, let me ask you.
Yeah, it is. You just don't want to recognize it because it is completely beyond your scope of comprehension that any matter that goes along with the Israeli Zionist project could ever be considered in the exact same light. Except the rest of the world does see it in that exact same way.
Let me ask
this woman was literally part of the Second Lebanon War and Operation Cast Lead. I'm going to lose it. Yeah, I mean, that's the reason why her position now, even though she's no longer formally involved in politics, is literally to do this kind of propaganda. That's it.
Let me ask you this then. If Mr. Netanyahu has no reason to be afraid of the decisions he made in prosecuting the war, why shouldn't he go to The Hague and make his case if the judges grant the warrants?
Because The Hague is Hamas.
Come on, we are. I'm not, the legal advisor to the Prime Minister. It's for Israel to make the decision what's Israel's next step. But as you are aware, the US and Israel are not members or didn't sign the convention that established the ICC. And therefore,
it's a neat little trick, dude. It's like, sorry, we don't subscribe to these gay-ass terms like international human rights and the International Criminal Court. Sorry. I'm a liberal, by the way, and I hate Benjamin Netanyahu, but also I will 100% defend him ethnically cleansing the Palestinian population because they deserve it.
I'm not going to give advices from the balcony.
Well, let me...
Yeah, I mean, it literally is Israel is doing, I'm a sovereign citizen as an argument. It's just as stupid and morally bankrupt as the ridiculous claim that because Palestinians have no statehood, no formally recognized statehood, because we keep stopping that from happening, by the way, that like they can be victim to a genocide without any proper international prosecution on it. It's like those are the people we need to defend the most. What do you mean? Ridiculous. Oh, they don't have a fucking formally recognized state, so we can genocide them. Okay, thanks, man.
Let me ask you this question. Whatever you say about the ICC's action, do you accept that this is further evidence that Israel is becoming increasingly isolated in the world?
Yes, unfortunately. Unfortunately, yes. Before that, we still have the ICJ dealing with claims on genocide. And I want to reiterate, before we enter with boots on the ground.
How will the Israeli population ever reckon with this reality? I fear so many are so far gone. It's so crazy, especially when you can wrap up your genocidal ambition and all of the criticisms launched against that with anti-Semitism. You could just say, no, they're anti-Semitic. It's crazy. It is genuinely... All right, this lady just made me do a 360 on liberals. I understand that the liberal Zionist shit you're talking about now. Thank you. All right, I get what you're saying now. Like, liberal Zionists will talk about how much they love gay people. Okay, it's called pink washing or greenwashing. They'll talk about how environmentally conscious they are in an effort to dupe other like-minded liberals elsewhere to be on. Well, 360 is back to the same point. He meant 180. Anyway. While simultaneously, obviously, killing a shit ton of gay Palestinians too. It's not like the bombs are avoiding fucking killing gay Palestinians. Israel itself is also, Israel also has a tendency to blackmail gay Palestinians into becoming informants for themselves too. So it's just like, all of it is ridiculous.
Ground to Gaza, we asked the population to leave places knowing that we are going to act there, and we wanted to minimize the collateral or the damage for civilians. And it's not only that. I see young people chanting from the river to the sea, and they don't understand.
It's like, dude, you're literally defending killing 35,000 plus Palestinians over the course of the past 8 months and saying that's not genocidal, while simultaneously decrying that saying from the river to the sea, Palestinians will be free or Palestine will be free is actually the real genocide that's occurring. Words are violence. Words are violence, I say, as I'm doing real violence and defending said real violence. It doesn't make any sense. And I think the key factor here is the recognition. The recognition that Palestinians are human beings worthy of dignity, worthy of emancipation. They have the same exact fucking dreams when they put their head on the pillow at night that you do. Okay? They want shelter. They want a meaningful life. They want to be able to work. They want to have a sense of purpose in life. When you come to that recognition, all of a sudden, it becomes pretty clear. It is unimaginably cruel to kill 35,000 of them. It is unimaginably cruel to trap them in an apartheid structure for 75 fucking years, not allowing them to return to their homes, killing them when they try to do so in the early stages, slowly but surely taking away more and more of their lands. Every step of the way saying, well, you deserve this. You deserve this. And if anyone, God forbid, resists, you deliver to them a retaliation that is 10 times, 20 times, 30 times more violent. Is it not possible to denounce Israel's genocide of Gaza while also recognizing from the river to the sea is a problematic anti-Jew statement? I mean, you can do that if you want to, but it's not correct at all. I don't know why you personally consider it to be problematic, because it's not. The example I used with Ethan is the one that I think is most appropriate in this situation. When Black Lives Matter first started as a movement on the ground, as something that some of the people that were crying out about police brutality and the disproportionate targeting of black communities, there were plenty of people who set up counter propaganda against that. They said, all lives matter. Why are you saying only Black Lives Matter? Black Lives Matter means you want to kill cops. Black Lives Matter means you want to kill white people. This is what people said. And in that situation, those with reactionary leanings looked at that and thought, maybe these guys on the other side are right. But those who are at least intellectually curious asked black people or did their own research to see what black people meant when they said Black Lives Matter. Why is it that in this circumstance, we look at the oppressors and what their understanding of the term is? And when I say oppressors, I don't mean Jewish people. I mean Zionists. A very important distinction to make here, because there are plenty of Jews on the right side of history on the matter. There are plenty of Jews who are saying from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free at those pro-Palestinian demonstrations. But we do not listen to them. We do not listen to the pro-Palestinian camp on the matter. We take for granted the framing that Zionists cynically deploy against emancipatory slogans like this. Okay? If you do not listen to what a, white reactionary conservative has to say about Black Lives Matter, then why would you listen to what a Zionist has to say about from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free? That's it. The Darshan says, in South Africa, the anti-apartheid slogans were kill de Boer, white people, specifically Afrikaners, and one settler, one bullet. I don't think tone policing these slogans matter. When South Africa was freed, they didn't go on to mass murder whites. Exactly. I think the idea that like a country deserves to exist, has a right to exist, is a ridiculous notion. Ultimately, aesthetically, for optics purposes, I don't usually tackle this argument, but a country cannot exist while doing unimaginable harm to an entire population of people that it occupies and that it purposely refuses to give citizenship to. You can't do that. Sorry, Rhodesia has to exist. Rhodesia has a right to exist. That's what you sound like when you say Israel has a right to exist in this way. Israelis have a right to exist. Okay? They do. What is Rhodesia? Great question. It no longer exists. So there you go. Israelis have a right to exist. Israel as a apartheid regime does not. Rhodesian camo is so good you can't even see it on the map anymore. Yep. What is an Ottoman? That's so funny. Comparing one of the most dominant forces that terrified European colonialists for literally centuries to a failed ethno-state, white supremacist ethno-state project. It's like the Confederacy, defending the Confederacy.
Understand that Hamas does not represent any legitimate cause of the Palestinians. I negotiated twice peace treaty with the Palestinians.
I think I just have to jump in there because I think we need to make a clear distinction in our conversation between the
reason I think that explanation doesn't work well is that Jewish Zionists might not actually be cynically viewing it as so to neutralize it. Some are misunderstanding it and genuinely upset by it. I'm not agreeing people should stop saying it. I'm just saying that explanation isn't convincing the Jews that are actually frightened by it, warranted or not. Oh, for sure. Oh, absolutely. This is where the complicated nature of anti-Semitism comes into play. Because in the Western world, anti-Semitism is a real bigotry. It happens all the fucking time. Oftentimes dished out by those in positions of power, too. And the history, the multiple centuries of violence that Jewish people were subjected to makes it even harder. Especially when all of that plight is cynically tied back to, by Zionists, to the existence of the Israeli state as a Jewish one. Okay? I'm not saying that, anti-Semitism is fake or whatever. Of course not. As a matter of fact, that is precisely the reason why I despise Zionists tying the actions of a genocidal apartheid regime to Judaism, when it is directly contradictory to centuries of Jewish tradition, to Jewish values, and the revolutionary, oftentimes radical history of Jewish movements in general. In the 3,000 years or however many years that Jews have existed, Zionism is a relatively new project. A dominant fascist ideology. It's ridiculous. Yes, a lot of Zionists live in a paranoid fantasy propped up by real trauma of the Holocaust and many and centuries of pogroms. Why reflect their question when those in power scream about the Holocaust and protecting Jewish people? Yeah. There were Holocaust survivors who sided with Mandela and were named terrorists. Brother, there is a Holocaust survivor on the prosecutorial team that has been put together. An Israeli Jewish man who literally is an Israeli civil rights attorney who has been exiled from Israel for saying that Israel cannot occupy the West Bank. Who played a role in, I guess, co-creating the International Criminal Court. It's ridiculous. From my own experience, many Jews like myself get brainwashed by Zionist schools and camps of propaganda. It's very hard to shake, and it can mean a lot of Jewish Zionists can really feel fearful of pro-Palestine protests. It's not just cynical ploy. As always, be kind to people and ruthless with institutions. No, absolutely. Absolutely. Like, I'm not personally, yeah, Theodore Marone, anti-Semite. Anti-Semite of the week, according to stopantisemitism.org. A Holocaust survivor held in a Nazi labor camp, playing a role in prosecuting Benjamin Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant at the ICC right now. Netanyahu said these guys are Nazis. Like, he literally said they're doing blood libel and Nazis, and they're Nazis. That's what he said. Anyway. I know you don't mean anything by it. It's at least a little bit unsettling when someone laughs while saying the words Nazi labor camp. Yeah, that is the unfortunate reality that we have arrived at, that a dude who is a fucking human rights advocate historically, who was in a Nazi labor camp, is being called a fucking Nazi by the leader of Israel for criticisms, valid criticisms, and valid prosecution of the war crimes that the leader of Israel is engaging in at the behest of a ethno-state project, a fascist ethno-state project. It's ridiculous. I don't know what to do but laugh at that point. It's so fucking absurd.
Allegations being made by the ICC, they do not deny Israel's right to defend itself. These charges arise from their determination that crimes have been committed against civilians in the conduct of that war. But let's stay with the politics at the moment, because as you say, you're not here to decide the policy of the Israeli government. Now, Netanyahu is clearly under some pressure to step down. Will the ICC's decision make his position weaker or stronger?
I truly don't know. I truly don't know. Listen, I was...
Like, listen, I'm here to defend Israel, okay? Stop asking me extra questions that make it harder for me to defend Israel.
I heard about the decision. I said, okay, this is immoral, it's unjust. I'm an Israeli, and this is where I stand. All the political a conversation, what will help Netanyahu or not, this is less important for me now. As his opponent, as somebody that completely disagree with his policy on other matters, including the policy toward the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, I hope that we have elections soon and replace him and the other extremists within his government.
So,
like, you're not with it. Like, you don't hate Netanyahu. If you think that the ICC has no business prosecuting Benjamin Netanyahu, then you don't fucking hate Netanyahu. Like, it's fake. It's phony. It's bullshit. You hate Netanyahu for purely aesthetic reasons, okay? That's it. This is why I think it's, like, ridiculous. If you asked a lot of Americans, okay, if you asked a lot of Americans if we should throw, I don't know, former presidents, current presidents in prison for doing war crimes, I feel like a decent amount of Americans would be like, actually, that's a good idea. For a multitude of different reasons. They might actually want to fucking throw Joe Biden in prison because Joe Biden is woke and gay or ruin the economy or whatever the fuck. But ultimately, people with like real grievances against the current administration would probably be on board with it. I don't know. I would. I am. I personally love that prospect. Sending American leadership to jail is, oh my God, it seems incredible.
But so finally on that, can you have a real debate when you deny the impact on civilians in Gaza of the conduct of the war?
I'm not, I know, and for sure civilians are paying the price, including in Gaza, as we did in Israel when Hamas decided to attack us. I'm not asking the world to turn a blind eye to the situation in Gaza, not at all. And I completely support any humanitarian aid to the Palestinians in Gaza. But the right comparison is not between the suffering of the people here and there, because the loss of a child for Israeli and Palestinian it's the same grief. But when you make your judgment...
Yeah, it's like, I really care about the Palestinian children, except we have to kill them. The question itself is vague and absurd. Israel has a right to exist as what? As a state where only Jews have the right to self-determination? States carry systems and policies with them. Israel has always carried systems of Jewish supremacy, something that's evident from the fact that this right to exist always implies as a Jewish state. The important thing isn't any state's existence per se, it's replacing apartheid with systems that promote equality, freedom, and justice. Exactly. Absolutely. George Calloway had a similar point when someone addressed him. Galloway, sorry. Let me see if I can find it.
I'd call it.
Let me see if I can find. Oh, here it is.
No state has a right to exist. Not the Soviet Union, not Czechoslovakia, not the Zionist apartheid state of Israel.
A lot of people think that the phrase "from the river to the sea" is racist and anti-Semitic. Do you?
Are there really a lot of people? I appreciate there are a lot of people in the media bubble, in the political class, who at least pretend to. But what is objectionable about people being free between a river and a sea?
Jewish people think it's intimidatory, and they think it's
not the Jewish people. Not the Jewish people on the demonstrations for Gaza chanting it. Some Jewish people say that they find it these things, but
is that something worth respecting?
No, because the Palestinians have a right to be free, and they have a right to be free between the river and the sea. Now, if you're really asking me what should be the final state of affairs in Israel-Palestine, well, my position is quite well known. I think there should be one democratic and secular state between the river and the sea. And if I was doing their marketing, I'd call it the Holy Land.
So you don't want Israel to exist?
Well, no state has a right to exist. not the Soviet Union, not Czechoslovakia, not the Zionist apartheid state of Israel. I believe that the best solution for everybody is, as it was in South Africa, freed from apartheid, a democratic state where white people and black people, Jews, Christians, Muslims, live as equal citizens under the law. That's what I believe. I appreciate you don't believe it and that there are others who don't believe it, but it's a legitimate view. It's one that has already been adjudged in law in Britain to be a legitimate one, and I hold it, and I got a mandate for it tonight.
No, guys, I'm from the UK. I'm telling you, George Galloway is not based. This is only a good take. He has a broken clock. Yeah, George Galloway historically has done a lot of good, but personally, you know, don't. This is the only issue that we're talking about, okay? This is the only sentiment we're talking about with respect to George Galloway, okay? I do not care about his other opinions. Yeah. Same with Norm Finkelstein, okay? Norm is great and demonstrates a lot of courage and is a phenomenal chronicler of the Palestinian plight. Don't ask Norm about contemporary social issues. Identically, same with George Galloway. Anyway. Is it a generational thing? I think that plays a big role in it, yes. You can barely tell gay marriage is still illegal in Israel. Yeah. No, I love this Israeli cool animation because it's like, yeah, Palestinians, they hate queer people. Also, this is what we think about gay people. That you're like ugly, disgusting. You're ugly, disgusting, morally degenerate perverts. But also, we're pro-gay. It's like, wait, what's happening here? Like, what's going on? I believe Felix correctly called this, Felix Biederman, correctly called this a Der Stürmer style graphic for gay people. He's like that literally, that right there, that clip right there would pop off on fucking 4chan poll, okay? But anyway, even if gay marriage was legal in Israel, which it is not, that's why they have to go to Cyprus. Hey, ask the Arab Israelis or the Palestinian citizens of Israel and their Jewish counterparts where they got married. Just like you can always ask gay Israelis where they got married. The answer is always Cyprus, okay? Ask them why they have to go to Cyprus. What's up with that? You can also ask Israelis whether or not a Jewish Israeli person can even get married and offer citizenship to a Palestinian. The answer is no, for the record. Just something to consider. You can only get demoted. Lechava, Prevention of Assimilation in the Holy Land, is a far-right and Jewish supremacist organization based in Israel that strictly opposes Jewish assimilation. You know what's really funny about this, by the way? Like, Itamar Ben-Gvir is a key person. The hilarious part about this is that, like, while it's, Kahanis and whatnot that we think of when thinking of, like, anti-miscegenation in Israel, Isaac fucking Herzog, the president of Israel, who is a Labor Party member, as I was right, and my Israeli chatters were wrong on this. The Labor president of Israel, okay, has also advocated against miscegenation. Anyway. Felt really once I saw that tweet by a Palestinian Israeli joining your stream was fake. Wait, what? I have no idea what you just said. I'm confused. Israel has to be pro-gay, LGBT, and all the left-leaning things. They literally have mostly women military. They are lying if they say they aren't all left-leaning things. Wait, what? I'm confused by what you were saying. They have a mostly female military? What? No, they don't. Mostly female. Anyway, before we get to BB doing a fucking puff piece with Jake Tapper, who will ask him some strong questions. He'll hold his foot to the fire. He will really hold him to task here, but he won't. Okay. There's a couple other things I would like to address. You didn't answer me earlier. How is Rudy selling coffee a grift, but what you sell isn't? Bro, the only grift I engage in is the top of the hour ad break, where I tell you that there's a 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. Yeah, exactly. You think you're clever, huh? You think you're clever, huh? Yeah, bitch. You ain't clever. At the top of the hour, the 3-minute ad break comes for you. Clever ones have already subscribed, knowing full well that if they do subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime, they won't see the top of the hour ad break. I'm not slipping. Yesterday's excitement, where I got caught slipping at the top of the hour numerous times, is gone. Long gone. That was yesterday. We're in today. It's repost time. Maybe they can also get gifted if they're lucky. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Aisha Esquire, thank you for the 10 community gift the subs. Oh, in the pits of madness, let's watch what Bibi Netanyahu had to fucking say.
He's creating a false symmetry between the democratically elected leaders of Israel and the terrorist chieftains. That's like saying after 9/11, well, I'm issuing arrest warrants for George Bush, but also for bin Laden. Or after in World War II, well, I'm issuing arrest warrants for FDR, but also for Hitler. It's a hit job. It's not serious. He's out to defend.
I think that analogy doesn't work in the way that he thinks it works. That would be akin to issuing an arrest warrant for FDR and Hitler, as in like you're issuing an arrest warrant for Hamas militants that are resisting the Israeli apartheid. Having said that, however, I am personally a fan of issuing arrest warrants and investigating everyone. We didn't do that, but we did actually rewrite the rules of war after Dresden. So there is that. You mean Bush, not FDR? No, the FDR analogy also works. It's just to defend the notion of prosecuting, or defend against the notion of prosecuting fucking those who are resisting an apartheid versus those who are maintaining an apartheid. So
Same Israel, and he's also pouring gasoline on the fires of anti-Semitism that are spreading around the world, because he is attacking the one and only Jewish state and trying to handcuff us, preventing us from exercising responsibly through the laws of war as we obey them and we are subordinate to them. He's saying we're not. He's creating false symmetry, false facts, and he's doing a grave injustice to the international.
Yeah. False facts, false symmetry. It'd be so sick, dude. Arrest George W. Bush for 9/11, for doing 9/11, that is. Would you say that anti-Semitism has any institutional power in the U.S. today? That's a tricky one. That's a tricky question. I think it does, yes. It's just that there are other groups that they hate way more. Like, dude, you have like Jewish anti-Semites like Stephen Miller in positions of power. Look at the Republican Party. Like, what are we talking about? The damn near entirety of the far right mobilization is fucking anti-Semitic. We are not that far removed. We are not that far removed from like people chanting Jews will not replace us. Literally at Charlottesville, and then the president coming out and being like, well, there are very fine people on both sides. After a Nazi white supremacist terrorist literally killed anti-fascist protester Heather Heyer. We definitely still have a lot of institutional anti-Semitism as well in this country. It's just that right now, as it stands, people are cynically, oftentimes those very same anti-Semites themselves, are very cynically deploying accusations of anti-Semitism in a way to dress up their Islamophobic sentiment, and more importantly, in a way to justify their imperial ambition. I would say yes, but it's also very different than other systemic prejudices, because so much of the American Jewish diaspora is effectively white passing from a demographic perspective. They are not ethnically distinguishable, so the level of discrimination is lower than other marginalized groups. Yeah, but like it doesn't matter, because Jewish cultural institutions still get tagged with like swastikas and shit like that. You know what I mean? Like, I say they, but I mean we, by the way. Yeah, Megaphonics is Jewish himself. It's just like you got guys like John Hagee. Okay, you have the evangelical Zionist movement, which is inherently anti-Semitic, comprised of anti-Semitic people that are pro-Israel. I'm watching your stream when all the Kanye Hitler stuff was happening, and it was weird how the right paraded him around to spout anti-Semitism, but went too far for even them then. Yeah. In the words of Israeli Knesset member Dr. Ofer Kasiv, anti-Semitism is a crime. Anti-Zionism is a duty. It's that simple. Anyway, here, let's watch this. Let's watch Lindsey Graham get some applause.
So we, hopefully, together will find a way to restore our displeasure with the ICC. Because if they'll do this to Israel, we're next. This group tried to come after our soldiers. Yeah, you can clap all you want to.
People are like, yeah. Yes, please. Yeah, that's sick. Don't threaten me with a good time, bitch. Dude, if I'm a member of Congress, I'm not fucking mentioning that at all. Like, there are individual members of Congress that are popular, right? But broadly, Congress is despised. It is a historically unpopular institution for obvious reasons, for good reason. Oh no, they're going to arrest us next? Oh shit, dude, that's crazy. Oh man, what will we do? What will we do if they arrest you fucking donkeys in suits? I will be so sad.
They tried to come.
I meant that I was really disappointed that a tweet by a Palestinian Israeli joining your stream turned out to be fake. Can't link it, not subbed. Oh, I think I saw that. Yeah, she was debating people. I don't know why. I'm pretty sure I saw that. Yeah.
Come after our soldiers in Afghanistan, but reason prevailed. So at the end of the day here, what I hope to happen is that we level sanctions against the ICC for this outrage to not only help our friends in Israel, but protect ourselves over time. Mr. Secretary, your statement yesterday was excellent. The president's statement was excellent. Senator Schumer's statement on the floor was excellent about the outrage here. They have destroyed the notion of complementarity. They have misled.
It's so funny, man. It's just I like, we are not a part of this court. You can't touch us. We do what we want. Also, we get to choose who else does whatever they want. How dare you? Hey, King, are you going to play Batman? I love your socialist jokes and reactions. Yes, later. American institutions, when Israel kills 35,000 Palestinians, I sleep. American institutions, when anyone dares to say Israel should not kill 35,000 Palestinians, oh my God, I'm up in arms. We have to do something. We have to kill Karim Khan immediately. We have to black bag and tag him and ship him off to a goddamn Guantanamo Bay style CIA black site facility and torture him until he says, I am Israel Chai. Do you understand? In all sincerity.
People in the United States Senate about their intention, and they shall and will pay a price. Ms. Secretary, I appreciate what you've said. It is now time for us to act. Thank you. So we, hopefully, together will find.
We're going to make you say, I am Israel Chai. Do you understand me? You will say it and you will like it.
Find a way.
All right. Let's get to Bibi.
Netanyahu, thank you so much for joining us. A central part of the ICC's charges against you and Gallant is, quote,
I dream of a world where we will look back at this moment in history and go, isn't that crazy that we literally had mainstream media outlets interview Adolf fucking Hitler. You know, the same way that we look at like Time magazine covered like Man of the Year 1933 Adolf Hitler, like that shit. I dream of that future because it means that, like, you know, justice has prevailed.
Quote, starvation of civilians as a method of warfare. Now, I know that Israel repeatedly claims that enough aid is getting in and there is.
Did that happen? Yes, of course that happened. I forget who tweeted that once that said, like, Americans only know about World War II history and they still don't know World War II history, but it's so true. Yeah, I mean, I get what you mean, but the 1933 thing was sarcastic and was actually a form of protest against appeasement. Yeah, it's just the most like visible aspect of Western media coverage. But make no mistake, plenty of American outlets literally defended Hitler as like a person who was very dynamic, very charismatic, and also on top of that, claimed that he was revitalizing the German economy, which at the time he was. So the idea that like we did not have a shit ton of phenomenal positive coverage for Adolf motherfucking Hitler is silly. We did.
It's not purposeful starvation, and those claiming otherwise are misinformed, are lying. Is Israel going to send a delegation?
Is it real that a Zionist group made a secret deal with the Nazis? Yeah, but it doesn't really mean anything. You're talking about the Havara agreement. There are two separate instances, but ultimately it doesn't matter. I find it ridiculous to bring that up as like a real point of contention, just like I find it ridiculous to bring up the fucking Palestinian Grand Mufti as like being formative in Adolf Hitler's understanding of the mind of the Jew and what to do with it. Okay? The Jewish question. Like, Adolf Hitler was incredibly anti-Semitic, very publicly so, far before he ever met with the fucking Palestinian Grand Mufti. And the Palestinian Grand Mufti himself was a colonial, a part of the colonial apparatus to begin with anyway.
Delegation to The Hague to present any evidence to defend itself?
I think these charges are exactly as President Biden called them. They're outrageous. They're beyond outrageous. This is a rogue prosecutor that has put false charges and created false symmetries.
Rogue prosecutor that we fucking petitioned to put into that position, by the way. I really hope that this dude, Karim Khan, in all of my endless support for the Balds, doesn't turn out to be some fucking freak who ends up using this as an opportunity to defend Israel by being like, oh, sorry, we put forward a shitty ass prosecution. So I guess like we can't get arrest warrants out for the Israeli leadership, but we certainly can for the Hamas leadership. You know what I mean? That's my biggest fear out of this, especially considering that Karim Khan has historically been pro-Israel, which is precisely the reason why Times of Israel in 2021 said that he was Israel's guy. Ironic because it's not a part of the courts, but why the fuck is Israel having a say in who gets to be a prosecutor for the ICC? Same with the United States of America. The United States of America petitioned him. I hope that it's more of like a Jose Andres type situation where someone who is a Zionist themselves are just like, no, this is fucking ridiculous. Like we have to do something about it. And not like a bait and switch type situation. Do you understand what I mean by this? I hope I'm making it very clear. Because I still hold out a little bit of skepticism in this moment. Or the Goldstone report. Well, the Goldstone report was, at the time when it was written, was solid. And the only person that went against it after it was released. After getting a shit ton of pressure from Israel, too. Every single person that was involved in the Goldstone report literally stands by it.
that are both dangerous and false. And the first false symmetry is he equates the democratically elected leaders of Israel with the terrorist tyrants of Hamas. That's like saying that, well, I'm issuing, arrest warrants for FDR and Churchill, but also for Hitler. Or I'm issuing arrest warrants for...
wow, this is a really good line, man. Keep repeating it.
George Bush, George W. Bush, but also for bin Laden. That's absurd. Secondly, the charges are completely false. Let's take this charge of starvation. We've put in 500,000 tons of trucks of food and medicine for this population. We've taken...
In northern Gaza, the average population daily caloric intake is 245 calories. 245 calories. Monstrous piece of shit. Doing genocide denial. I wonder if Jake Tapper will ask him this question. 245 calories is half of a Big Mac, less than half of a Big Mac. A Big Mac is 556 calories. Here it is. This is the Oxfam report. People in northern Gaza are being forced to survive on 245 calories a day, less than a can of beans. How do you know that? Yeah, you're right. When genocide is happening, people have no idea it's going on. So will Jake Tapper... Oh, no, I'm saying that about the Big Mac? Come on, bro. I'm a fucking psychotic dieter in a good way. So... yeah, that's depending on what you're eating. I mean, that's like 3.5 Oreos. 2 Oreos, 140 calories. I just know off the top of my dome. 2 eggs is 70 calories. Or no, 2 eggs, 140 calories. You're a cancer to society. I'm going to unban this guy. I think he has some good opinions. Let's hear him out. 1 egg is 70 calories. 2 eggs is 140 calories. So here's the thing. Will Jake Tapper ask him that question? You said there's sufficient aid going into Gaza, which every single human rights group that is on the ground working, international and Palestinian alike, has said that you're wrong. That is just an objective falsehood. So let's hear what he has to say.
20,000 trucks. We've paved roads to put those trucks in. We've opened border crossings that Hamas closed down. I've had airdrops that are facilitated, sea route supplies. I mean, the whole thing is absurd. You should know this. I mean, the prices of food in Gaza has dropped by 80%. The markets don't lie. They talk about 23, I think, or 30 cases of malnutrition in a population of 2 million. Okay. The United States in 2022 had 20,000 deaths of malnutrition. That's 3.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Please, Jake Tapper, please shut him the fuck up and ask him the question.
3 times more than in Gaza. This is completely false. It's the kind of slander that has been leveled at the Jewish people.
He literally just said, what do you mean they don't have enough food? They have too much food. Now, that's delusional. It's genocide denial, which is, of course, not surprising coming from literally Adolf fucking Hitler. Okay? Let's see what Jake Tapper has to say. He's doing the puppy dog eyes right now. He's like, oh, what? That's shocking.
People for ages, and it's renewed now against the Jewish state. It was false then, it's false now. But one thing, this prosecutor, this rogue prosecutor, didn't even bother to come here. He said he'd come here.
Now he changed the subject. He's like, oh, the rogue prosecutor that didn't even bother to come here. Excuse me. Perhaps you shouldn't have given him enough fucking ample evidence. The Hamas prosecutor, Karim Khan, more like Karim Hamas.
Here, check the facts. He didn't check the facts. He just went out and demonized the Jewish state, and he's taking the ICC down the route of the General Assembly that passes infinite resolutions, flat earth resolutions against Israel, or the Human Rights Council that used to have a reputation that is...
What happened to World Central Kitchen 2 months ago, BB? Dude, I really hope in my heart that Karim Khan, who has been like pretty pro-Israel in the past in the way that he has like refused to conduct certain investigations that were launched into Israel, had a fucking come to Jesus moment, I guess, even though he is Muslim technically. He had a come to Muhammad moment and has changed course dramatically due to the actions of Israel. I really, 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 really hope that that is the situation in a Jose Andres style circumstance.
Completely blown because half the resolutions are against Israel, not against Iran, not against North Korea, not against Syria. It's the same thing. It's outrageous. And false. And dangerous because it endangers every democracy.
We should note, though, it's not just the ICC expressing concerns about the lack of humanitarian aid getting into Gaza. President Biden and his administration and their officials, not to mention European...
You mean President Hamas? Jake, are you saying President Hamas has issues with the aid? He's old. He's stupid. What does he know?
Allies of Israel and their officials, they've all been making this case for months that Israel is not letting enough aid in. So when President Biden expresses concern about you not letting enough aid in, is he wrong?
Well, no, we had the same concerns. We were trying to get the aid in.
Dude, shit. Actually, not enough aid was getting in, and we were concerned by it. How much you want to bet he's going to say Hamas is actually the only force disrupting aid delivery? This is, of course, a classic lie. All of the crossings were closed and maintained by Israel. Israel is the only group that is stopping aid from going into Gaza, including but not limited to stopping the Rafah crossing from being operational and going so far as to tell Egypt not to let aid in as well, or completely control what kind of aid goes into Gaza. That's number one. Number two, there have been numerous crossings they've closed unjustifiably, while simultaneously claiming that it's Hamas that's attacking the crossings. They are not. Okay. There have been instances where they did the flower massacre, as you guys know. They opened fire on fucking humanitarian aid convoys, okay, killing a shit ton of people. Settlers are literally disrupting humanitarian aid on the Israeli side of the fucking border, which the police refused to fucking prosecute. Okay. They have now seized control over the Rafah border from Egypt and are directly controlling it. They are also, once again, refusing to let aid in. It's just sitting on the fucking border in trucks. Okay. Not only that, but also these people are starving, right? So sometimes there is chaos in the delivery of the aid. So the civil organs of Palestinian society, the police force, okay, the civil organs of society, the Palestinian police force, which is civil, it's not, they are armed, of course, they are cops, noticed the chaos that was occurring at humanitarian aid delivery drops, so they maintained order. So what did Israel do? Remember, this was a couple months ago. Okay? What did Israel do? They assassinated the chief of police and then said he was Hamas. And to this day, they still will target even UN trucks and then claim with drone footage, which they did literally last week, show drone footage of armed people around the UN trucks, cops in full fucking police fatigues, by the way, And they'll show that drone footage to be like, see, UN is Hamas. UN, UNRWA, and UN is working with Hamas. These Palestinians, they have guns. They are Hamas. No, they're not. They're fucking police. They are there to do their very best to maintain order during a fucking genocide. Also, yeah, not only are they refusing to prosecute the aid, the settlers that are stopping the aid delivery, Israeli soldiers and police are tipping off the groups that attack the Gaza aid trucks. This is an article from today. A Guardian exclusive. What has America done so far? All right, remember the pier that we built? That was purely symbolic. It was purely to say, like, see, we're doing our best. We're doing our best. We're trying our best to give Palestinians the aid. We're dropping it through airplanes. We're paradropping the aid. It's killing people. Oopsie. The aid is dropping. When the parachutes don't deploy, the aid is dropping and killing Palestinians. Oops. It happens. Okay? Also, the fucking Pentagon today says none of the aid unloaded from a U.S. pier off the coast of Gaza has been delivered to the broader Palestinian population. It is utterly ridiculous. Needs to be verified, but claims the U.S. is using the pier for weapon shipments to Israel. I don't really understand why they would use this aid for weapon shipments to Israel when they could just like directly deliver weapons to Israel through other means, as America has been doing since the beginning of Israel's latest version of the genocidal incursion. I don't personally understand why they would need to do this. I don't know why. Like, I think that seems a little silly. This actually, unironically, is much more dangerous to deliver weapons through, because you can infiltrate the weapon shipments. Like, Hamas could easily infiltrate the weapon shipments and use it to their advantage. Anyway, wonderful stuff, though, overall. So Jake didn't ask the direct question that I wanted him to ask, but at least he's saying, what do you have to say to Joe Biden? He says you're not delivering enough aid.
And Hamas was looting the aid. That's what was happening. They were taking it for themselves or extorting the population. We were letting the aid in from the start. And look, this was my directive from day one. The day one thing was we have to provide, we comport with international law. We comport with the rules of war. We have to get those trucks in. We're getting hundreds of trucks every day in. And that's been an aspect of our conduct of war, because we try to get civilians out of harm's way. We've done things that no country, no army has done in history. It's not me saying that. It's General Petraeus saying that. The head of the urban warfare at West Point, Colonel John Spencer, says it. Israel's gone out of its way, both in humanitarian aid and getting civilians out of harm's way, with millions of text messages, millions of phone calls and leaflets that we've been dropping, giving up the element of surprise. Israel is given here a bum rap. I think it's dangerous, because basically it's the first.
Dude, what if I were to fucking drop a leaflet before I drop bombs on your house? Like, you probably wouldn't appreciate that. This is a ridiculous argument. It'd always be ridiculous. If Al-Qaeda said that they were going to fucking blow up the World Trade Center before they actually did it, would that be appropriate? No. Shut the fuck up. I hate this. I hate this argument. Oh, shit, dude. Russia is actually fucking doing roof knocking in Ukraine, so I guess it's fine now.
First democracy that is being taken to the dock when it is doing exactly what democracy should be doing in an exemplary way. I think.
Yeah, technically they did a roof knocking on one of the buildings before hitting the second one, so I guess it was fine. The first one was bad, but the second one is perfectly moral. What is roof knocking? It's a now it's not something that Israel does any longer, but originally back in the day when Israel used to siege Gaza, they would drop an artillery shell on top of a building roof to signal that they are going to take the roof down or take the entire fucking building down. Yeah. Hiroshima, wrong. Nagasaki, technically they were warned by Hiroshima.
It will
we roof knocked with Hiroshima. And then Nagasaki, you know, that was, they knew already.
All other democracies, Israel may be first, you're next, Britain is next, others are next too. And the second thing that is dangerous about this, Jake, is I think this fans the fires of
5 minutes. Jake has asked one fucking question. No pushback whatsoever. This genocidal piece of shit is just lying the entire time.
Semitism that are raging on American campuses and throughout Western capitals. They're pouring gas. He just poured gasoline on it, this rogue prosecutor, Khan.
So,
because, you know, people initially will think this is serious. They think the ICC, this is a serious thing. It's not. Well, it's a travesty of justice. And it's a pack of lies.
Let me ask you, because what Hamas did on October 7th, just to make this clear, what Hamas did is abhorrent, as is the refusal to return the hostages. Oh, abhorrent. But whether or not it was Israel's...
It's false, by the way. The refusal to return hostages is a bullshit narrative that the Western media has like run with. That's not true at all. So the framing of this question is already fucking false. Israel is the one who refuses to take the fucking deals that Hamas has presented, I believe, 30 plus times in the past 8 months.
Tens of thousands of innocent Palestinians, including countless children, have been killed and maimed by the IDF in your war against Hamas. Is there anything you and the IDF could have done any differently to avoid all the loss of innocent lives in Gaza?
First of all, every civilian casualty is a tragedy. Every child lost, or every woman lost, or every innocent person lost is a tragedy. But for Hamas, it's a strategy. So while we go out of our way to get them out of harm's way, Hamas goes out of its way to keep them in harm's way, shooting at them if they try to leave the battle zones. But many have left, thankfully I can say that. Now, the ratio, because of our actions, the ratio of civilians to combatants killed is the lowest in the history of urban warfare, and certainly dense urban warfare like this. It's about 1 to 1. There are about 14,000 casualties, 14 to 15,000 terrorists killed, and an equal amount of civilians that were unfortunately killed, because that's what happens. But in other arenas, in Fallujah, with a handful of terrorists, 3,000, 4,000 compared to 35,000 in Gaza, the ratio was much bigger than that. The same thing in Mosul. So we've gone out of our way to stop it. And let me tell you, I think that the numbers are also inflated. You know, the UN...
Oh, it's so gross. Dude, anything and everything they will use to their advantage to continue defending genocide. 1 to 1 is 50% is terrible. It's also not correct. No, they're just... Benjamin Netanyahu is saying that every single adult male that is over the age of 18 or over the age of 15, I think, and under the age of like 65 is considered a Hamas militant. That's all he's saying here. That's it. And even then, the fucking ratio is still awful. Yeah, he's gonna bring up the UN saying we have identified 24,000 of the victims And we cannot identify the rest of the victims because Israel won't let us. That was the point that the UN was making. Of course, because he's a disingenuous, genocidal piece of shit, literally the reincarnation of Adolf fucking Hitler, he's like using that as an example, using that as an opportunity to do more fucking genocidal propaganda.
The UN organizations that are dominated by Hamas in Gaza is giving false information, as is Hamas itself. And people believe these numbers. The other day they came and said, well, you know, it's about 35,000 who are killed, but 10,000 of those we said are women and children. Now we can't say that. We don't know who they are.
Whatever the number.
That's not what they said. Jake Tapper, do a fucking job. Do your goddamn job, you fucking muppet. You stupid fuck. Do your goddamn job. If you don't do your fucking job, I'm going to lose my goddamn mind. Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
It's too many.
In the meantime, the lie circles. Well, look, yes, one is too many, but...
What do you mean? What do you mean? Oh, any life is too many. Shut the fuck up. That's not the only point that you should be making. If you do truly believe that it's unconscionable that even one life is too many, then you should be fucking frothing with their mouth right now when talking about 35,000 dead. He's literally denying the fucking figures, Jake. God damn, dude.
The reason they're there, the reason we have civilian casualties at all, is because Hamas is...
He literally said UN is dominated by Hamas, bro. What the fuck are we doing here? God, I hate this piece of shit so much.
Preventing them from leaving. I'm happy to say that in the Rafah operation that we've conducted, 1 million people actually left. People said, well, there are 1 million people, 1.2 million in Gaza. Where are they going to go? They're going to be trapped. Well, 1,950,000 have already...
He's like, dude, we did the Trail of Tears, Hamas version, and it was so good. What are you saying, Jake Tapper? We did it. We moved them. We keep moving them over and over again.
Left. And there are very few civilian casualties because we're doing everything to get them out. This is our policy. It's humanitarian. It's responsible. We comport with the laws of war, and we're the ones taken to the dock. And it doesn't give any solace that they're also taking these killers of Hamas, these murderers, and putting them in the dock. As I said, yeah, Hitler's in the dock, but so is FDR, and so is Eisenhower. Absurd.
After 7 months of unity for your wartime government, there seems a lot of disagreement now about your plans for Gaza, or lack thereof, after a major military operations in Gaza is over. Benny Gantz wants a plan, or he says he's going to leave your government. Your defense minister, Yoav Gallant, says you don't have a plan. He's basically accusing you of trying to lay the groundwork for an occupation, either civilian or military, in Gaza in the future. Are you denying that the plan is for an occupation of Gaza, or are you taking it off the table?
No, I have a very clear plan. I think the first thing, the day after Hamas, Jake, is the day after Hamas. We have to get rid of Hamas, otherwise there's no...
Calling this an interview is actually a gross misuse of the word. And this is a dick-sucking session masquerading as an interview. Not even a contentious one, really. You're letting a dude who is at the precipice of being formally charged and criminally prosecuted by the ICC for crimes against humanity on your airwaves basically fucking rewrite the narrative in real time without doing any pushback whatsoever. This is, in many respects, thank you for bringing this up actually, no different than Tucker Carlson interviewing Vladimir Putin. Like, it's the same exact thing. Tucker Carlson going to fucking Russia and just eating Vladimir Putin's ass in broad daylight is identical to this. He did some pushback too, remember? He was like, oh, well, what about the journalist? You have to release him, sir. You have to release the one journalist, sir. Yeah, he did a lot of pushback too, remember?
future for Gaza, no future for peace, and it'll be a tremendous victory for not only for Hamas, but for the Iran terror axis that backs it and organizes Hezbollah, the Houthis, and all these other sundry terrorist organizations. So I think we have to defeat Hamas, and we will defeat Hamas.
This is why I'm like, this is why I need people to understand something very important here. This is why a lot of people yell at me and say, Hasan, you're fucking biased, blah, 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 when I interview people. Of course I'm biased. Everyone is fucking biased. The difference is I admit and acknowledge and tell you what my biases are. Jake Tapper is not going to tell you that he is obviously biased towards Israel, towards defending Israel, towards defending all and any matter of Israeli action against the Palestinian population. That's the difference. That's why people lost their fucking minds when I interviewed the dude who they still to this day call a Houthi terrorist. They're like, oh my God, you had a dick suck festival for the Houthi terrorist who hates Jewish people and blah, 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 blah. When in fact, they did not have the same level of smoke for the BBC or numerous other mainstream outlets that interviewed him after. The reason for why they didn't do that is because those guys are objective. They're doing news reporting. They're not. No one is actually objective here. Everyone has a bias. Will it take the complete eradication of the Palestinians for Americans to realize that the terrorist excuse is the perfect excuse for genocide? No, they will never acknowledge it. We are a settler colony ourselves. Why the fuck would we ever acknowledge another settler colonial operation that is being conducted with our weapons that is perfectly aligned with our interests in the region? Not that it was true in the beginning anyways, but that Houthi teenager went online and tweeted out that he in fact doesn't hate Jews, lol. I know, it doesn't fucking matter. He said it in the interview too. You lost some audience there unnecessarily, and you shouldn't have done that. Shouldn't have done what? You are too much biased. Yes, we did. You lost some audience. Guys, there are certain red lines that I personally will not fucking cross, okay? As charitable as I am to those who are on their own journey of learning and understanding, if you automatically think a victim, a survivor of US-backed genocide, of course you think it's unprofessional. Of course, you are literally who I'm talking about. Okay? You are who I'm talking about. You listen to fucking Jake Tapper here, and it is done with a thin veneer of like unbiased professional journalism. He's wearing a suit and tie. He's talking to an organ of the government. He's talking to a leader of a state that is aligned. I don't think I know. I don't care. I don't care. My point is this. Their domestic affairs, the Houthis or Ansar Allah, and their domestic affairs ultimately are inconsequential when I'm having a conversation about the actions that the entire Yemen population that is now aligned, by the way, regardless of the civil war, regardless of the genocide, regardless of what their prior positions were, when talking about shutting off the Red Sea in an effort to try and defend Palestinian lives and make the Israeli genocidal campaign more costly for them, I am on board with what they are doing. And I am open about that. I'm open about that. If you consider that to be biased, then yeah, that is my bias. My bias is anti-genocide. Okay? What? I was chanting Yemen slogans on protests in front of police. I don't know what the fuck you're saying, dude. My biases are what normal people would consider convictions, okay? Convictions. If you take issue with the way that I conduct myself when I am trying to humanize a teenager from Yemen, okay, that is a survivor of one genocide and actively criticizing another, and you consider that person to be an enemy of the state that needs to be eradicated instantly, and myself included, okay, alongside him, then you're a fucking asshole. I don't care if you leave this community. That's my point. That's the issue. It says more about you that you saw a 19-year-old Yemeni teenager and immediately thought this is a terrorist and he's a bad guy, and not a human being who's 19 years old who for much of his life experienced massive famine directed by our allies in the region, Saudi Arabia and the UAE, with American weapons. Death and destruction is all he knows. In that interview, there were plenty of aspects of that conversation where I tried to navigate in the best possible way without like making it contentious to genuinely parse through his opinions. That is why I asked him the question on whether or not he was shocked to find out that there are many Jewish people that lead the protests against Israel here in the United States of America, knowing full well that plenty of people, especially young teenagers, kids in general in that region, have never even seen a world where Jewish people would dare stand up and protest against Israel. That's why Rafat, the famous scholar that was assassinated by Israel alongside his family, openly admitted that he harbored anti-Semitic sentiments until he came to the United States of America, where he met the first Jewish person, the first Jewish anti-Zionist that he had ever met in his entire life. Because in that side of the world, Zionism is, by Israel's own admission, 1-to-1 equal to Judaism. That is the way that Israel presents itself. That is why we say that this is incredibly damaging for the safety of Jews all around the world. You being open and honest about being a terrorist loving hack dipshit doesn't suddenly make, oh fuck, we missed it. Doesn't suddenly make it okay. You didn't parse through any of his opinions. You were asking him if he liked Western food and anime. You basically ate whipped cream out of his ass for an hour. Yes, brother, I'm telling you what my goal was. And you are thinking that this is an opportunity to literally fucking use my words against me. I'm telling you, my goal was to humanize him. Okay? And obviously, for many of you, that didn't work because you will never see him as a 19-year-old who was victim to a genocide. You will only see him as an enemy combatant because you've made up your mind. He's too brown for you. He poses with guns. He stated that he was not Houthi in that conversation, but that doesn't matter because you personally think that's unacceptable. And yes, you're correct. I treated him with the same respect I treated the 16-year-old Israeli. Despite our disagreements, despite all of the, genocidal things that the 16-year-old Israeli teenager was saying as well. It was not a debate in that situation either. But a lot of one-dimensional racist chatters fail to comprehend this. That interview itself, oh, I got banned, lol. Yeah, then you got unbanned. Suck my dick. Of course you got banned, by the way. This is like not a thing. This is not a valid criticism. What you said was ridiculous. And under normal circumstances, of course you would get banned. You get banned in any community if you said some fucking unhinged shit like this towards the person who's streaming. Like the notion that you should be allowed to say whatever the fuck you want about any streamer at any particular moment and they can't ban you is fucking ridiculous. You're not even trying to mask your resentment with like a little bit of intellectual curiosity. You didn't even fucking hit it with a just curious. Anyway, the irony, of course, is that many journalists reached out after that interview that I conducted with the supposed Houthi terrorist and said that it was phenomenal, Jeremy Scahill being one of them. I thought you wanted us to be honest. I'm being open and honest about my beliefs. Yeah, now you're getting timed out by Fossabach because you're spamming. Yeah, brother, I think you mistake something. Just because someone is open and honest about their beliefs doesn't mean that they're still fucking idiotic beliefs or even harmful. Okay? I'm a terrorist-loving hack dipshit. You didn't parse through any of his opinions. You were asking him if he liked Western food and anime. That part is humanizing the person that you have declared a enemy combatant. There are plenty of people who come in here, by the way, who are open and honest about their Nazi opinions, and we ban them as well. It's so stupid. You're still arguing that a 19-year-old Yemeni teenager is actually the greatest evil terrorist anyone's ever seen, by the way. I'm not a Nazi now, lol. No, that's not what I'm saying, you dumb fuck. No, I said if a Nazi in a oh my God, why are these guys so stupid? Why are Reddit debaters so fucking dumb? I'm saying that if a Nazi came in here and were open and honest about their Nazi sentiment, I would fucking ban them too. Openness and honesty in this circumstance is not like this magical shield that you can use in every single instance. I'm offering you the dignity and trying to give you a fucking response to the many different ridiculous claims that you're making. But we're going to move on. Anyway, let's get back to this fucking idiotic interview.
Rafah is the last stronghold of Hamas terrorist battalions. We'll defeat them. That ends the intense part of the fighting. But once Hamas is defeated, what we have to do is have sustained demilitarization of Gaza. And yes, on this, I think the only force that can prevent the resurgence of terrorism for the foreseeable future is Israel. At the same time, I want a civilian administration that is run by Gazans who are neither Hamas nor committed to our destruction.
You're taking
Guys, he plays chess with pigeons for a living in hopes that the pigeons grow. I mean, I've also repeatedly explained why I do this sort of thing. It's not for that immediate individual. It's more so for others who may also harbor similar resentment that come in here or may be confused by it, that come in here to hear what I have to say. It's never specifically about changing the mind of that individual. Sometimes it does work.
It off the table.
The third thing that we'll need to do is, no, I'm not. I'm putting it on the table. On the contrary. No, that's not true.
I'm saying you're taking off an Israeli occupation of Gaza. You're taking off the table an Israeli occupation.
If you mean resettling Gaza, yeah, it was never in the cards, and I said so openly, and some of my constituents are not happy about it, but that's my position. The third thing that I would do is have a reconstruction of Gaza, if possible, done by the moderate Arab states and the international community. That's demilitarization, civilian administration by local Gazans who are not committed to Israel's destruction, and responsible reconstruction. That, I think, is a realistic plan, and I've said so. Look, if some people are not happy with it, maybe they want to put in the Palestinian Authority that still teaches its children to, seek the destruction of Israel, pays
Can you cover the left-wing parts of the Palestinian resistance? I feel like too many leftists are supporting Hamas out of a campus need to find a group to get behind. It doesn't matter that the DFLP and the PFLP exist, okay? Most of the secular leadership within the Palestinian resistance have been assassinated by Israel throughout the past 75 fucking years. The reason why people defend Palestinian emancipation is on the boundaries of humanity, not because they have to agree or because they have a campus opinion or they are operating on America bad perspectives. I think this is false. Okay? We have personally talked about a lot of the secular parts of the Palestinian resistance, or even the outright Maoist, outright objectively socialist aspects of Palestinian resistance. It doesn't matter, especially when the PFLP and DFLP currently are operating alongside Hamas. They are. Every part of the Palestinian resistance is operating alongside Hamas. Why? Because Israel is currently engaging in an offensive campaign in Gaza. This is precisely the reason why on October 7, while Hamas and other Palestinian resistance groups engaged in offensive operations that I would consider to be atrocious in certain aspects of it, which were still, of course, not justified, but understandable, all things considered, after 75 years of occupation. That's why I say Israel is directly responsible for October 7, because you cannot keep pushing people into a fucking corner and expect them not to lash out. But ultimately, there is no political ideological boundaries in which people are defending Hamas because they're Islamist fundamentalists or something like that, or defending Hamas because they're anti-America across the board. That's why I think those Palestinians would kill you if you're queer in Gaza takes ring hollow. You don't defend people's humanity because they agree with you. When I say Medicare for all, I mean for all. That means Medicare for people who disagree with me, Medicare for people who want to kill me, Medicare for Nazis even. Okay? This is not a conditional allegiance that I have. There's no transactional nature of like offering human rights to all people unconditionally. It just means unconditionally. The goal overall for systems is to make it virtually impossible to have reactionary sentiment, to harbor reactionary sentiment, to become a Nazi.
Terrorists, the more Jews they kill, the more they pay. Supports terrorism. That's not my position. I want a different future for Israelis and Palestinians alike. I think it'll affect the future of peace in the Middle East, too.
Two more questions for you, sir, because I know your time is limited. 3 people familiar with the ceasefire discussions that fell through earlier this month tell our reporter, Alex Marquardt, that Egyptian intelligence quietly changed the terms that Israel had already agreed to in order to get Hamas on board. Does this raise concerns for you about Egypt being involved moving forward?
Look, I think we have a goal, which is not only to defeat Hamas, but also to release the hostages. My government.
Bullshit, bro. You don't even wear the fucking release the hostages pin anymore because you don't give a fuck. The hostage families and friends of the hostages and people that want the hostages released in Israel are his #1 enemies right now. Okay? They are the ones who are literally protesting in the streets every fucking day for the past 8 months at this point. He does not give a fuck about the hostages. The fact that Jake Tapper is like talking about the hostages or letting him talk about the hostages as though he cares as anything but a fucking talking point is so ridiculous. Ridiculous. Oh, he cares about them so much. That's why he's fucking lasering them with American rockets, mind you.
The government has been able to secure the release of 124 hostages so far.
FTP.
And we're committed to get the rest. Hamas, unfortunately, has been hunkering down on a demand that is simple. They say, well, we can release the rest of the hostages, maybe. But in order to do that, you have to get out of Gaza, end the war, and allow us basically to regroup and reconquer Gaza. And they vowed to commit the October 7th massacre, this horror of beheadings and raping of women, beheading women after they rape them, the burning of babies, the slaughter of the innocent, the taking of hostages, we'll do that again and again and again. So that's something I won't agree to. And I hope Egypt understands that we can't agree to something like that. That's not something that we can countenance, and neither can the people of Israel. By the way, the overwhelming majority of Israelis support this policy. And I can tell you that the other day, by the way, yesterday, we had a resolution in the Knesset where 106 out of 120 Knesset members supported a resolution that says you cannot accept the ICC statement. You cannot accept it. We'll reject it. It's a farce, and we have to stand up to it. And I can tell you, I don't remember that Israelis, I don't remember the Knesset agreeing, 106 Knesset members out of 120 agreeing on anything.
But Mr. Prime Minister, you say that the majority of the American people are with you on this plan, but a poll from the Israel Democracy Institute from this month showed a majority of Israelis, 56%, say getting the hostages back home should be a higher priority than military action in Rafah. So don't you just fundamentally disagree with the majority of the Israeli people?
Well, I've seen other numbers, but I take a different thing. I don't say this is more important than that is more important. I say both of them are important. And in fact, the military action that we're taking against Hamas is, in fact, the way to get these hostages, because without military pressure, basically without, squeezing them, Hamas is not going to give up anything. That's the reason they gave up the first half of the hostages, and that's the reason they'll give up the second half. So I see them as complementary and not contradictory goals, and I intend to fulfill both of them.
Before you go, sir, we should note, while we appreciate your talking to us, according to the independent Israeli media monitor, the Seventh Eye, you've done about 24 interviews since October 7th, but all of them in English, and all the outlets outside Israel. I don't want to begrudge that.
It's crazy that this is the most contentious he will be on this entire interview. That's crazy. I wonder why, by the way. I used to be a sub, but after what you said about 10-7, it's clear you never cared about the hostages. Bro, you literally need to stop caring about the top of the hour ad break to this degree. Because if you think that this is a good way to do a fucking debate at the top of the hour, you're wrong, okay? I'm on the fucking ball, baby. And you dropped it. The ball, you dropped it. I have it, okay? Here it is. Weak. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break as that chatter tried to serve and failed to do so. If you no longer want to see those ads, however, if you want those ads to be basically anything but a dream, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free. 2-3 hours ago, we're complaining about Chad doing layup ad breaks. Now you're saying weak? Yeah. Do better. Do better, chat. Oh, I saw this. Wait, what the fuck? Why is this censored? I didn't realize it was like a dress that she wore specifically with the Palestinian colors. That's so funny to fucking censor that shit. Anyway, if you don't want to be censored at the top of the hour, like I said, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free, or get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's a 3-minute ad break now.
appreciate you doing an interview with us, but why are you not speaking with Israeli journalists the way you are with me?
That's the tendentious reporting of a lot of the Israeli media. So I can tell you what they're not telling you is I've done, I don't know if it's 24 or 20 or 15 press conferences with Israeli media. They can ask anything they want, and they do. And I just met Israeli reporters the other day in Rafah. In fact, 3 days.
Bitch, he's right. You didn't do a fucking sit-down Hebrew interview at all. I wonder why.
Days ago, and they asked me all the questions they want. So that's simply not true. I speak to them, and I speak to you, and I welcome the opportunity to tell the truth and dispel the lies in both mediums.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it.
Fuck you, Jake. Oh, I appreciate it. Fuck you. Fuck your appreciation. And fuck Benjamin Netanyahu. Benjamin Netanyahu can suck my dick. Anyway. Yeah. He knows that American media will be infinitely more favorable to him and all the lies he's spewing than Israeli media, especially depending on what type of Israeli media we're talking about. Because for all of its faults and failures, Benjamin Netanyahu is still deeply unpopular in Israel, and the Israeli media, regardless of their Zionism, will absolutely fucking, ask him some very damaging questions, specifically with respect to the Israeli families that are protesting. And grill him a little bit. Oh. Not to be a narc, but you didn't run the ad? No, I did. You just didn't see it. Which is good. Now, let's get back to Biden. Once again, remember, America sleeps when Israel kills as many Palestinian children as it wants to, but America is wide awake when someone says, hey, maybe you shouldn't do that. Whether it be Operation Prosperity Guardian, which was an abject failure, trying to combat the Houthi terror in the Red Sea, or whether it be, they, them, and queer English majors in fucking elite institutions of higher learning all around the country, 3,000 of which that were arrested for the crime of peacefully demonstrating against America's foreign ally and its genocidal ambitions. America has only smoke in one direction, and that is whenever you speak out against Israel, we will do everything in our fucking power to apply pressure. We will use the militant state against you. We will arrest you. We will stop you from exercising your free speech. We will do everything we can if you ever go against our wishes.
President Biden lashing out at the International Criminal Court as it seeks arrest warrants for top Israeli officials, including Prime Minister Netanyahu, for alleged crimes against humanity. Our chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce, has more. Good morning, Mary.
Good morning, Michael. Well, President Biden has made clear he has some reservations about how Israel is handling this war. He wishes Netanyahu would take a more targeted approach. But this morning, President Biden is fiercely defending the prime minister, adamant there is no equivalence between Israel's conduct and that of Hamas, and calling the application for Netanyahu's arrest outrageous. This morning, President Biden rallying to Israel's defense in blunt terms.
What's happening is not genocide. We reject that. We're going to always stand with Israel and the threats against its security.
Biden outraged, denouncing the International Criminal Court as its prosecutor seeks a global arrest warrant for both Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar for war crimes and crimes against humanity.
Whatever these warrants may imply, there is no equivalence between Israel and Hamas.
The court's top prosecutor, Karim Khan, accusing Netanyahu and his defense minister, Yoav Gallant, of deliberately starving Palestinians by choking off aid and deliberately targeting civilians in conflict. The Hamas-run health ministry saying over 35,000 people have been killed.
Unfortunately, these crimes continue to this day. Israel, like all states, has the right to defend its population. Those rights, however, do not absolve Israel of its obligations to comply with international humanitarian law.
The ICC, which investigates and tries individuals accused of the gravest crimes, also charging 3 senior leaders of Hamas for the October 7th attack that killed roughly 1,200 people and launched the war, accusing them of murder, torture, rape, and hostage-taking. Netanyahu calling the charges against him absurd.
What a travesty of justice. What a disgrace.
And blasting the comparison to Hamas.
The ICC has no jurisdiction over Israel, and Mr. Khan's actions will not stop us from waging our just war against Hamas.
Now, 3 judges will decide in the coming weeks whether or not to issue these arrest warrants. And if they do, then Netanyahu could face arrest in any of the nations that are party to the court. Guys, that does not include the U.S., but does include most of Europe.
All right, Mary, thank you so much for that. And George, you're going to be speaking to Prime Minister Netanyahu.
Yeah, he will be live in the 8 o'clock hour.
You're going to have a lot to talk to him about. Okay, George.
Now we have Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in the wake of the top prosecutor for the International Criminal Court seeking an arrest warrant that alleges war crimes in Gaza. I want to bring in the Prime Minister right now. Mr. Prime Minister, thank you very much for joining us this morning. You've been accused of using starvation as a weapon of war. I know you've called that decision by the prosecutors outrageous. The prosecutor responded to that yesterday. I want you to listen to what he had to say.
This is
Israel has every right.
Automatically a better interview than Jake. Like right off the jump. And I don't think it's going to be a good interview overall, but immediately better than Jake Tapper.
Not to give succor to Hamas. That is not contested. Israel has every right and indeed an obligation to get hostages back. But you must do so by complying with the law. The fact that Hamas fighters need water doesn't justify denying water from all the civilian population of Gaza.
Your response?
Well, I think this is absurd. This is beyond outrageous. He said that we deny water. Yeah, and he's making a totally false accusation here and everywhere else. We are supplying now nearly half of the water of Gaza. We supplied only 7% before the war. So this is completely opposite of what he's saying. He's saying that we're starving people. You know, we have supplied 500,000 tons of food and medicine with 20,000 trucks. This guy is out to demonize Israel. He's doing a hit job. He's creating a false symmetry between the democratically elected leaders of Israel and the terrorist chieftains. That's like saying after 9/11, well, I'm issuing arrest warrants for George Bush, but also for bin Laden. Or after in World War II, well, I'm issuing arrest warrants for FDR, but also for Hitler. It's a hit job.
After World War II, when both of the people were dead, it's pretty funny, but I didn't even mention that earlier. But of course, Benjamin Netanyahu loves talking about World War II only to defend Israel's like genocidal actions, but also routinely minimizes the Holocaust, bastardizes its memory, and loves doing Holocaust revisionism. If you guys recall, famously, he was broadly criticized for doing Holocaust revisionism, attributing Hitler's anti-Semitism to his meeting with the Mufti.
It's not serious. He's out to defame Israel, and he's also pouring gasoline on the fires of anti-Semitism that are spreading around the world, because he is attacking the one and only Jewish state and trying to handcuff us, preventing us from exercising responsibly through the laws of war as we obey them and we are subordinate to them. He's saying we're not. He's creating false symmetry, false facts, and he's doing a grave injustice to the international court.
As you know, there is a serious food crisis in Gaza right now. Cindy McCain, head of the UN World Food Program, said parts of Gaza are undergoing full-blown famine. Do you acknowledge that under international law, Israel has a legal obligation to prevent people in Gaza from starving?
Well, we certainly have an obligation to enable trucks to go in, and as I said, we've enabled 20,000 trucks to go in. We just fixed the roadbeds to enable those trucks to go in, and 500,000 tons of food and drugs. So who's stopping this? In fact, Hamas is the one that is looting these trucks while we're enabling them to go in. We don't have a deliberate starvation diet. We don't policy. In fact, we have the opposite policy to allow.
Wait, why did he say diet? Oops. They do have that policy, by the way. they do cynically in a monstrous piece of shit way call it putting the Palestinians on a diet. Oopsie.
Maximum humanitarian aid to get people out of harm's way while Hamas is doing everything to keep them in harm's way at gunpoint. And in fact, we've sent millions of text messages, phone calls, leaflets to people, doing something that no army and no government has done in modern urban warfare. Giving up the element of surprise, telling people get out of harm's way and let us finish the war against the terrorists. We're not targeting the population, we're targeting the terrorists. These are fallacious charges. I think that they cast a terrible stain on the ICC, but I think serious countries are not taking...
It's a terrible stain on the ICC, which we're not a part of. And they have no jurisdiction. But also, we really deeply care about the ICC, which we're not a part of. And how dare they?
Taking them seriously. And I was very glad to see that President Biden called them outrageous, as did many leaders, bipartisan support across the United States. And people are now putting a bill in Congress, a bipartisan bill, to put sanctions on the ICC prosecutor for doing such a terrible singling out of Israel. Really, really a distortion and a travesty of justice.
Are you concerned about traveling in the wake of this arrest warrant?
No, I'm not concerned about traveling. I'm not concerned at all about our status. I think that the prosecutor should be concerned about his status because he's really turning the ICC into a pariah institution. People are just not going to take it seriously.
I think that people would never take the ICC seriously if they didn't prosecute Israel. And I like that he's threatening the fucking dude. That's awesome. He's literally like, he should be the one worried about his status. It's like,
they see it as a politicized thing. I hope that the judges don't confirm what he says, because that will make them into a kangaroo court. Israel is fighting a just war, not only ours, not only our war. We're fighting the war of all democracies, because if democracies are now faced with a situation that, after taking incredible efforts to get peoples out of harm's way, to supply humanitarian aid on a vast scale, if they're told then they're hauled into the dock because the terrorists who are fighting them are using civilians as human shields, then others will do it again. Every democracy will be pulled into the dock. We're first, you're next. The big question, and many people understand that. So that has to be stopped, and that has to be resisted, and I can assure you the vast majority of Israelis and all responsible leaders in the world understand that this should be resisted.
The big question is what happens the day after the fighting stops. Do you have a plan for the day after the war?
Absolutely. I think the day after the war is, first of all, the day after Hamas. You have to destroy Hamas. Otherwise, Gazans don't have a future. Peace doesn't have a future. The expansion of peace doesn't have a future. So get rid of Hamas. That's our goal, number one. Number two, demilitarize Gaza. And the one sustained demilitarization, I think, requires that Israel have the overall responsibility to fight resurgent terrorists. Three, ensure that Gaza, or seek a civilian administration by Gazans who are not affiliated with...
Yes, chat. You might have noticed that the questions are the same and the answers are the same. Your eyes are not deceiving you. This is the job of mainstream media. It's not to be contentious. It's to do the exact opposite.
With Hamas, and also don't seek the destruction of Israel. And the last thing is rebuild Gaza in a peaceful way using the support of moderate Arab states and the international community. That's a realistic plan. That's the one I have. But it goes through victory. There is peace and stability and prosperity only through victory. The road to peace goes through victory over Hamas.
Mr. Prime Minister, thanks for your time.
Mr. and Mrs. Clooney. Amal Clooney in the spotlight again, not for her marriage to George Clooney or her glamorous red carpet style.
Yeah, where the fuck has she been this whole time, by the way? Anyway, whatever. Let's can't stress enough that Israelis genuinely believe Europe and America are next for Hamas. They think Hamas wants to establish a global caliphate and that migrant jihadist groups in Europe are only a step away from taking over. I'm not kidding. Yeah, they're fucking insane. It's just like hyperventilating racism. Oh, here is Blinken warning Arab American leaders.
And so when the topic of statehood got brought up, we had asked for both a free and independent Palestine, a statehood, and a seat at the UN Security Council table. And the response was disappointing because it made the comparison to, well, first and foremost, that a vote for a Palestinian statehood from the US would lead to the defunding of the UN from the US being its primary funder. But then the example brought up was that it would be within the right of the UN to then cut programs like the World Food Program. And so the fact that the comparison was made that the world would have to go hungry just like the Gazans are, and the fact that it's US policy to starve the world if Palestinians have a free state, regardless of if that's the law or not, is indicative of something severely wrong.
Yeah, Bill, oh, go ahead.
Yeah, so Antony Blinken said, we have to oppose Palestinian statehood or else the World Food Program budget will be cut and people will starve around the world. Like, that's the Secretary of State's assessment that he's making to you guys in this meeting?
The example was given that if the UN had to cut its funding, it would have to cut programs like the World Food Program. And that was the example shared, followed.
Dude, I don't understand. That's just like good guy stuff. Like that's good guy behavior. That's textbook good guy stuff, dude. Saying you're going to starve the world. America is evil maxing.
By the explanation that then the world would have to starve as the Gazans are. And so that is not the comparison you make to make an argument for why Palestinians should not have a free state.
That's the executive director of the American Arab Chamber
so
of
the
Commerce,
topic of
Bilal Hamoud, being interviewed by Ryan Grimman, Sagar. I know Amal Clooney is involved in the ICC prosecutions. This video will show you exactly how she is. Okay. Oh. In a question on democracy, Senator Cory Booker quips about countries like China and Russia that do not share the world order's rules clearly. Minutes later, Booker joined others in applauding Antony Blinken for calling the ICC actions wrong-headed.
Will help to deal with a lot of the challenges when it comes to democracy and, unfortunately, the global competition with countries like China and Russia that do not share the world order's rules clearly. And I was.
It's just us, dude. It's us. It's the world order's rules is just us. Whatever we say goes.
But for her role as a legal advisor to the International Criminal Court in the Netherlands, the ICC's chief prosecutor requesting arrest warrants for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, Israel's defense minister, and 3 senior Hamas leaders for alleged war crimes. Amal Clooney writing, the law that protects civilians in war was developed more than 100 years ago, and it applies.
I'm not American. Isn't this guy supposed to be a lefty, my friend? This is why I sympathize with anti-Zionist Jews in Israel so much. Okay? Because just like your version of liberal Zionists who are like, oh, I hate Benjamin Netanyahu. We have our own version of that. You know how we talk about, like, in Israel, there's political discourse as long as it's within the confines of Zionism. You can go as far right as you want, but you can't go beyond Zionism to anti-Zionism. In America, instead of Zionism, just think American foreign policy. As long as you are not against American foreign policy of endless conquest and bloodshed, you can have minor disagreements. Cory Booker himself is supposed to be a woke guy. I mean, he ran for president. Ironic, because American foreign policy also is Zionist, so Zionism in that same exact vein also exists here as well, within the neat little confines of political discourse that is permissible and allowed. As long as you don't say anything bad about Israel, you can be a part of the conversation.
Applies in every country in the world, regardless of the reason for a conflict, adding, I will never accept that one child's life has less value than another's. This is just the latest high-profile legal case for Clooney, who is a barrister and member of a well-respected British law firm. She once represented WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange in his fight to avoid extradition to Sweden on sex crime charges. More recently, she called on the UN and US to do more to stop reported war crimes in Ukraine.
Ukraine is today a slaughterhouse, right in the heart of Europe.
She has also investigated atrocities in Syria, Darfur, and Iraq, sitting down with NBC in 2016 to explain what drives her.
I believe in international justice. I believe it's important that you don't just turn the page without people being held to account.
The gravity of her day job in...
Amal Clooney is such a stud. Amal equals Amalek? Yeah. Do I even need to try here? Her name is Amalek, and we will treat her like the Hamas lover terrorist that she is. Amalek.
Contrast to her leading man husband, prompting a memorable moment at the 2015 Golden Globes.
Amal is a human rights lawyer who worked on the Enron case, was an advisor to Kofi Annan regarding Syria, and was selected for a 3-person UN commission investigating rules of war violations in the Gaza Strip. So tonight, her husband is getting a Lifetime Achievement Award.
The 46-year-old mother of 6-year-old twins rarely gives interviews, preferring to focus on her work and her young children. She made an exception in 2018 when George was honored by the American Film Institute.
What I have found with you is the great love that I always hoped existed.
One of the world's most glamorous women, now taking a strong stance on the conflict in the Middle East.
So as this goes forward, Kelly, what role might Amal play?
Well, she said in her statement that she wasn't going to give a running commentary on her work. The U.S. and Israel, neither of them recognize the jurisdiction of the ICC. So in some ways, this is a symbolic move to a point. But look, Amal Clooney has been under incredible pressure, online anyway, to take a stand in this conflict, given her background, her Middle Eastern background. Lots of folks on the pro-Palestinian side urging her to take sides. This gives her a chance to speak publicly about the conflict without necessarily taking sides, letting her work do the talking for her. She said in that statement, I do not accept that any...
That's so funny. It's like, I love that, like, we have to cover this, even though she's literally a fucking, like, human rights barrister or whatever. Like, we are covering the conflict from the perspective of, like, Hollywood celebrity. Bro, this is her job. Like, this is literally her fucking job, man. Why are we talking about it like she's George Clooney's wife? What the fuck? Am I crazy? Am I going crazy for this? Like, Wow, what does George Clooney's wife have to say about this? Until you find out what her job is. And her job quite literally is to have a statement about this. Like, this is her job. Her job is to provide legal assessments. They're talking about it like it's Britney Spears who's been real quiet on the affairs of Israel in Gaza. You know what I mean? This was her in April, so I was surprised. After 6 months of genocide, neither Ahmad Clooney nor the Clooney Foundation for Justice mentioned Gaza, Israel, or Palestine once. This is despite Clooney being Palestinian Lebanese. Read my report on her silence here. Yeah.
Conflict should be beyond the reach of
her
the
silence
law.
was weird, by the way, for the record.
In London for us. Thank you.
Hey, thanks for watching. Don't miss the Today Show every weekday at 11 a.m. Eastern, 8 Pacific on our streaming channel, Today All Day. To watch, head to today.com/allday or click the link right here.
Pursuing
Russia was 6 years old when Israelis killed her. Russia was 6 years old. Lincoln, you will be remembered as the butcher of Gaza. You will be remembered for murdering innocent Palestinians.
The person, will the officer please remove the person who's making these comments? If anyone who's speaking, will please be removed. Mr. Secretary, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I was saying, the People's Republic of China.
He is a war criminal. The blood of 40,000 people is on his hands.
Yeah.
The blood of 40,000 Palestinians is on his hands. He is a war criminal. He is a war criminal. Lincoln is a war criminal. The blood of 40,000 people is on his hands.
Mr. Secretary, you may continue.
The President's FY25 budget.
Funding a genocide in Gaza. There have been 7 mass graves outside of hospitals. This is sick. This is deranged. You are a war criminal. Shame on you.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, I believe
that was fucking awesome.
The money in this account is about 1% of all federal spending. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And out of that pot of money, we provide security for personnel, State Department officials all over the world, right?
That's right.
Have you ever seen more threats to us than you do today?
Senator, we're operating in an incredibly dangerous world.
So,
we want to be out there.
Right. So it's hard to get out there if you can't get off the compound.
That's correct.
So this is 1% of the federal budget. If you eliminated the entire account, you're not doing anything to balance the budget. We need OCO, in my view, for the Navy, and we need OCO for this account to deal with the threats we face, because the top line numbers, hats off to Senator Murray and Collins, is just insufficient to the threats we face. Do you generally agree with that the amount of money we're dealing with is insufficient to the threats we face?
Yes, I do.
Let's talk about money. In the supplemental, which I supported, there was a provision that allowed, it's called repo, allowing us to go after Russian sovereign wealth funds. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you having good luck in doing that?
We're starting to, and first of all, I want to thank you for that. I think that was a very important initiative. Just today, the European Union came to an agreement to use the interest from these sovereign assets and to be just be able to use it for Ukraine.
What about the principle?
So the principle is the next challenge, and we're working hard on that. I think here's where we are. My hope is that we can come to agreement at the very least on an arrangement by which the principal would in effect serve as collateral against a significant loan or bond that would free up a lot of money for the Ukrainians.
Count me in, and I think all of us pushing our European allies to go after Russian assets, to open up another front, to hit Putin and his cronies in the pocketbook. So I want to help you there. Do you support Russia being designated as state sponsor of terror?
So this is, I know, an ongoing conversation we've had, and
Just in my fantasy, I close my eyes and imagine they're talking about Israel instead of Russia. Which isn't to say that, like, it's not valid for Russia. It is. It's just that I want to imagine a world in which, like, we have this level of, we have these kinds of high-level conversations on Israel and even ourselves. Yeah, I see the hands, the bloody hands. It's awesome.
one that.
Well, I just got a few minutes, so.
Yeah. So very quickly, look, I think my perspective is this: we have and we're using many other authorities that I think are more clearly applicable.
We'll talk offline. I would urge you to do this.
How is it valid for Russia? I don't know. Have you been paying attention to the news for the past couple of years now? Russia invaded a sovereign nation. That was pretty fucked up. Obviously, America is the last country to be criticizing others for doing such things, but oh, I wasn't talking about stealing Russian people's money or whatever. I was talking about a designation for a state sponsor of terror, or talking about launching criticisms and putting international support or international pressure upon Russia.
We need to send a signal to Russia. We're serious at every level, and they deserve to be a state sponsor of terrorism. I got a list of people that died that's too long for me to run off, and I can't say half their names, so it's time for Putin to be labeled a state sponsor of terrorism. They've just wreaked havoc. Now let's get to the ICC. Did you reach out to the prosecutor?
Tom, why'd you delete your Snapchat? I don't think I've used my Snapchat for like 8 years, I would say. Who the fuck uses Snap? I mean, I'm sure people still use Snapchat actually, but I'm 32 years old. I can't be on every goddamn social media profile. I used to have the logo because I thought I would, I thought it's not bad to have like followers on every social media platform, but I haven't used it for years. Influencers do get paid heaps to post. Yeah. Use it at shit camp in 2021 according to Miz? No. No, I think it's probably Raya. Then you're mistaking it for Snapchat.
Prosecutor's office about your concerns of bringing a case against Israel?
Yes.
Did you talk about the concept of complementarity?
That's exactly what I talked about, because it's exactly as you said. My understanding of the court's intent.
So I want to, we have a lot of different. I want to thank you. I want to thank President Biden for issuing a strong statement. Your statement was terrific, Ms. Secretary. Senator Schumer was very, very good. I, along with many others, engaged the ICC to engage Israel before you made a final decision. At least listen to them and see if you could find common ground. Again, I want to repeat, they were supposed to be on the ground yesterday. Is that correct? The ICC?
That's my understanding, yes.
And they informed the Israelis basically after the flight left, they were not coming.
I can't believe they lied.
Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
What is the ICC response to the complementarity argument? It's a ridiculous argument. They conducted an investigation and found sufficient evidence to be able to fucking launch this application. I find it really ridiculous to be like, oh yeah, no, we have to wait for Israel to decide personally whether or not they're doing war crimes to open a fucking war crime investigation. That's not how this works. I find it really ridiculous that they're fucking pushing this. Israel can make a case for complementarity still, by the way. Yeah, that would require them to also participate in the process, though, which I assume they will try to block. But I don't know. Maybe they will. Can you or anyone else unpause the invite to the server? I was kicked for being called IOF. No, I don't care. I don't care that you want to get back into the Discord server. You've been spamming this over and over again in here. You are now officially banned from the chat as well. Shut the fuck up. Who gives a fuck that you were kicked out of the goddamn Discord server? Why do you think you need to bring it up to me when I'm in the middle of this fucking conversation? Jesus Christ. Now I understand why they fucking nuked you from the Hoscord. That's too harsh. I mean, Jesus Christ, dude. Invites are paused because people are fucking raiding nonstop. Invites were paused, rather. You responded, so it worked. No, I responded in a way that he doesn't want me to respond, though, by fucking further banning him here as well, because he's obviously not able to conduct himself in a normal way. He kept highlighting it and spamming it over and over again in the chat until I paid attention enough that I fucking, banned him.
And there was a CNN interview with a prosecutor general announcing the arrest warrant. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, too.
Which was filmed before the flight was due to leave.
I believe that's...
I think that's bad faith, folks. So I want to take actions, not just words. Will you support bipartisan effort to sanction the ICC, not only for the outrage against Israel, but to protect in the future our own interest?
I welcome working with you on that.
Okay. Let it be said that we're going to work together to send a signal to the ICC. What you did was not only outrageous.
On the most recent Fiora episode, you made a joke about Cutie. Cutie about her dead mother. Why did you do that? What is going on right now? I'm going to stop reading people in the chat. Hello, chatters who are watching. You do not know the content creators better than the content creators know one another. You are not friends with these content creators. I am not only friends, but also a co-host to Cutie Cinderella. If you think that you can be parasocial from the other side of the internet, you are wrong. I hope you understand that this is freakish behavior. Do not let your freak flag fly.
You destroyed the rule of law as we know it, and you've given, like, Venezuela 9 months. And I've never been more disappointed. We work together to help the ICC against Russia. Ungoverned spaces and rogue nations are the point of ICC, not Israel. So let's talk about the deal. Are you optimistic that the normalization between Saudi Arabia and Israel is still possible?
I am, and I have to first of all applaud the work that you've done on this over many, many months in helping carry this forward. And I think we're at a point where the necessary agreements between the United States and Saudi Arabia are very well within reach. And of course, we would bring all of this before Congress. But then the question will be, if those agreements are able to be concluded, it still requires Israel to do certain things in order to proceed with normalization.
I've heard the statement, the ball is about to be in Israel's court. Is that fair to say?
That's my assessment, yes.
Okay, so as I understand it, here's what's non-negotiable. Nobody expects Hamas to be standing militarily when this war is over, right? We
That's-
share Israel's view. They must go
We
military.
share Israel's view that Hamas cannot be governing Gaza.
Right, and they cannot be a military threat to Israel. We all agree with that. Okay, now, as to the Palestinian future, we were on television last week, and I thought you laid out a pretty eloquent, what's going to happen once the battalions are destroyed? What does the day after look like? Do you believe a military occupation of Gaza by Israel is sustainable?
No.
You know, I have real doubts about that myself. Do you believe that Saudi Arabia and the UAE have the capability, if they have the will, to turn Gaza and West Bank around?
I believe a number of countries could play an instrumental role in, at least on an interim basis if necessary, helping to provide security, helping to provide...
Bro. What are we talking about? Like, we just don't ever acknowledge. This is, we don't ever acknowledge Palestinians as human beings worthy of dignity or sovereignty. Like, we're just like, who else is going to take care of them? This has to be, I assume, this is like being able to get in a time machine and go back in time and listen to the framers, like the founding fathers having this robust debate about the ethics of slavery. Because it's just like, it's not even a thing. Like, we're not even considering the African men and women as human beings. We're just simply looking at them as like property. And we're just having like a conversation about the 3/5 compromise. Like, yeah, who will be the prison guards for the Palestinian population once Israel is done destroying their lives? It's like, I don't know. Let's ask the Palestinians. Nope, that would be unimaginable. Hamas. They're a Hamas.
governance or governance
It
oversight.
could be a coalition of people. Do you believe MBS is sincere in wanting to normalize with Israel?
Yes.
Do you believe that the Palestinian component is not the establishment of a Palestinian state on day one, but a process that may get to there?
There has to be a clear, credible pathway to a state.
But not the establishment of state on day one.
Well, day one is virtually impossible, but getting to a state in a
That's one of the
time-bound
things
way
he
with
wants. That's one of the things he wants to recognize
It has to be credible, it has to be clear. In my judgment, we need to have something that's time-bound, and of course, it has to have the necessary security guarantees for Israel.
So you're not advocating any agreement between normalization that would compromise Israel's security regarding the Palestinian file?
No, the whole point of normalization, but also the whole point of the establishment of a Palestinian state is to make sure that Israel's security is better ensured.
I've been over there several times. Senator Collins went. A lot of people here went. I know my time's up. I cannot see a better time than now. The need to come up with a plan for Gaza and the West Bank after Hamas falls, and it will, is real.
It's just delusional. The PA won't and can't have civil control. Multiple Arab states have already laughed at the idea. Don't get me started on Bibi's idea for local muhtars and clans. What the fuck kind of pipe dream hallucination is this? It doesn't matter, because these are colonial subjects that we are speaking of. In many respects, this is no different than literally a British monarch court proceeding talking about what to do with the fucking Caribbean or whatever, parsing through other people's lands and their natural resources to exploit. It is no different in the energy. It's just the terminology that we're using and the outfits that we're wearing are different, but the attitude is still the same. Obviously, if you pay close attention to what the Palestinian people are saying, you would understand that, like, even a Palestinian authority, the consideration for the PA to take over Gaza is just out of the question. That will never happen. Palestinians do not want that to happen. Fucking West Bank Palestinians don't even want the Palestinian Authority in control of the West Bank. The idea that, like, Americans thousands of miles away are sitting around in the room being like, yep, here's how we're going to continue maintaining the servile nature of the Palestinians is fucking ridiculous. And it's additionally ridiculous that the media does not turn around and go, hold on, well, here are many different polls throughout history that openly state that the Palestinians basically despise Israel for understandable and good reason, okay? And then the second least popular entity in the region for the Palestinians is the Palestinian Authority, which the Palestinian people see as a part of the Israeli security apparatus, also for understandable reason, because that is what it is. Why the fuck would any Palestinian look at that and go, no, this is great, thank you so much, sir? The reason why the American government never has to consider it is because the American media never brings this up. Aldani Markey says the British maintained control of South Yemen by bribing and bankrolling local clans as sultans, and we all know how well that ended for them in 1967 law. To replicate that with respect to Palestine and Gaza is lunacy, but I wouldn't expect much different from Netanyahu. This is one of the most annoying aspects of my coverage on this issue is that, like, people are so intellectually uncurious about it. There's this veneer of elitism that you see from Westerners who speak on these matters, where it's like, I know better than you. And in so many of these instances, like, they just don't. It is Western chauvinism purely. It's just like, you don't know anything. You haven't even started the conversation. Because the starting point of this conversation is to come to the recognition that Palestinians are human beings. You're not even there yet. So, of course, I don't fault you for not investigating this further, not being like, oh, I wonder what the Palestinians think about this sort of thing. When ironically, October 7 is a direct consequence of writing out the Palestinians from the Palestinian conversation. That is precisely why October 7 happened. And it's crazy that we just keep repeating this over and over again and demonstrating that exact same arrogance that Israel has demonstrated time and time again, which ironically is the reason why October 7 happened once again. I don't even think people have had a Palestinian articulate any of this. Yeah. Like, even Abu Mazen said in November that they'd only do it if and only if it'll be a part of a deal for a Palestinian state on 67 borders, which Israel never agreed to. Yeah. It is crazy, but I do ultimately think that it stems from might is right politics. Like, Americans are just like operating under the boundaries of, the fuck are they going to do? Fight back? Well, sometimes they do fight back. And when they do fight back, sometimes October 7 happens when they do fight back. So if you don't want that to happen, if you want like permanent security, fuck you mods. No wonder y'all aren't smart. Bro, you got timed out only to come back and complain about the mods again. Why are you guys banning him? Here, unban him. Like, you get fucking timed out, and then you just like go on a conquest against mods. Of course they're gonna ban you. Oh my god. Yeah, thin green line, baby. But it doesn't excuse the fact that October 7 happened and therefore proof that Palestinians in part can't self-govern. No. What the fuck? Dude, October 7 happened because Palestinians have never been able to self-govern. That's the point. Palestinians would never do October 7, or the resistance groups would never do October 7 if they had statehood. Like, if they actually had independence, sovereignty, statehood. What the fuck kind of take is this? Other than just pure hatred, pure Islamophobia, pure anti-Arab sentiment. The only difference is, unfortunately, it is totally seen as permissible to say stuff like this in the Western world. Any other group, if you said that about black people, immediately we ban you. You say that about Jewish people, what is this, 1934? What the fuck's going on? We ban you. You say that about anyone and you get banned, except for Arabs, except for Islam, except for those who are believers, those who are Muslim, except for Palestinians. It's crazy. But it doesn't excuse the fact that the Nat Turner Rebellion happened and therefore proof that black slaves can't self-govern. No. But it doesn't excuse the fact that the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising happened and therefore proof that the Jews, in part, can't self-govern. No. But it doesn't excuse the fact that, I don't know, fucking bombing campaigns occurred in Algeria against the French colonialists and civilians alike, and therefore the Algerians can't self-govern. No. It doesn't excuse the fact that it doesn't excuse the fact that the Haitian Revolution happened and many white people were killed as a consequence of that. So it means that black people can't self-govern. No. You can say that about every single instance of anti-colonial resistance, any kind of violent action taken against colonial occupation will always be seen as proof that these people are worthy, deserving subjects of said colonial occupation, including the Irish. Yeah, this is what a free West Bank looks like, who aren't ruled by Hamas, by the way. Why ignore 10-7 still? I don't ignore it, and you can't ignore that at the top of the hour, you need to do better baits. Okay? You cannot come in here and assume that I'm going to ignore that you're trying to do a fucking really weak bait. There you go. Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. You need to get better. You need to get better baits. Okay? You didn't even try that hard. The 2-parter baits suck today. Now, of course, if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do, if you want to ignore those ads as though they do not exist, then all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime, baby. That's right. For $5 a month or for free with a Twitch Prime or by getting gifted a sub. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. It's just criminal that the media isn't constantly hammering these basic questions every time they get an American or Israeli official on. If you have no political vision for the war, you shouldn't have a war. All of these ideas can obviously be discredited in a half sentence, but we just let them go ahead with it as if they have an actual plan beyond making Gaza unlivable. They don't. And we don't either. Can you talk about brain rot, ML's dig writing for Reezy? No. I don't care. I don't care about marginal voices. Okay? And what you're talking about is literally, I believe, Jackson Hinkledink or whatever. People who have no idea, no clue who Reezy was until he fucking died in the helicopter crash, and now have, because they are exactly in the way that like my haters portray me as, unironic campus and not MLs at all. It's mostly just people that go, oh, this person resists against American imperialism. I like this guy. That's it. He's not a Marxist-Leninist by any means. I know. I know.
Opportunity is historic. Do not let this moment pass. To my friends in Israel, I will never abandon your security.
Let's look at an illegal checkpoint. Slowing flow of aid into Gaza. Or you shall see the inbred Hicks, the Klansmen of Israel, doing Klan shit.
So what they're trying to do is block trucks like this, you can see this kid running, and demand the ID of the drivers. That's how they know whether they're delivering aid or not. But obviously that's not at all illegal. The police are just down the hill.
I wonder how many times he got spit on as a Christian. Watch out! I will spit on you. You are Christian after all. I will spit.
They're blocking us from shooting. Saying a minute. So basically one of the ways that they get intelligence is by asking soldiers like the one in the car behind us to give them information. And so that's how they know where the convoys are going, when they're going, whether they'll be at junctions like this one.
This is the fucking dork I screamed at while he made propaganda. USC interviewed an iOS soldier when Palestinians countered his genocidal rhetoric. He cut the camera and walked off. Yeah, he's a giant piece of shit. And I do hope he gets spit on. He is sexy, though. He's a sexy little giant piece of shit.
Oh! Easy. What's with... Well, you did not take a picture of you. You're coming in with a masked face. That's very scary. No, I did not see you. But you came and you... No hands. No face. No face. No face. What is this? This is the camera.
No, he's asking literally. He has no idea. He's like, what is this? I do not know. It's very scary. Is this gun? It's just he doesn't know. He's too stupid. You don't understand. He's mentally stunted. He's never seen a camera before. What is this? No, actually. Is that magic? Is this Christian magic? What is this? This reporter guy is bad. Dude, come on. Every fucking foreign policy reporter is basically the CIA, okay? And he is no different. Even if they every now and then do decent coverage.
Right down here, they just put that boulder, right in front of the wheels to block it. Do you have a right to ask them for documents?
We just ask him from where you go, and then give.
Okay. How many trucks have you stopped today?
Today, because the police will stop 01.
So what you're seeing here is that these youth, mostly teenagers, have basically established an extrajudicial checkpoint. They're blocking these trucks, demanding IDs of the drivers to know whether they are Jews or Palestinians.
Oh my God. Look at this fucking hog, bro. Yo. Okay, cop phrenology. Literally, it's so valid. It's so valid. It is my most valid take. As you guys know, we don't do scientific racism here at the Hasanabi broadcast. We don't believe in phrenology, the skull science that is outdated and, of course, racist as fuck, except for cop phrenology. It is global. It is universal. This is just how it is, okay? That man is ACAB, assigned cop at birth. That's it. He is ACAB. He's assigned cop at birth. He can't overcome his destiny, bro. He is meant to be this man. Look at him.
And if they're Palestinians, they stop the truckers. They think they might be.
By the way, the only reason why they're doing this right now is because there's cameras, okay? Otherwise, as the Guardian reporting showed, they're literally communicating with the settlers on where the trucks will pass from.
Carrying aid to Gaza.
אני מתריע בפניכם שבמידה ולא תפזרו את המחאה פה, המחאה פה היא לא חוקית ואנחנו רשאים להשתמש גם בכוח בשביל לפזר אתכם.
Hello.
Wow, that's great, man. Nice little 2-minute coverage on that. Yeah, no, we just watched a Hitler Youth.
I'm Sarah Campbell. We start with a special report from Israel, where medical workers have told the BBC that Palestinian detainees from Gaza.
Yeah, the settler at the beginning of the interview admitted that said they know what trucks to stop because of IDF and police. What is this? Speaking of Hitler Youth? What is this? What is this? I don't know what this is. Buddy, that is the painter. No, I get that that's Hitler in the middle. I just don't understand what the fuck is happening in this trend. Are people just like outing their grandparents as Nazis? Is that what it is? The trend in general is pics with celebs. Oh. Here's another one of the trend. What the fuck? Bro met the New York financier. Bro is rocking with Jeffrey Epstein. Did you make the team? Wow, Anthony Bourdain. Bro's a survivor. Bro got drafted. My grandfather was a military police in World War II and guarded Japanese soldiers. He was stabbed and earned a Purple Heart. He was so ashamed of his involvement in the war that he never told us about this. We learned after he died. That's crazy. TikTok comments are so funny. Bro was trying to recruit you. And it looks like you're on an island. Bro, on the island. Fire. Bro didn't meet him. He felt him. Can we bring back the weird flex but okay thing everyone used to say? Oh my God, Zoomers. Weird flex but okay is a thing in the past now. Okay. This is the last thing we're going to do. Let's do Bizon. And then afterwards, we're going to get to Donald Trump's campaign ad that literally featured the creation of a unified Reich in a mock newspaper ad.
Have you ever seen destruction like this, even in the end of the world movies? No, we have never seen anything like this. And I mean, who's gonna repair this? Who's gonna rebuild this, huh?
Israeli army dropped leaflets since the 2nd of May until now to the people living in Rafah, telling people that Khan Yunis is a safe area.
People are returning and building tents, as you see here, and they're returning after the withdrawal of the Israeli forces. But
my pops is a Navy vet boomer, and I turned him on to you, and he's turning the blog on what he thought was right the whole time, thanks to you. Jesus Christ, hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I thought that like parents usually just hear me cursing one time and immediately go, oh, fuck this guy. I don't want to hear what he has to say, because they're not used to someone just like saying curses while also doing serious news coverage. Most of your parents have probably said this. If you've ever been like, hey, you want to check out this guy that I listen to every day? I suspect your parents have all said this. Ultra PG, my dad thinks you're brainwashing me. It's true.
it's not safe. Look there. Do you see these women carrying bags with their children? People are trying to find anything from their homes. Look there. Reading the paper.
Don't you love seeing American tax dollars in action, folks? You know, all of those bombs we could be using to build our roads, build our infrastructure, build houses so that there's no more homelessness. But of course, this is why you don't have health care. This is why you don't have free college. This is why you're saddled with college debt. So that other countries can do this with our weapons. Isn't that great?
So people returned to their homes to clean, removing the rubble. And cleaning some rooms so they have somewhere to sleep in. They're grateful that they have ceilings, but look at that. It is destroyed. The home is without colors. I mean, look, this is the kitchen. I did not realize that this is the kitchen. This is the living room, and it's now opened to the whole city. But سلامات. شو اسمك انت؟ حمدان. تعالي حمدان. ورجيني ايديك. رجليك. اوعيك. ليش هيك مبهدل؟
بنشتغل.
تشتغلوا بتنظفوا؟
بننظف عشان نقعد فيه.
شو رايك في الدار؟ شو صاير فيه؟
السقف عشان نشوف الأوف السمك.
فاتحين لكم في السقف فتحة؟
هي أم كفر استشهد
واستشهد؟
استشهد معاه 16 نفر استشهد في الصيف.
I'm going with Ismail and Hamdan to the roof of their home, and they're going to show me a lot of things as they said. يلا
يلا على البحر.
Before the genocide, they were not able to see the sea. Now everything is destroyed so they can see it.
هاي خرطت تعالى فيها قرص نفرح. هاي القناص كان قاعد.
ايش صار؟
القناص قاعد طلعي.
القناص كان قاعد هان؟
كان بطق الناس.
ايش لاقى القناص؟ ايش لقيت وراه؟
هاي رصاص. هاي شوف.
That was a bank there. These all were shops. All of these places were shops. That was the market. Look at this. Look what is written here. U.S.
Huh, DOD. What is that?
Hey, USA. These are the American weapons behind me that are used to destroy the buildings around me. People here are collecting wood for the fire because they don't have gas to cook. These are our people now. Can you see the destruction? Oh my God. Oh my God. This destruction, cannot be real. This is not real. It's the first time to be shocked like that and questioning if this is real or it's only in my head. What? This cannot be real.
What is the DOD? Department of Defense, you know, showing you what kind of defense America is engaging in. This is the defense. Defending super hard. Yeah, DOD might as well be Department of Death.
And I think that I must wake up. I'm so shocked. I cannot imagine that this can be real. And look around me. I'm in Nasser Medical Complex after 3 months in Rafah, and exactly at this point I used to sit and to sleep for 70 days. Here was my tent. You need to know that this was a very crowded, active place. This is an ambulance vehicle also destroyed. Look at that.
Hamas.
That area was full of tents. We're going down to the mass graves behind that building.
This is why it's fucking crazy. This is why it's crazy when Israelis try to say Pallywood. Like, so much death and destruction. Multiple nukes worth at this point. Metric tons of munitions dropped on top of a densely packed urban area filled to the brim with civilians, women, children. And then Israel turns around and goes, Pallywood. These are telegenically dead children. Do they still try to say that? Sometimes.
But this is the ambulance station. And here more ambulance cars were destroyed. Look at this. And there.
To be completely honest, I have chosen to remain blissfully ignorant to the situation. This is the biggest slap in the face, but in a good way. Thank you for showing this and using your platform to speak out about this. Otherwise, I wouldn't be aware of the unimaginable destruction that has occurred. Well, I'm glad you're here now, chatter. There are plenty who refuse, even to this day, to see it. Uh-oh, Kai trouble? Yeah, she got up. It's fine. She ran around a lot this morning. Normally she doesn't sleep until like 4 p.m. on the bed.
And another one there.
Remember, those are like blown up ambulances and shit next to a major hospital where people were sheltering, right? Now remember, months ago, people being like, oh, Hassan, I can't believe you would say that Israel bombed the Al Ahli hospital. There are still people who fucking run with that. They're much more quieter now. You don't really hear the JDAM narratives as much. But think about that, dude. Think about the fact that so many people were so grossly wrong, and they just moved on because they never gave a shit about it at all.
They have been trying for a week
to grab the bodies from under the rubble. These bodies were not complete, okay? These bodies are stolen. Their skin, some bodies are without heads, some bodies are without organs. So we in Gaza and Palestine are stolen, alive or dead.
دفنته بايدي يما اجوا اليهود طلعونا من هنا، سالت الصليب وسالت الدفاع المدني قالوا اليهود اخذونا. من قيمة اسبوعين حكوا لي انهم رجعوهم في مقبرة جامعية، هاي لحتى الان بطلع كل يوم الاسبوع من 7:30 لما العصر لل3 4 بدور على جثمان ابني مش لاقيه، حكت ناخذ الكتاب اطلعوا من هنا.
For the record, this is like part of the reason why the UN is stated that they can't that they cannot identify every single dead person. This is part of the reason.
قتل بنت وقتل ابن، نحن مقتلين، نحن مسيحيين، ناس غلاف.
جايبه معك شو هذا؟
جبت كريت معي، بدي اروح لمين يعني، بدي اجي لمين؟ بدي اخلي شغلتي في ايديا، بفحر انا وابني وصاني.
A great power is needed to remove this rubble and rebuild anything for these people. It's really risky to stay here. But despite all of this, people have hope.
نعمل قدر المستطاع عشان نكمل حلمنا. احنا جايين هنا، احنا في فلسطين كفلسطينيين كمواطنين هنا، احنا جايين نكمل حلمنا. حلمنا هذا مش اللي بنتوقعه انه دمار وكارثه وهذا.
هنا المركز التجاري، احنا هنا اولادي يعني محبين يشتغلوا، فعملت لهم بسطه صغيره عصير ميه يعني عشان نشجع الناس يرجعوا. الشباب هذا فاضي وفي وقت فراغه، فاحنا بدنا نخليه نستغل الطاقة اللي عند الشباب هذا عشان نرجع ونعمر هذه خليولس. بس هذا الشأن اليهود كان بدهم يقهرونا، ونحن لا نقهر، شعب جبارين وشعب مرابط، وهنكون مرابطين ليوم الدين، وبنشجع الكل انه يرجع، لانه احنا اذا ما رجعناش نبني فلسطين مين بده يبنيها؟
والله انهم جدعان، ولك حاطين اعلام فوق الركام وقاعدين بخيم. طبعا الاعلام منتشر انا شايفه فوق الركام.
وليش حاطين العلم؟ ايش جعلك تحط علم فلسطين؟
بدها هيك تخلص عشان فلسطين تخلصنا.
فلسطين تخلصكم؟
خلصونا، زهقنا. 3 طوابق هنا وعمرتين لنا 6 طوابق، هدموهن، عملنا خيمه وهينا قاعدين فيها، انا قعد انا واخوان فوق دور، فيش دور هاي.
وين بتقرا انت؟
مدرسة البرج.
شو صار فيها؟
اتدمرت، ولا في تعليم ولا حاجة، راح كل شيء.
The schools in Gaza Strip are the only shelters where people can find some water, bathrooms. We don't have bomb shelters, we only have schools. But despite they know that people have no other places to go, they destroy the schools and bomb them.
This is why, rest in peace, Michael Jamal Brooks famously said, "It's not complicated." If an Arab nation comprised mostly Muslims took 2 million Jews and trapped them in an open air prison, put them on a diet and controlled what kind of food intake they had, and then bombed them mercilessly in sieges exactly like this, you would never, ever in a million years declare that to be a complex situation. You would know exactly what that is. The only reason why this is complicated for some is because they want to have a career, They want to maybe work in the State Department, maybe work in the media. They want to literally say what Israel's doing is right, even though everyone understands that it is completely wrong. This is why so many people, especially on Reddit, will be like, Hasan is so radical. Hasan is so fucking radical. No, it is you who is radical. Me calling you a Nazi for defending this kind of shit does not make me radical. It makes you a radical. It's disgusting.
It's not only about bombs, it's also about bullets. Look there. Look there. Withdrew from Khan Yunis only a week ago, and there are some people who returned to a destroyed school.
دمار. وين نروح؟ مش لاقين وين نقعد، وين نروح؟ ما في حد مدور علينا. بقول لك لما تيجي الجرافة لما يجيبوا خيام، فأنا وأنا ضاني قاعدة أنا وأولادي، وصرنا جايين من رفح وما فيش لنا دار نقعد فيها، فالأولاد قالوا تعالوا نطفي لنا الصف ونقعد فيهن. بس اليومين هذولا في طيران وفي خبط، وهاي كلها الحمد لله موتة واحدة. وين وكنتوا؟
Oh, look at this. It's in 2010. These pictures for teachers and students playing. That was the school before the destruction. Oh my God, this is so precious. The album is really, really, really full of memories. Who survived from those students and teachers inside this album? I really hope this album getting back to the hands of people who were in this school before its destruction.
Something to also remember is that, again, the Palestinian population is very young. This is according to Al Jazeera, but from the Al-Shifa hospital, these videos are believed to show Israeli soldiers removing dead Palestinians from a tent where bodies were placed in a makeshift morgue at Al-Shifa hospital. Soldiers can be seen transporting wrapped bodies on stretchers. Black body bags are then seen piled up in the back of this Israeli army truck. The footage dates to the time of Israel's initial raid on the facility in November 23rd, or 2023. Gaza officials said Israel has loaded more than 100 bodies onto an army truck. In February, Israel said it brought more than 350 bodies to Israel. The broadcast and analysis have made me more intellectually curious since I began watching. I started to see how everything in Western media had conditioned me to look at Muslim countries as full of extremism and terror babies, and I had simply internalized those views through osmosis. Thank you for your coverage and humanizing them as they rightly deserve. Thank you for changing your mind. It says it takes bodies to examine them in the search for Israeli captives is the Israeli government's argument for it. And returns any not identified as captives to Gaza for mass burial. Following concerns from Palestinian doctors, the Euromed Rights Monitor has called for an independent investigation into possible organ theft. Yeah. The suspicion is that Israel is harvesting their organs, like the Israeli government is harvesting the organs of dead Palestinians. Israel has admitted pathologists have harvested organs from dead Palestinians and others without the consent of their families. A practice it said it ended in the 1990s. It emerged at the weekend. The admission by the former head of the country's forensic institute followed a furious row prompted by a Swedish newspaper reporting that Israel was killing Palestinians in order to use their organs, a charge that Israel denied and claimed anti-Semitic. The revelation, and this is from 2009, by the way, chat. The revelation in a television documentary is likely to generate anger in the Arab and Muslim world and reinforce sinister stereotypes of Israel and its attitude to Palestinians. Iran's state-run Press TV Tonight reported the story, illustrated with photographs of dead or badly injured Palestinians. Story emerged in an interview with Dr. Yehuda Hiss, the former head of the Abu Kabir Forensic Institute near Tel Aviv. The interview was conducted in 2000 by an American academic who released it because of the row between Israel and Sweden over a report in the Stockholm newspaper Aftonbladet. The thing is, it is fucking anti-Semitic. Like, this is literally borderline blood libel, right? The problem is, blood libel is not real. This actually is real. That's the fucking problem. Record high number of organ transplants in Israel in 2022. I mean, this is, you know, that's not proof, but now, I don't know. I don't know if that's why they fucking took the bodies and brought them into Israel by the hundreds. I don't. I remember hiding in the basement during the bombing of Belgrade because of what our leaders were doing in Kosovo. But when I see things like this and other war crimes of my short 29-year life, I can't not hate the West. I understand what death to America means. That being said, it has nothing to do with the Americans and everything to do with their government. Yeah. Aftonbladet is owned by a Zionist. Weird fact. Shit. Yeah, I don't think you can harvest organs like unless they are immediately after death. I know. As it stands, you can get the corneas. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what they can use from the body long after they die. But I'm pretty sure decomposing fucking bodies do not have valid organs for transplant. As long as you cut it off right after you get bit, you can use it. Good one. Read the next paragraph of the article. Channel 2 reported that in the 1990s, specialists at Abu Kabir harvested skin, corneas, and heart valves and bones from the bodies of Israeli soldiers, Israeli citizens, Palestinians, and foreign workers, often without permission from relatives. The Israeli military confirmed to the program that the practice took place, but added, this activity ended a decade ago and does not happen any longer. Hiss said, we started to harvest corneas. Whatever was done was highly informal. No permission was asked from the family. However, there was no evidence that Israel had killed Palestinians to take their organs, as the Swedish paper reported. Aftonbladet quoted Palestinians as saying, young men from the West Bank and Gaza Strip have been seized by the Israeli forces and their bodies returned to the families with missing organs. The interview with Hiss was released by Nancy Sheffer Hughes, professor of anthropology at the University of California, Berkeley, who had conducted a study of Abu Kabir. She was quoted by the Associated Press as saying that while Palestinians were by a long shot not the only ones affected, she felt the interview must be made public because of the symbolism, of taking the skin of the population considered to be the enemy. There's something. Is something just in terms of its symbolic weight that has to be reconsidered. Ultimately, the reason why I don't talk about the organ theft that much specifically is because, while it is a practice that has happened, in the past, I don't know personally. I don't think we have enough evidence That's why Euromed Monitor is calling for an independent examination. Anyway, Hiss was removed from his fuck. Where's the admission? Yeah. On the 23rd of December, 2009. Fuck, I'm getting hiccups. Zin hiccups. Ahmed Tibi, an Arab citizen of Israel and a member of the Knesset, testified that he had evidence indicating that organ theft continued. Citing the case of Fadl Ordul Shaheen, a Palestinian from Gaza who died of diabetes in 2009. Tibi related that after Shaheen's body was returned to his family with bleeding from the eyes and a deep cut through the body, the family said that both corneas and kidneys were taken from his corpse. Tibi asked for the complaint to be investigated and also for a government probe on whether the organs were being harvested from Palestinian prisoners in Israel. Yaakov Litzman, the deputy health minister, responded that he would investigate the case with all seriousness. That was after the 2009 admission saying that the practice had stopped after the 90s. By the way, this is for those of you who are shocked by this, this is also super old school colonial operations. And not even old school colonial operations, but like the bodies of the Africa family that died in the 1985 move bombing that occurred in Pennsylvania and Philadelphia, in a Philadelphia neighborhood. Their bones were literally kept at a university until recently. So it's not just old school colonial bullshit, like taking the bones of people that you have destroyed and killed and using them for furniture or whatever the fuck you hear about back in the day. It's still something that America has done, even to this day. Anyway. So yeah, I don't know the full extent of the potential for organ harvesting.
Former president is under fire for...
But we are moving on from that to America, the land of the free, the home of the brave. And our favorite character, Donald Trump, who posted something on his social media, and there was a little secret in there. In his latest video. Let's watch the video first. It's 30 seconds.
What happens after Donald Trump wins? What's for America? The economy booms. American energy is unleashed and an end to crushing taxes. The border is closed and the largest deportation in history is underway. No more wars as we focus on home. Law and order is restored. No more war.
First World War, often abbreviated, causes of World War I, peace through strength. President Trump rejects globalist warmongers, puts America first, issues FOFO executive. God, I hate these fucking people.
Focus on home. Law and order is restored. The American dream is back, and the best is yet to come. Make America great again.
So he posted this
A video he posted on social media that used language from Nazi Germany. The latest in a series of anti-Semitic and authoritarian statements from Trump and his campaign. Rachel Scott has the story. Good morning, Rachel.
It's so funny because, oh my God, Israelis love Trump. The most popular politician in Israel still is very much Trump.
Rachel.
George, good morning. Of course, it is normal for presidential candidates to share videos with their vision for the country. It is not normal for those videos to include references to Adolf Hitler and Nazi Germany. The Trump campaign tells us this morning that this was a video that was shared by a staffer while the former president was in court, and that staffer missed the reference, but it was still left up for several hours. Former President Donald Trump sparking backlash this morning after a video posted to his social media account seemingly suggests there will be a unified Reich if he wins the 2024 election.
Donald Trump wins. What's next for America?
Those words are largely associated with Nazi Germany and Adolf Hitler's Third Reich, another name for his Nazi regime.
I don't believe that it is stock, Adobe Editor stock. You want to know why? Because they also have a fucking subtitle later in the goddamn video where it says he's going to execute a FAFO executive order. No, I think they just like put it in there for funsies. But also, once again, I don't care. This is literally like looking at the rune symbolism at CPAC and being like, oh my God, are they secretly trying to be Nazis? While like on top of that supposedly rune-like symbol, they're literally saying Nazi shit. Like, it's not a secret, man. It's not. He just straight up is like, there's another fucking... Dude. We're talking about, like, the unification of the Reich or whatever in one of the headlines, while one of the other headlines is 15 million illegals deported.
The 30-second video features hypothetical newspaper articles of Trump celebrating a victory in November. That phrase appearing 3 times, including under the headline, "What's Next for America?" It includes references to World War I, citing German industrial strength and peace through strength. Another headline suggesting Trump would reject globalists, a phrase often used by the far right as an anti-Semitic slur. In a statement, Trump campaign's...
It's so funny. How do these guys parse through that where they're like, I hate globalists, and by that I mean Jews, and also I love Israel. Like, Donald Trump loves Israel, bro. What are we doing here? How does that work? It's so funny, dude. They're like, yeah, that's right. We hate the Jews controlling the media. We love Israel, though. We love when Israel's blowing up Palestinians. It's my favorite thing.
Press secretary says this was not a campaign video. It was created by a random account online and reposted by a staffer who clearly did not see the word while the president was in court.
The American dream is back.
The Trump campaign deleted the video after several hours, but it's not the first time Trump has used language similar to what Adolf Hitler once wrote. Just months ago, he declared immigrants are poisoning the blood of America.
They're poisoning the blood of our country.
Yeah, that was really fucked up. Good thing Biden is like also directly in agreement with Donald Trump. Maybe not on the aesthetics, but on policy, they are completely aligned, which only gives more credence to Trump to further push an even more right-wing ideology on immigration.
Country, that's what they've done.
This morning, the Biden campaign issuing a statement saying Donald Trump is not playing games. He's telling America exactly what he intends to do if he regains power, rule as a dictator over a unified Reich. The Biden campaign calling this a pattern, noting that the former president had dinner with a white supremacist 2 years ago and also once said that there were very fine people on both sides after the Charlottesville white supremacist rally. We asked the Trump campaign why this video was left up for several hours, and they did not respond.
It was a very unusual day in the courtroom yesterday. Some are describing it the most incredible scene in the court so far in a trial that's been full of firsts. And Donald Trump, where he's on trial, accused of illegally hiding hush money payments. At one point, the judge stopped a defense witness in mid-testimony.
You got filled in today?
See is some batshit takes. But now, I mean, you click a post to see the replies and just ass getting thrown left, right, up, down. Or some ladies entering the Konami code with some booty cheeks. Often along with the phrase pussy in bio. Like opening up Twitter in a grocery store line is a dangerous game, which is actually why in recent months there have been more and more articles calling out the porn problem on Twitter and trying to figure out how the hell we got here. Because as many outlets noted, spam and bots have long been a problem on Twitter, even before Elon Musk's takeover. Though notably, I mean, one of Musk's biggest promises was actually that he was going to defeat the bots. But fast forward to now, and you got New York Magazine saying the bots have not been defeated. If anything, they've become much more visible across the platform in ads, searches, and especially replies. Right? And even though bots have always been a problem, you're not alone if you feel like you've been seeing more porny bots in the last several months. With a data scientist actually explaining to Rolling Stone in February that they've been increasingly finding ways to evade Twitter's spam detection, and saying that some of this appears to be part of a coordinated network, spamming out links associated with malware or phishing. With places like Bloomberg explaining that of all the social sites, Twitter was always the most permissive when it came to porn. And ever since Musk gutted content moderation teams, it's just made it into more users' feeds. But what's funny is part of the reason we're even talking about this today is that Elon Musk, among other things, appears to be one of the least self-aware people on the planet. Where, for example, yesterday, Elon tweeted encouraging creators to stream on X. And he did so along with a meme suggesting that Twitch has become filled with too much sexual content. And while there is no doubt there is a fair share of scantily clad ladies on that platform, when you're the guy that owns a site that people first think of when they hear the phrase pussy in bio, you're gonna get mocked by all the people that are not already up your asshole. With big creators and streamers alike roasting Elon, Hasan Piker writing, ah yes, the pussy in bio website. Ludwig adding, the idea that you should stream on Twitter because there's less sexual content is insane. Porn bots run this site. And Moist Critical saying, Goober has clearly never gone into the replies on a single tweet in the last 6 months. This site is infested with porn bots, just spread asshole pictures on every post. And I don't know about you, but like, obviously Elon doesn't have a leg to stand on when it comes to criticizing platforms for sexual content, but it also feels like Twitter is just less usable. Like if a situation blows up enough, it's like, okay, it feels current, it feels like something's happening, but the amount of old content being repurposed and just shit that I'm not interested in being recommended to me is at an all-time high. And I hate that.
Glad to know you're anti-sex work now. Come on, dude. I'm pro-sex work. That doesn't mean I want to see fucking pussy and bio bots under all of my replies. I'm over here talking about like fucking Palestinian mass graves and shit. And it's literally like, it's filled to the goddamn brim with pussy bots. Are you kidding me? It's ridiculous. What is this? Bryce Hall? Bryce Hall tries to press Misgive and embarrasses himself. I have to address this. I was down 40K in 2 hours gambling, already in a bad mood. I had no idea who this guy was, and he was needling me at the blackjack table while I was losing. I had a few drinks in my system and lack of sleep. I apologized immediately after I cooled down and realized I sounded like a total fucking dick. I'm human and have emotions and realized I acted irrationally.
No, this guy's never seen the amount of money. No, he has. How are you going to talk shit while I'm playing money that you've never seen in your life? You could only imagine gambling $50,000.
Ah!
$50,000.
Oh, God. Why did he become like this? Oh, my God. Dude, Bryce is... Ugh. He used to be... And I think he still is, like, very funny. But it's just crazy that he's, like... He went into bare-knuckle fighting and just, like, became a demon. Literally. Savior Oomphy? Yeah, I know. He was on your podcast? Yes.
A year.
He makes it a month.
That's not true. This week, let's get out of here. Actually, I have $500. Oh, wow, you have a lot of money. Get the fuck out of here. Hey. All right, let's lay down what happened. So I told you guys about someone trying to pick a fight with me, and I didn't want to say what it was because it was so fucking stupid. So, hey, increase your bank account, you fucking loser. Get out of here. He's good. Bro. No, he's fucking I'm not kidding. No, you're not. Bryce, shut the fuck up. Customer to you guys. No, you're not. I'll give you some chips. Here's what happened. Let me just show what happened with Bryce Hall, and this is what's...
Is that Tfue?
So dumb about this whole thing. I'm sitting there with Tfue, And basically, I'll tell everything. I don't care. Bryce Hall was basically acting really fucking mean to the lady. He was acting ridiculously mean. He was like getting super fucking pissed at her, and like, you know how like you troll with like the lady that's like sitting there. He's like, oh, like, you know how you're like, oh god damn it, come on, you can't give me a better hand. Well, he was like, fuck you, like, god fucking damn it, like, what the fuck is this shit? Like, this is such bullshit.
When is this from? Like, when did Misgift sit at a fucking blackjack table with like Tfue and Bryce Hall? Oh, UFC 300,
right? And I say to her, I'm like, he's just joking. That's it. I said he's just joking. So then I said that, and Bryce Hall looks at me, points at me, and demands for me to get out of the entire lobby of this place because he said that what I was doing was insane. He runs this shit. I'm a broke bitch that can't afford any of this stuff. And he basically screamed and yelled, and about 100 people came around us to watch Bryce scream at me the entire time for like 15 minutes. Then he starts screaming. I don't know if it's in this. He starts screaming, saying he's going to kick my fucking ass. And you can see the veins popping out in his neck as he's yelling at me, saying he's going to fucking beat the shit out of me.
It's just so disappointing to see what he is like kind of turned into.
And that he can one-shot me. So they get me out of there, which is insanity because even XQC, who's up here in the top left, is like, why the fuck is Miz being kicked out? And Bryce Hall just got so mad. The entire audience is just staring at me. This guy who's friends with Bryce is just like, I'm sorry, dude. Like, he felt so bad. And Tfue was laughing the entire time because Tfue knew I was just trolling. And this guy just looks like a fucking gavone. He's just sitting over here like, hey, what the hell's...
Whoa, hey, how you doing? Fuck you, hey. What do you fucking mean? Hey, oh, hey, yo, hey. How come there's no fucking Reddit articles about this fucking guy and his anti-Italian fucking sentiment? Forget about it. Fucking forget about it. The entire website is fugazi. Watch your fucking mouth. I will not stand for this anti-Italian hate speech. Hey, how you doing? Fuck you.
What's going on here? So I leave with my Corona that I got for free. Obviously, I don't have the money to play on this table. This table's crazy.
That's pure New Jersey. The speed of his voice and the Italian slurs. No, it's sped up. Apparently, yeah. He said, I have to address this. I was down about 40K in 2 hours gambling, already in a bad mood. Had no idea who this guy was, and he was needling me at the blackjack table while I was losing. I had a few drinks in my system and lack of sleep. I apologized immediately after I cooled down and realized I sound like a total fucking dick. I'm human. I have emotions, and I realized I acted irrationally. Real misgift. I'm sorry, and your next blackjack buy is on me. To which he responded with, I could really use that, honestly. I'm live right now. Twitch.tv/misgive. Yeah, what do you... When I realized Misgive actually is a relatively large content creator. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. I've been clearing his ass. I've been gapping his ass a little bit lately on the leaderboards, okay? When he found out that Misgive was a somewhat sizable content creator, let's say. You said view count Andy? Well, that's the biggest fucking view count Andy right there. I know he's going to see this clip. Misgive gaps you in sponsors, but you cover Palestine, so yeah, I mean, I don't care about that. Misgive was in here with a base take a while ago. Hasan, can you stop doing politics forever and start playing games? Yeah, it's because he wants to pass me in the leaderboard again. That's why. That's why he was saying that. I know why he fucking said that. Yeah, he wants me to be a fucking 14K Andy. I can already picture him responding to this part. He's like, 14K? Okay, get over yourself. Let's not exaggerate. You get 14K one time while playing video games. How is Batman viewership being compared to other games? Like around 18K to 4. It goes down no matter what. But at first it was like around 19K, 18K. By the time it ended, yeah, it was solidly, I would say 16 to 18K territory. Batman has been really good though because of how weirdly political it is. Like way more than fucking even The Walking Dead because of the main character. Dude, there's nothing funnier than when I see like normal people interact with members of a particular community. Yeah, because using N-word as a replacement for dude is the same as calling people the N-word. Like, you can say it's cringy, sure, but if you're genuinely getting offended because a white dude says, look at this N-word rather than look at this dude, you're just baby soft. Well, now I'm just confused. Except then, why wouldn't you just call him anti-leftist or reactionary? If that's what you're trying to say, why are you digging into his ancestry to justify using a slur that is directly derogatory to specifically Cuban people? They're like, what are you saying? Most people's interaction with like most people's interaction with this community is like, what the fuck is happening here? I do love gaming content, but it might be hard to maintain a certain level of viewership for gaming when you sometimes start and not finish it. People can feel less invested. No. He responded, look down. There's nothing confusing about it. I've only ever seen gusano used by leftists to attack Hispanic people whom they disagree with. Okay. N-word is almost always used in a substitute for dude or bro. These aren't comparable at all. Yeah, people call AOC and Destiny gusanos. The idea that like Destiny is like people think of him as a Cuban person is so funny. He's just white, bro. He's a fucking white guy from Nebraska. He loves saying the N-word. It's the most like white guy behavior of all time. The community noted your ass again. Fuck! I talk too much shit. I talk big shit. I talk big shit. And look where it got me. God damn, dude. Fuck. At the top of the hour, there is a 3-minute ad break, which I will be running now. You no longer want to see those ads. Fuck you, man. It was Vorlo, too. Fuck. God damn it. The moment when chat is vibing with you and linking you stuff is when you're most vulnerable. Yeah, I don't like that. Chris is so funny. Anyway, I'm running the 3-minute ad break now. God damn it. fuck. I got absolutely eviscerated. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Fuck you guys.
When I did some digging after looking at your chest on Instagram, I was, dude, this kid's fucking, let me tell you something, Mike. This kid is jacked, dresses well, put together, like you would be going wild, right? He's like just a name like Hasan, tall, dark, and handsome. Dude, he's like legit handsome, where I said it's kind of like, you know, when we Jafar from Aladdin. Yes, dude. He's Hot Jafar. He's yes. Yes.
Thanks, guys.
He's a jihadi. Yes. He's a jihadi with a body. And so he is good, but and smart too. So it's just like absolutely, if he's banging our wives, like we just ask him what he needs and we move on. And but what you were saying when I did some,
this was a great podcast. When he talked about beheadings in Turkey, I lost it. I mean, yes, technically it's Islamophobia, but he said it was zero malice. I just laughed. Yeah. This had me hollering.
From selling no tickets to like selling out.
Everybody loves 9/11. They were like, dude, 9/11 was so sick.
Yeah.
You're like, 9/11 was great for my career.
Yeah. Well, it's one of those things too, because I just told a story.
Say it, Chris. Say 9/11 was great for your fucking career. Say you want more.
Put it in the thumbnail. I went from selling no tickets.
It's good when you do fun stuff like this. It makes your haters look much more unhinged. Yeah. Fuck my haters. Why would you even think about that?
When I
Wow.
And he's that kind.
Yeah, when I said the slur discourse is over, I was lying. Turns out the slur discourse is still very much alive and well, ladies and gentlemen. Aiden Ross had a fucking homophobic rant, and apparently XUC defended it.
Rex, you're a fucking pussy. I'll beat the ever living shit out of you, crack. Shut the fuck up about dumbass platform.
I get in here. You're gonna server mute him, and then
Okay, then justified it. Okay. You know my take. You want me to defend it? I'll defend it. I actually will. Oh, you know what then? Then justified it. Yep, I said it. If you threaten somebody's life, I don't give a fuck. You can tell them whatever you want. Everything's on the table. If you go and you threaten somebody's life, I don't give a fuck. You can tell them anything the fuck you want. Everything is on the table.
You barber die,
okay.
son.
Okay. When you harm somebody, there's nothing you can do. They're physically harmed, and there's no going back. When you say some words, there's only so much it can achieve. If you threaten somebody's life, I don't give a fuck.
If you watch the whole video, the guy was shitting on Train for promoting gambling and saying he's an anti-gambler. If you stop engaging with these drama perverts, they go away, though. You keep engaging with them like the slur discourse. X can't decide he's an ally or a bigot next. No, man. He's decided whoever... Listen, he will always defend Kick, okay? Which $100 million is a pretty decent fucking price point. If you can saw what you based off how many people threaten your life, yeah. Are we just not going to let Hasan address the elephant in the room? Tectone doubles down on his Frogan take. Look, if you want to understand what motivates this fucking community, LSF, Hasan calls Twitch stupid for banning people in his chat who say the C word. Which, by the way, is ironic because this is something that many normal Twitch watchers would despise, because I was talking about how mass reporting insta causes chatters to get banned. Okay? Mass reporting insta causes chatters to get banned, which people who watch Twitch hate that shit, right? Normally. By the way, when you say the C word, people probably think I'm, you know, it's one of the unacceptable C words and not cracker, which is like the shittiest part about this. 3,000 upvotes. XQC thinks Aiden Ross's rant was justified. 600 upvotes. What is the deal with extremely divorced guys on Twitch? I don't know. Term. The reason why it's censored in the chat is because Twitch will people sit in this chat 24/7 and will literally report you, and you will get banned because Twitch is fucking stupid. That is why the word is banned, not because the word is inappropriate to say or something like that. The fact that these guys saw this clip and were like, fuck him, oh, he's so racist, is pretty funny. It's pretty funny because it literally, this is 100,000 views at this point, which is crazy. They had pay money whooping a fucking trailer for Twitch when he's banned low. The company's a shit show. Meanwhile, the top upvoted post in the subreddit is literally Twitch bans chatters, but not streamers for using it as a slur. That's a weird strat on their part. I saw it on the front page. Yeah. Literally doing the same thing as tagging at Twitch on Twitter to tattle on you. Yeah, it's so fucking stupid. Twitch having a backbone is the same as Hasanabi's opinions being based from any form of reason or logic. It's just grifting to the audience. He says on Discord he now hates. Delete the clip to troll these nerds? No, I don't give a shit. Except you did get banned. Yeah, I did, which was very stupid of them to do so as well, which I said immediately after I got banned. Or unbanned. But yeah, that one really, really motivated Reddit. The reason why I'm showing you this, by the way, is because Reddit is not fucking real life. Okay? It is less real life than even Twitter is. Why is it not real life? Because people get really motivated on one particular subreddit, and it can command you. It can lead you into believing that like a lot of people genuinely think that this is like truly unimaginable cruelty, saying the word cracker. Okay? Everywhere in the real world, you'd be like, this is the most ridiculous thing you've ever brought up. Yeah, it misleads consensus, which is why I always urge you to not go to like r/world news. I get so sad thinking about Tecton. I genuinely think he's a good guy, but he went down a right-wing spiral. He watched Matt Walsh on stream once. Ew, what? I have not watched the new Elden Ring DLC trailer yet. It's definitely an alt account posting those clips from a certain community. It doesn't matter. It is pretty funny. It will always be funny that these guys have to like resort to crying about the term cracker because they're too embarrassed to openly admit their real world view. Many of these Redditors have to resort to a permanent victimhood narrative rather than say what they actually want to say. Luckily for them, you know, Divorcelli is openly advocating to be able to say it. But yeah, has gotten literally straight up like a 2-week long conquest of people calling her the worst shit possible.
Like what? Fat?
Including but not limited to Tectone.
Deserved.
Saying that Morgan looks like Jabba the Hutt while
she does. I actually have a great image just to describe that exact feeling, actually.
Wait, wait, did he not show the part where I said, Tectone, look at what you look like. Have you seen a mirror?
She does.
Oh, no, he cut it out. He cut that part out. Come on, please show it. I hope
okay, here we go. Okay, ready for this? I found the image right here. Yep. It's great. It's really fucking great, isn't it? Yeah. And it's just...
I just don't get it. He heard it and he disagrees with you.
Deserved, and you want me to tell you why it's deserved? Somebody can change the fact that they're fucking fat. Someone can't change their race. And that's why if you have a problem...
Tectone is right. He's right. White people are under attack. He's right about that. By other white people. Except you didn't shit on Frogan for being white, you know? Which she is. You made an AI image of Jabba the Hutt in a hijab. Which is weird as fuck.
Problem with somebody,
but doesn't really matter. That shit bangs. People love it. They go deserved.
Body shaming you, then maybe don't race shame. And it's really not that hard. Don't dish out what you can't take back and shut the fuck up.
I'm so glad that he's on this righteous conquest. White power, guys. Don't race shame white people. What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? What the fuck is going on? Race shame. It's super cool how 7 massive content creators can bully one single small streamer and it's just a normal fucking day on LSF. I know. It's like, it is pretty fucking wild. He's short of memory. Has he forgotten he was also fat? Yeah. No, I think that's what he's saying. He was like, I was fat and I'm no longer fat. It's additionally ironic because like Ludwig himself doesn't give a shit about this as much as Tectone does, apparently. But thank God. Thank God for Tectone for defending the white race. Yeah, I said you cannot body shame people when you look like that. That's crazy. That clip, I'm sure he will. I don't really care. You're being racist, dude. These are 2 different white people, I think. Stop being racist to white people, guys. What has become of this community? Oh my God. What? Okay, stop. Yeah, the hate fat people get is really the same as being Muslim in America. Yeah. All right, let's get back to white people and their many crimes. And that's right, I'm talking about fucking Bill Maher.
The book is really good. You've described it as being like the Bible. You can pick it up.
Actually, I mean, I guess I could also reference Anderson Cooper as well. as white crimes in general.
Just read it. I'm not sure. A lot of people will agree, but I get what you mean because you can.
I'm just saying you should put it by your bed, on the nightstand and read a few passages each night because.
But it's basically your commentaries from the last 20 years, re-edited and kind of reimagined.
Divorce Funny Keg W, Billboard. Okay, listen. One of my favorite people in this space is also a divorced dad. His name is Sam Cedar. Okay? It is not about the divorce. It's what the divorce turns you into. It's the dynamic between manlets and short kings. Everyone has the capacity to be a short king, and many are. And yet there are still manlets out there. One can be a divorced dad without even being divorced or a dad. It's about the energy you put out there. I'm actually going to skip Bill Maher. I don't want to fucking get mad. What is this? There's a degree of hating. I agree with every syllable written, to be honest. There ain't no fucking way I'm... What? There's no way I'm reading that. There's also this this video that someone sent me about whether the Ottomans were a Roman dynasty. And I kind of want to watch it, but I'll do it after the Elden Ring trailer.
Mikula the Kind spoke of the beginning. The seduction and the betrayal. An affair from which gold arose. And so too was Shadow born.
Oh my God.
What followed was a war unseen. One that could never be put to song. A purge without grace or honor. The tyranny of Mesmer's flame.
Can't wait for you to start the game and quit it after 2 days. How ironic, Israel. Brother, if there's one fucking game I play to finish, it's From Software games. You must be new here for saying that. Unless you meant it'll only take me 2 days to fucking clear it. No, Armored Core doesn't count. It was too complicated, and I'm not like a big fan of mecha stuff. Wrong, you abandoned Armored Core 6. Yeah, it's just, I'm not a fucking mecha fan. These are politic viewers masquerading as gamers because you didn't play their precious leftist epic in full. Yeah, I apologize to the politics frogs, but like literally we lost the gaming enjoyers and half of the fucking politics fans when playing Disco Elysium. So, you know, that's ridiculous. If you don't show up, hold on, I'm going to keep watching. Hold on 1 second. If you don't show up for gaming, don't complain when the game gets quit. I literally played Disco Elysium by myself, and I love it.
And so kindly Mikula would abandon everything. His golden flesh, his blinding strength, even his fate. But we are not deterred. We choose to follow. Will you walk with us?
Shit, man. I don't have a lot of time. I have an exactly 1 month to get back into Elden Ring and beef up a character all the way to the point of the expansion. Care to explain? Lamau, I definitely died infinitely less than Kai. What the fuck? To be fair, I mimic cheese. I did die way less than Kai when I played it. I think this time I'm going to do a no mimic run. Hop on the Elden Ring randomizer, Run King. No, I don't want to do a fucking... Well, I can't use your old character. I could. I have my old character. If you start now, you'll have time for Elden Ring. What? No, I'm gonna fucking play Batman in a second. Actually, not even in a second. I'm gonna play Batman now. Let's do it. It's the Bat. Episode 2 of Batman starts now. Lock the fuck in, baby. Everybody needs to shut the fuck up about Disco Elysium permanently and forever. I apologize to all of the people that feel bad that I didn't play it. But once again, I will reiterate that streaming is my job. Okay? It is my job. Disco Elysium is a phenomenal work of art, and I greatly appreciated and enjoyed it when I played it, when I got banned for saying the C word. Cracker. Having said that, however, it is not a very good stream game. It's not. It's literally a novel, bro. It is a virtual novel. And it doesn't keep people occupied in the same way that like Batman is jam-packed with action and has a lot of like fun opportunities to make fun of billionaires and shit like that. How do you do cross crowd play? Sign up for a Telltale account and invite friends to crowd play your story. Should I do it? No, I'm not gonna do it. Batman episode 2 begins. Oh my God, look at this. Episode 2 literally still has me featured as a fucking orphan getting watching my father get shot. Jesus Christ, Batman. Build a bridge and get the fuck over it. You are literally 45 years old.
A revolution.
Hold on. Let me spam it one more time. Hey, guys. I don't know if you know this, but I'm Batman, and I was orphaned as a child. 'Cause 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 I was orphaned as a child.
And he's knocking on Gotham's door. When this whole thing starts, make sure you're on the right side.
Mr. Wayne, thank you for opening your house to us. Together, we will change Gotham. Harvey Dent, Gotham's next mayor, and eager to know you.
Vicky Vale, not interested, and reporter for the Gotham Gazette. Carmine Falcone? Is the Dent campaign soliciting votes from Gotham's biggest crime family?
Your father knew which hands to shake.
The biggest crime family is the Clintons. Okay, get it right,
Don't
lady.
you know not to corner a wild animal? It's dangerous.
God damn, dude. I can't wait to have sex with Catwoman. And Vicky, too.
This is Selina.
How many? I'd have to count the pieces.
Double sexo rum, baby.
Falcone's calling card.
The chemicals. Where are they? We're all being played here, including you. Christ almighty!
This was insane.
It's the Waynes. Well, the Waynes are the biggest gangsters in Gotham.
That was the nice option, chat. Apparently the brutalized option has you impale his leg. I suspected as such. Would you adopt the Chatter and raise him as your Robin? No.
You don't have to do this.
Only you now, Master Bruce.
Yeah, it turns out his parents were fucking dumb because they were criminals, dude. Which in Batman's world is just,
I might
right?
find you here. The news was upsetting for both of us. But you should see this. I know you come here for solitude, Bruce. More allegations about his ties to the underworld. This isn't going away. It's all so public and messy.
Tell me, all of this is a lie.
I wish I could. There are no angels in Gotham, Bruce. Maybe there never were.
Damn! So our parents are fucking crooks.
I've been dreading this day for nearly 2 decades. I hoped it would never come.
Forget the papers. I want to hear it from you.
The truth is, they were billionaires, Bruce.
Oh!
You can't amass that kind of wealth without making certain moral compromises. It's just not possible. That kind of money taints you.
My money has never corrupted me.
And I'm proud of you.
Except, yes, it has. You literally own a weapons manufacturing business. You are literally giving weapons to Israel. Batman, Bruce Wayne, you are literally funding the genocidal Zionist entity. Okay?
But you're hardly the norm. Hill greased the wheels of politics. Falcone was the muscle. Thomas legitimized the whole enterprise with his name. Your father, Hamilton Hill, and Falcone, they were partners. Nothing
Fucking
happened in
owned.
Gotham without them knowing.
You knew all that, and you never let on.
You're behaving like I was part of the conspiracy.
I was like, I'm the
want you
butler,
to
bro.
know, I had my suitcases ready. I couldn't stand to be around your father anymore.
And then I killed him. Bro, come on, dude. Oh, yeah. But then the fucking paychecks were too sweet. He's like, oh, I can't believe it. I must not believe it. A billionaire working with criminals.
But then they were killed, and you were all alone. And I just couldn't walk out the door. Everything I did, everything I've ever done, was out of love for you. I hope you can forgive me.
How could I hold this against you?
Yeah, of course he forgives you.
Alfred.
Thank you.
Ultimately, his daddy is the one that's the criminal, okay? Alfred is fine. Alfred at best is an enabler. You know what I'm saying?
I won't let you down again. This is the first time I've been back here since that night. When the police called me to collect you, I thought they'd finally arrested your father. I couldn't believe a low-life thug like Joe Chill would have the audacity to rob and kill Thomas Wayne.
Joe Chill?
He was simply too well known.
That's the name of the fucking guy who killed... That's the name of the guy who killed my dad? What a fucking L, dude. I got killed by a dude named Joe Chill. Oh my God. I did not know that. I did not know that. That is, oh, that's such a permanent L. No wonder he's so goddamn traumatized. Hey, what's up? I'm Joe Chill. I'm chilling. Oh, hey, please kindly give me your wallet over here. Just kidding. I'm here to kill you.
Too big. Yet, there it was.
If my father was that deep in crime, he would have had enemies.
Well, it's a fair assumption. You don't think.
World's worst detective of all time, by the way. You didn't even detect that your dad was a part of a criminal enterprise and suspected that he might have been killed for that reason? God damn.
You always said it was a simple mugging. In 20 years, you've never wavered from that story.
I can recall every moment of that night in vivid detail.
Oh, here we go.
Wrong. Sometimes we block out things we don't want to face.
Maybe there was some detail I overlooked.
Oh my God, we're detecting our father's murder. Oh, hell yeah. Classic. Hey, I'm Joe Chill. Look at me, I got a turtleneck blazer combo.
And what would the Batman do with his own parents' killer? The possibilities are frightening.
I'd only want to ask him one question. Why? My parents could have given him anything. Why would he just shoot them?
He was stabbed to death in prison. No one mourns for Joe Chill, Bruce.
Wait, what? They stabbed his ass in prison? That's an assassination, bro. They fucking burned him. That's crazy. Why would they? Yeah, no loose ends, dude. Why would they fucking kill a guy who like shot and killed a billionaire? Ain't nobody gives a fuck about that. It's not like he's a chomo or some shit.
He just wanted to protect us.
He thought he was invincible. Sadly, he was mistaken.
I always wanted to be brave, just like him.
And you are. He would be so proud to see that you took a different path.
Would he though? He'd probably be like, dude, don't fucking shit on Falcone. That's my homie. I'm sure there's a way that they'll justify his like criminal behavior. Like, oh, Falcone duped him into thinking that he was, you know, that he was doing honest business or whatever.
I love that movie. Saw it countless times at that theater. How long did it play there?
Only when you wanted to see it, Bruce. Your mother arranged the special screenings personally.
God damn, they're so fucking rich.
She was always so good to me.
What's the movie? Is it Zorro?
Where exactly does the memory end?
With my father pleading, you don't have to do this. And the gun fires.
And after that? There are considerable gaps in that recollection.
Maybe. Do I really want to know?
I just don't understand why you go into this fucking crusty ass alleyway, bro. Like after the movie theater, like you're just begging to be assassinated at that point. You know what I'm saying?
Bruce, stay back.
Take whatever you want.
Nothing personal, just business. They told me you had it coming.
You don't have to do this.
Wait, he said he basically spelled out that he was doing an assassination, and for 20 years, the esteemed detective Batman still thought it was a simple mugging. That's so stupid, bro. You are the worst detective of all time. I am the worst detective of all time. I'm Batman. Nothing personal. I'm doing this as an assassination over here. That's right. I'm assassinating yo's because you made a lot of enemies in the crime world. I'm Joe Chill. People be like, is trauma he was a child? Bro, okay. But he became Batman and he became an adult and he never thought to revisit this traumatic moment and just ran along with the narrative that he was his father was like a super nice guy and was simply killed with a mugging where there was nothing stolen.
Tell Falcone.
That makes no damn sense. I'm sorry. Oh my God. Oh my God. His dad literally said tell Falcone. Oh my God.
Mistake.
Bruce. Bruce.
Yeah, I'll take these pearl necklaces off of yous. I'm Joe Chill.
Bruce, are you all right?
It wasn't a mugging. They were assassinated. And Carmine Falcone knows why.
Men will literally beat the shit out of every mentally ill person in the city that they own called Gotham instead of going to therapy, and Batman is literally the fucking entire story. Even if you're a fucking billionaire fail son, Nepo baby, you've been iced by Joe Chill. Hey, fuck you. Wait,
Getting
what?
you in to see Falcone like this? I don't have to tell you how many rules we're breaking. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm always here for you, but this could land us both in hot water. I pulled all the strings I had with the lieutenant. This better not come back to bite us.
Look, I get that, Harv, okay? And it means a lot to me.
I know it does, Bruce. It doesn't make it any easier. The last time we brushed shoulders with Falcone, the press made us pay. At least tell me what this is about. Look, I'm all for blind support.
I'm not sure, but I think Falcone put a hit on my parents.
Wait, what? Bruce, that's terrible.
That's why I have to speak with him. I have to know for sure.
Bruce, I appreciate you opening up to me, but just try and keep it cool in there. I don't want any headlines taking away from my debate with Hill.
You're being fucking...
Mr. Wayne,
You're being
welcome
awfully
to the
selfish,
GCPD.
dog.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
This part is very realistic, by the way. Like, a billionaire could just like go in there and investigate personally a head of a crime family that's about to go away for for life, basically. You could just like go in there and be like, I have to talk to them. Yes, everyone is jacked as fuck except for Bruce Wayne, by the way.
Ordinarily, we'd never let you in to see Falcone, but it must be nice to have a DA in your pocket, Mr. Wayne. Bend the rules whenever you need it.
Harvey's not in my pocket, Lieutenant. He always does what he thinks is right.
Well, it's lucky your interests align.
Nice job bringing in Falcone. Yeah, that son of a bitch better not get off again.
He's not getting off the hook, Renee. Not this time.
Mr. Wayne, Sergeant Renee Montoya. I just wanted to say, you know, some of us police support you, despite what the media is saying.
Classic.
Thanks, Sergeant.
Classic cuck. Classic fucking cuck. By the way, the idea that police don't support vigilantes because she's the one who is always fucking trying to cap Batman is bullshit. Every single one of these dipshits... Every single one of these dipshits is a Punisher decal, okay? And the Punisher is literally Batman in Marvel in many ways. Also deeply fucking disturbed, deeply fucked in the brain, and is also enacting vigilante justice. So the idea that these guys would fucking hate Batman is ridiculous. But at least the idea that they love Bruce Wayne is not so ridiculous. Because cops do love authority. Punisher fights the cops? Yeah, brother. Except Frank Castle also is literally a vigilante. What are you saying? You're wrong about the Punisher, though. Oh, my God. Dude, I know. Like, dude, okay. Hold on. Are you really testing my love for fucking Frank Castle? The Punisher? Don't make me bust out the Punisher toy. Okay? It's not a toy, it's a figurine. I literally, this is from my childhood, okay? Perhaps one of my favorite. Huh. Bust out the comics if you're a real one. You know what? Fuck it. Hold on. I won't just bust out the comic. I will bust out the comic. This is also, again, from my childhood. This is Punisher, the Punisher Born. It actually details Frank Castle's story in Vietnam. And his starting point. Written by Garth Ennis, the GOAT, the legend. My dad brought my my old comics. He was a buddy fucker too, a Blue Falcon, if you will, where they assassinate one of the lieutenants, if I recall correctly. Garth Ennis is also the boys, the author of the boys as well, right? Someone in the chat said. Killing Vietnamese children. Anyway. M Preacher. So don't fucking test my bona fides, okay? I got sources. Garth Ennis gets Punisher like no other. Yeah. You're not defeating the weeb allegations? I mean, this is not weeb shit. It's Marvel.
We're keeping Falcone in the infirmary. He's lucky he didn't get roughed up more. I could tell Batman wanted to kill him, but he held back. He cares about doing the right thing.
Whoever he is behind the mask, that man's a hero to me.
Yeah, it's great to know he's out there watching over the city.
All right, Falcone's inside.
Whoever he is.
Say what you gotta say. We'll be out here.
The bat. Gotta do a little bit of a self-suck, dude. Come on now.
The hell? Bruce Wayne? You must have some clout. My own wife can't get in to see me. Good thing I'll be out of here in a week. Just like every other time they tried to put me away.
You look like you tangled with the wrong guy.
This is nothing. You should have seen me before I became boss. I'd show up all beat to hell. Your father had sew me back together. Yeah, that's right. Tommy and I were close. More than friends. More like cousins.
Until you sent Joe Chill to kill him.
Ah, so that's what this is really about, eh? The pup digging up a 20-year-old killer.
2 killings, and they were never forgotten.
You and me, we're practically family.
Damn, he's
I thought
sunning
you'd have
him.
figured that out by now. Hey, I tried to get through to your dense party. Maybe I should have spelled it out.
Convince me then. Tell me a story about our big, happy family.
There it is. Now I got you hooked. Your father, Hill, and me, we ran this city. Still do. God damn this pain. Can't think through it. Morphine's on the side there. Be a good boy and help Uncle Carmine out, huh?
Hurt him?
Uh, 40 years I keep my veins clean of any of that gunk. But you never forget the tender kiss. It'd be so easy to give me the whole vial, wouldn't it? Enough there to put an old dog down forever. Of course, you'd never know the whole story. How much of your parents do you have in you? What kind of son did Thomas Wayne make?
I need you coherent, or you would be gone already.
Oh, there it is. That Wayne streak. Much better, kid. Thank you. Gesture like that reminds.
It's crazy that this game is so Italiophobic. They're like, all Italians are heroin addicted mobsters, dude.
Reminds me of your mother. Your father may have been the doctor, but Martha, she had the human touch. Think you got more of her in you, tell the truth.
Well, I wouldn't know. You took her from me when I was 9 years old.
What, you really think I hired Chill? Sure. I worked with Joe Chill from time to time. Put a button on someone, he'd take him out.
Put a button?
But I never ordered that hit on your parents.
So who did?
You can't trust anyone in Gotham. Least of all those you call friend.
Oh my god, it is Alfred.
Your parents learned that.
They're waiting for you in hell! The bastard had to die.
Hands in the air! Stand down! Get a doctor! Secure this floor! No one gets in or out! Go!
They fucking capped him! They put a button on him! They iced him like it's Joe Chill over here! What the fuck is going on? Now my uncle's dead too. I'm re-traumatized.
We are in deep shit. I bought us some time, but not much. Word's gonna get out, sooner or later. Why would she do something like this? We had Gotham's biggest crime lord in our grasp.
I don't know. I hardly recognized her when she burst in. She was so different from the woman we met in the hall.
It's a disgrace. Another officer gone rogue.
It just doesn't make any sense. She'd never do anything to hurt the department.
Falcone's case meant justice for 1,000 unnamed victims. And now it is a PR disaster. How can I run against corruption when our own cops...
Classic, dude. You know what it is fent. Cops see a little bit of fentanyl and just start acting different, okay? Start wilding out.
...are redecorating the precinct with their prisoners' brains. Listen, we gotta get out in front of this. We gotta spin it as best we can. Issue a statement saying that we have the shooter in custody. Details are still coming in and that we're investigating. The usual.
Someone planned this for a reason.
Even if that's true, the simple fact is she gunned him down in his hospital bed.
Lieutenant, Mr. District Attorney, Falcone's lawyers are here.
Oh, Christ. I can delay them for a little while, but we still need answers.
Yeah, leave me in the room alone. Me,
Tell me
a billionaire.
If she says anything.
Wait, what?
I have to know why she did this.
What the fuck is going on? I'm interrogating the fucking suspect? Bro, I'm literally the skinniest guy in the room. Okay? I'm a billionaire. What the fuck do you mean interrogate the suspect? Did I just get honorary deputized? Like, what the fuck? Don't clip that, chat. Me saying I'm a billionaire.
Alfred, Falcone's been murdered.
Good God.
I'm looking into it, but I'll need access to the back computer for anything I find.
Connection secured.
Alfred, I'm gonna try and confirm some suspicions of mine. Her veins, still visible beneath her skin. Fresh injection site. That doesn't look like blood. Alfred, I think I found the substance. Analyze and forward me the result.
How are you analyzing and forwarding the results from photos? I don't understand.
As soon as I have the results.
Where am I? Mr. Wayne? What's going on? Oh, but I got this awful feeling something terrible happened.
Sergeant, you have to think. What do you remember?
The fact that they are letting a citizen conduct this investigation, like a private citizen conduct this investigation, is so insane. Like, I could be telling her any number of different things right now. I could be ruining the investigation. None of this is admissible in court. What the fuck? I'm not even Batman. I'm just a guy. All they know is I'm a billionaire. That's it. And they turned off the cameras.
Oh, God. Falcone. I was hoping it wasn't real.
I believe you were drugged, Sergeant.
It would explain a lot. Listen, you have to believe me. I talked big about hurting thugs like Falcone, but I would never betray the lieutenant. Everything is so foggy. I remember a sharp pain.
There's an injection site on your neck.
Then I just felt light, like I could do whatever I wanted. No guilt, no consequence. There was a voice in my ear insisting Falcone was gonna get off. And all I knew was that I had to stop that. I had to, no matter what. The reasons why I should have.
You did.
They were a million miles away.
Did you see a face? Could you ID a suspect?
You stopped it all right.
I don't think so.
You must remember some detail. Try.
I remember a hand on my arm, guiding me like a parent with a child. The voice, it was saying something about revolution.
Well, only one person could be
Cobblepot
saying
said something similar.
I'm so sorry, Lieutenant. I've let you down.
We stalled Falcone's lawyers for now, but they'll be back. So how is she? Did she tell you anything?
Yeah, hey, don't worry about that now.
I found evidence that she was drugged. A fresh injection site on her neck.
I was out of my mind, Lieutenant. Please believe me.
Hey, I do. Of course I do.
Hey, get forensics in here. Now!
She remembers a voice saying something about revolution.
That's not much to go on.
Now, if you're bringing forensics in, let's get Bruce out.
Alfred, I gotta get back to the manor. I've got a lead on whoever's behind this.
Bruce!
Oh shit.
What are you doing here?
Oh shit.
My friends in the GCPD have been telling stories about some kind of lockdown?
I'm sorry, Vicky. I don't have time.
Don't brush me off. Word is there were shots fired near where Falcone was being held. Know anything about that? I mean, you must have been back there when it happened.
Dude, I don't know how to rizz her up. I don't know how to do sexo while simultaneously not revealing additional information. Option 1, always digging, huh?
Always digging for a story, huh?
So it's true?
I didn't say that.
Listen, I owe you for those files on Falcone. I got a lot of credit the Gazette for that story. Whatever's going on here, you can't afford to be associated with it. Let me help you. I can keep your name out of whatever we print, but you need to give me something I can use. Who fired the shots? A cop? I can tell by the way you're...
Dude, she's good. She's a good ass journalist, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know what to say. Hot equals good? Yes, bro. She's not good because she's hot, even though that doesn't hurt. All right, let's poll it. She's good because she does not stop pressing. It's a war of attrition, and goddamn, she's winning. What is the way to max out the sexo? Are you getting rizzed right now? I'm gonna play hard to get. I'm gonna play cold. I'm gonna play hard to get.
Just give me something to run with. Huh. Disappointing. Maybe you have more to do with this than I thought.
See? Typical journalist. Oh, you didn't give me my quote? Then you must be also implicated. I can't wait to fucking cancel you in my article. Like, what the fuck? I'm Sigma. I'm mewing. I'm Ohio maxing. I'm fucking sticking out my gap for the Rizzler. I'm so skibbity. What the Sigma?
Either Cobblepot drugged Montoya himself or someone else is using his revolutionary rhetoric. Either way, I need to find him. Let's put our drones in the air and start a search. I'll run a trace on his cell. In the meantime, we have to find out what we can do about this drug.
The computer's been analyzing the chemicals from Montoya's bloodstream.
Throw that up on the monitor. The residue I scan on Montoya is similar to the nerve agent I found at the docks.
Typical, bro. He's trying to fucking find the revolutionary rhetoric. He hates the revolutionary rhetoric. Typical fucking Batman, dude. The real revolution is at the top of the hour, okay? Where people go from those who are unsubscribed and watchers of the 3-minute ad break to those who are subscribed and become gods, okay? That's right. A permanent revolution, if you will. It's probably a streamer. It's probably a Twitch streamer. Yeah, he's gonna find me. There's drones outside. Here's the 3-minute ad break now, by the way.
Let's see what we got.
It's ironic that Falcone died at the hands of someone drugged with his chemicals. Who'd have guessed that's how he'd meet his maker? Prone in his sickbed, surrounded by police who were ordered to protect him.
Murder at the hands of Montoya. That's not justice.
Whoever did this was judge, jury, and executioner. No one should act as all three. I hope he told you something before he was killed. What did you learn from him?
Practically family, he said.
Family? Funny, I don't recall any Sunday dinners with the mob.
It wasn't
Shut up,
Falcone
Alfred.
who called the hit.
Yes, well, I suppose that makes sense.
Oh, now all of a sudden, Alfred is such a fuck right now, dude. What else is he hiding?
Your father, Hill, and Falcone would have balanced each other out.
Computers pinpointed reference points on the two compounds. The men at the docks were doused with the base chemicals. The reaction was messy. They were out of control. This refined drug is like a weapon. It only took a small injection to strip Montoya of her moral filters and make her act on her base impulses.
Her moral filter? She's a cop, bro.
Both compounds seem stable, but they're quick to fall apart. Whoever processed it knew what they were doing.
What could the creators of such a drug possibly have in mind? Fighting your wars is one thing, but drugging others to fight them for you? Oh.
With this drug, they can exploit anyone's baser impulses, the things they would otherwise control.
Your drones are in position to triangulate Cobblepot's location.
Bro thinks he's the FDA. Dude, we literally have mass surveillance. We have... Wait, why can't I move? This is not very intuitive. Why can't I... What the fuck? Is this a buh? Is this a buh? Oh, there it is.
Find her! Find her now! Send a strong message.
Okay.
Bring me her head.
Wait, what? Is he having this phone conversation all around the city? What the fuck?
There you go. You'll be alright. Alright.
Jesus, didn't even wait for Falcone's body to get cold, did you, Oz?
Going to speak with him, Bruce?
Bruce Wayne already tried talking with Cobblepot. It's time he met the Batman.
Cobblepot is such a funny, like, name for a British character. Oh, it's Cobblepot. Very nice. It's the Bat.
Come on, I know there's gotta be more around here. The man probably had millions in his sock drawer alone.
If Falcone finds out I helped you, he'll kill me.
Your boss won't be doing much of anything. Ever again.
Why would he know he's dead? No one knows Falcone's dead yet. Unless you're the one doing the fucking murdering. Typical. Look at the fucking hair on this.
You lot, come check out this office.
Look at the hair on this fucking bloke, right? Typical British punk rocker, yeah?
Where is he? I don't know. Please. The name's right. You can help me.
Let him go.
Batman! It's about time. You kill a crime boss, you'd expect a word of thanks from Gotham's #1 vigilante. Oh, don't worry, I'll pass your gratitude on to those who made it happen.
You used an innocent cop to do your dirty work.
I know how you've been using the drugs you stole at the docks. Where are they?
Is this about
Where are
Falcone?
they?
We all saw how you felt about Falcone. Pounded him into a pulp on live TV.
Innocent cop, blow him out. Yeah. Yeah, cops hate killing criminals. You made the cop kill the criminal. The cop would have never done that. He's innocent. She's innocent.
Hey, if you were truly the defender of this city, you'd have finished the job yourself. Admit it, Falcone deserved to die. Vermin like Falcone, they deserve to be stomped out. Believe me, I know.
You don't decide who lives and who dies. That's not justice.
Yeah, he's like,
It's
oh, I
bloody
do.
well satisfying, isn't it? As a show of good faith, I'm gonna let this one go. How's about we talk this through? We helped you with Falcone. Now, if we could just cut out the rest of the rot, like Wayne and Hill, ordinary folks might be able to breathe.
Bruce
What is
isn't
it about this place that attracts criminal scum?
Bruce isn't involved. That's awfully suspicious of me to single out. I'll say it anyway. Fuck it. Criminal scum like you talking about the revolution. I bet you drive a Porsche secretly and are a Twitch streamer. Fuck you. Not everyone can be brilliant billionaire Nepo babies like Bruce Wayne, who's doing his very best, all things considered. It's definitely not me, by the way. I'm not Bruce Wayne.
But you. What does Bruce Wayne have to do with this?
Pretty boy's got himself a fat bank account, thanks to his parents. Only problem is, they took that money from people that couldn't fight back. Here's the thing. I actually admire you, Batman. We both want the same kinds of things. Me and my people, we've got big plans for Gotham.
That guy has big plans for Gotham?
They found Cat.
By the way, this fucking demon is the most British coded henchman I've ever seen.
Woman.
What do you want with her?
We had a deal. She didn't make good on it. So sorry this didn't work out, mate. I'd stay to watch. I would, but I still got a Catwoman problem to deal with. Oh, what's her name again?
Selena.
Yes! Oh, beautiful name.
He just ate that shit. He don't give a fuck.
Gonna have to try harder than this.
Damn, he just pieced out, bro.
Alfred, track down Selina Kyle.
I'll find her right away.
Typical incel. Stalking women.
A new twist in the race for the mayor's office as Harvey Dent backer Bruce Wayne comes under fire for alleged corruption. Joining me live is Mayor Hamilton Hill. Mr. Mayor, you said earlier today that in light of the allegations against him, Bruce Wayne should distance himself from Dent, but that was unlikely to happen. Why?
He strikes me as, well, the jealous sort. Very possessive of his toys.
Better keep a low profile.
Did you hear?
You lost? Because I don't have time for tourists. Looks like you walked into the wrong bar.
Yeah, I'm looking for a woman.
You wouldn't be the first.
Selina Kyle, I'm told she practically lives here.
Selina, huh? You don't strike me as her type.
You'd be surprised.
Hey.
Damn!
Don't I know you? It is you. Knew it. The cops take all your fancy clothes? Are you trying to lay low?
Nice to meet you.
Frank. Yeah. Funny seeing you here. So much in the papers. Whole other thing, meeting the man in real life. You're shorter than I thought you would be.
Leave him alone, Frank. Man's just trying to have a quiet drink.
He didn't seem to mind the company. But whatever.
Damn, bro. Bruce Wayne's a manlet.
Selina, I need to tell you something important.
Better be an apology. You were supposed to take care of our mutual problem. Instead, you just pissed him off.
Well, I've met a couple of his goons myself. Your client isn't one for subtlety. The man who hired you, his name is Oswald Cobblepot.
Never heard of him.
He goes by Penguin.
Penguin?
Wait, that's Penguin? Wait, why did they make him sexy? Like, I mean, not really, but still. How does he, like, get shorter and grow his nose and stuff? What the fuck? Wait. Penguin throughout the years? Yeah, guys. That's the Penguin I know. Not like a twink, you know what I mean? What the fuck is this shit? Normally it's fucking they CW'd my boy, my Penguin. I gotta pee. OV-ho. Let me hear you say OV-ho. Scatter.
You've got to be kidding me. You should have just killed me on that rooftop. I'm dead anyway. When you screw someone over, you really screw them. The Penguin.
I'm going to deal with it. But I need you to tell me everything you know about him.
I only know him by reputation. I'm surprised you never heard of him. He's a big deal across the pond. He's more dangerous than you think.
I grew up with Oz. He's the first real friend I ever had.
I'm not surprised. Questionable morals and a penchant for theatrics. You two have a lot in common.
Owned.
The question is, why Gotham? Why now? It's not like he's hurting for crime syndicates abroad. Why leave that?
He thinks he's changing the world for the better, no matter the cost.
Well, he's no Joan of Arc, that's for sure. Well, I'm not sticking around here to find out.
Oswald, Penguin is about to unleash God knows what on the city. You can't just leave.
A good reason not to be here when he does. You want to stay? That's your choice.
I need you, Selina.
That right?
If Penguin is as deadly as you say, I need all the help I can get.
Bruce, sweetie, the gallant knight thing, it really is adorable. But what would Harvey think? The two of us, working together. After all, I'm not really an all work and no play kind of girl. Harvey knows that.
Keep Harvey out of this. The less he knows, the safer he'll be.
I'm sure his safety is your paramount concern. You and I...
Please, don't wreck my bar.
Well, Bruce, you were right.
Selina Kyle, Penguin says hello.
Hello.
Beat it. We're here for her. If you care about your own skin, you'll get the hell out.
Wait, fuck! Oh my god, I pressed the... My fingers are so big. Nothing leaked, dumbasses. It's just my Steam page. Nice of you to fucking play. Nice of you to play a tune as I give you a proper skull bashing, yeah? I'll glass yous. I'll fucking glass yous like I'll give you the Glasgow smile, yeah? Fucking hell. We are definitely doing sexo after this. Nothing like a good fight to get you in the sexo mood.
Not done yet. I think they want more.
Then let's give it to him.
We work well together. Now I got 2 weapons.
You fight pretty good for such a pretty boy.
Honestly, the real crime is how ugly these fucking dudes are.
Come on, this way.
Quick, check the alleyway.
I heard the bat might be here.
Negative. Let's check the other side.
Typical cops.
Are we alone?
Yeah, we're alone.
Typical cops, they arrived way too late on scene. Oh my god, is she gonna kiss me? Oh my god.
Let's get out of here.
God damn, I just got played, son.
You take the alley.
Wait. Yes or no, will you help me stop Penguin?
I'm gonna say maybe, but only because he's trying to kill me.
Pretty good reason to say yes.
You shouldn't trust me, you know.
Wait, if I don't kiss her, does she kiss me back? Did I fuck that up?
Alfred, I'm uploading the contents of a smartphone to the back computer. Check to see if there's anything on the phone we can use.
I was not being Sigma there. I'll be honest. I'll admit.
Processing it now. Is everything all right? There are quite a few police cars convening on your location.
It's fine. Has the back computer found anything yet?
Bruce, there are a number of messages here, all from Mayor Hill.
Mayor Hill?
The last voicemail is his. Listen to this.
I gave you everything I have on Wayne. I've held up my end of the bargain, and I expect you to do the same.
This is very shady indeed. Whatever they're talking about, it doesn't sound good.
I should have guessed.
Dude, there's nothing funnier than my totally inconspicuous LaFerrari that doubles as a fucking Batmobile. It might as well be the goddamn Batmobile. Like, I'm in the midst of, like, the slums, okay? Cops have surrounded their area, and I'm over here in my red fucking LaFerrari. It's crazy.
Hill's working with Penguin. If Hill's talking to Penguin, he must know something. It's time I paid him a visit.
Good thing I'm low profile in my hoodie.
The mayor must have answers, but if I may offer a word of advice. People look up to Batman after how you handled Falcone. Terrorizing the mayor could damage that goodwill. Then again, Batman's methods would certainly get him talking immediately. Bruce would have to depend on his guile to loosen Hill's lips.
I'm going as Bruce. I'm going as the fucking manlet.
Going as Bruce is the smart choice.
I have to maintain the sanctity of the bat. It's a Batman game and he goes Bruce. I don't know if you realize, but this is a Telltale game, which is precisely the reason why, like, there is an unimaginable amount of Bruce Wayne moments in the game. The whole point is, it's not Batman, it's Bruce, man. Also, what is out of place about a fucking billionaire meeting a mayor? I own the city. He works for me. If I want to go there and talk to him about how my parents were killed and how I was orphaned for 8 hours, he'll shut the fuck up and listen.
Sorry, the mayor's busy. Do you have an appointment? The mayor's
I'm gonna say I'm Bruce Wayne.
He really can't be disturbed right now.
No, so you better tell him I'm coming.
Sir? Bruce Wayne to see you? He'll be right out.
I'm not waiting.
Bruce Wayne? Finally, you've come to see me. Of course, only after your name's been dragged through the mud. Don't get me wrong, I'm glad to see you.
We can be friends, Hill. I'd like us to put aside our differences.
It's easy to ask for peace when you've already lost the war. But I won't be the one to deny a fresh start.
Damn.
Your father...
Bro, you look nothing like your campaign ads, man. Holy shit. Bro. You look nothing like your campaign ads. That's crazy. So was it bros catfishing the city? Oh my God. That honestly is a crime. That's electioneering.
Father and I, we took this city and made it ours. Falcone too, rest his soul. We built everything we have. You were born with it. A soft boy like you wouldn't understand what it takes to rise to the top.
Oh, I understand. Very well.
I gave you everything I have on Wayne. I've held up my end of the bargain, and I expect you to do the same. Sounds like me.
It is you.
AI.
So, what's your point? I take it you have one. Or are you just fond of my dulcet tones?
Why attack me? Because of Dent and the campaign?
Please, I have no animosity towards you. I'm in Cobblepot's crosshairs, same as you.
But you fed them dirt on me.
Only the files I seized from Wayne Manor. Your father, Falcone, and I, we had ways of getting anything we wanted.
Damn, bro, my dad sucked. My daddy was doing all the worst shit. He's hanging out with corrupt mayors. He's hanging out with fucking Italians, which is like probably the worst offense in my opinion. Daddy was the kingpin, dude.
How do you think your family got the land for Wayne Tower? Cobblepot wants retribution because we took his family's land. Oswald's family signed it over to us.
If that's true, then Oswald has a right to be angry. Is there any proof?
Your father and I hid our tracks quite well. There's so much more I could share, if only we were friends. I could help you deal with Penguin, let you in on some family history. But I'm caught in a dogfight for my political career, and my rival has bottomless pockets. Now, if that rival were to say, drop out, or his advertising spend were to dry up.
Oh my God.
I might have a lot.
Oh my God. Can I lie here? Can I say I could do that and just lie? All right, poll it. Let's poll it. Let's put it up to a poll. Help Mayor Hill. God, it's taking me so long to write the poll results. Not a chance. I could do that. 2-minute duration. Starting the poll now. Get in there. Vote. Vote like your life depends on it. Dude, honestly, I don't know what to do here because Like, I know Harvey's a bit two-faced, right? Wink, wink. But also simultaneously, I'm already fucking his girlfriend. Like, I'm literally a bad friend to him. I'm gonna fuck his girlfriend. I'm sorry, Harvey. That's definitely gonna happen. And I'm also taking away his mayoral position. Like, oh man, chatters are definitely not interested in doing. Do you mind showing the results on stream? I don't know how to do that. It says help Mayor Hill, not a chance. And I could do that at 61%. Snippet. I mean, it's a 60-40 split. 61% says not a chance. 39% says I could do that. Honestly, 1 billionaire friend, 2 billionaire faces type shit. All right, not a chance wins, dude.
More resources for helping a new friend.
Not a chance, Hill. I'm not cutting Harvey loose.
Well, you dropped on your head. When the mayor of Gotham extends a hand, you take it.
I don't need your hand. Not with your voice on tape.
You forget who you're talking to. I'm the man that says I never left such and such a message. And all the judges bow their heads and say, yes, sir.
This guy's just... Bro, chill out. You're just the mayor. He's giving real fucking Eric Adams vibes, not gonna lie. Like, he thinks he's fucking hot shit, but... Bro, go get more money from the Turkish government, you know what I mean? Like, the fuck?
Who sends the police to your house to take your things, and I give them to whoever I please. You're nothing like your father. You'd never have the backbone to do what we did. I'm the heavyweight, Wayne, and you're punching above your weight. Get out of the ring before you get hurt.
The judges may bow, but the voters will burn you at the stake when I turn you in.
If that voicemail makes it to the papers, or anywhere else I don't like, I'll turn my commissioner loose on your lieutenant for that fiasco down at the precinct.
Gordon?
And then I'll turn him on you and Dent for being there. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a debate to prep for.
Bro thinks he has control over Gordo.
Get him out of here.
Whatever deal you made with Penguin, he won't honor it.
Don't worry about me. You should watch your own back.
I don't know if you know this, but Gordo's fucking yacked out of his mind. He's yacked to the goddamn gills, son. He doesn't need you. He looks like your fucking campaign poster, bitch.
Alfred, get a warning to Gordon. Tell him to increase security at the debate. Hill seems to think he's safe, but Penguin's still out there.
Every cop in Gotham is either called O'Malley or Kowalski. Except for Gordo.
I wonder what else is on here.
As per your request, Lieutenant Gordon has tripled security at the debate.
Thanks, Alfred.
Mystery solving time.
It's a plan of the old Monarch Theater.
The auditorium where the debate's being held.
Damn, this guy gave his goon the blueprint. Like, this one fucking goon's phone reveals everything to us. That's crazy.
I hacked into the image feeds from the security cameras at the auditorium.
Just to be safe.
Just to be safe.
Dude is using Israeli phone hack software. Bro, he invented Pegasus. I don't think you guys understand. Batman literally is Israel, okay?
Hills, details about your father. They must have been quite upsetting. I can't imagine how you must feel.
To hear their crimes detailed, first by Falcone, then by a snake like Hill. It makes me question myself.
You shouldn't, Bruce. You are...
He invented Where's Daddy because he has none? Oh my God, he invented Where's Daddy because his daddy was killed. So now he's just killing everyone else's daddies and the children. God damn, dude. Batman is so immoral. It's fucked up.
Your own man. And the city needs you, now more than ever. I'll leave you to it then.
Yeah, leave me to my goon cage, Alfred.
Gotham District Attorney Harvey Dent appears to be hitting some potholes on his path to the mayor's office. Despite the backing of
The police can't touch him. God won't strike him down, and I'm paying fortunate taxes for what? Said Downtown Keeper. Police raid Wayne Properties. Where's my girl live? Like, why is she not writing shit?
Than a smear tactic perpetuated by the incumbent Mayor Hill's campaign.
In other news,
Oh, Vicky Vale.
nobody
Carmine
goes to Gotham's dive
Falcone
bars
murdered in
expecting
police
a quiet
custody.
night out, but police say a
Wait, did
brawl
she mention
tonight at
me?
the Stack Deck Bar in Otisburg
Anthony
was the
Gaddy,
rowdiest one in recent memory.
Falcone's attorney,
Reports say
told the Gazette there's a
multiple
conspiracy of silence. We're going to sue everyone until someone starts talking.
while unconscious.
He was apprehended by the mass vigilante Batman.
Man and woman who were seen in conversation with the assailants shortly before the fight.
Bro, what are we doing over here? We're like reading in a fucking video game. What the fuck?
Dent appears to be hitting some potholes on his path to the mayor's office.
Wait a minute. The images on these cameras haven't changed. Something's wrong.
Penguin's men may have commandeered the cameras on their end. We could just be looking at...
What they want us to see. Warn Gordon that he may have visitors. I have to get down
I'm literally
there.
scrolling
Now.
Twitter in a fucking video game. What the fuck's wrong with me?
Harvey needs to get out of there.
Leaked his phone number.
Hey, Bruce. Man, I'm glad you called. I needed to talk to you, actually. Something's come up. Something that's... well, it's not exactly pleasant.
Why? What happened? Are you all right?
Me? Oh, yeah, I'm fine. Oh, you mean because of this penguin threat? They have me in some back room until the debate begins. For my own protection, they said. A little bit of overkill, if you ask me. Look, Bruce, I didn't want to do this over the phone, but my advisors are telling me that I need to... that I need to distance myself from you.
What the fuck? I could have just said that to the mayor. Chat fucked me, dude. Chat literally fucked me. He was the fake friend all along. Chat, why did you... 60% of you motherfuckers are like, don't be a fake friend to Harvey, man. Guess what, dude? Harvey was the fake friend all along. Hey, yo, dude. One friend, two faces, bro. That's messed up.
Until all this mess with your family blows over. There.
I get it. It's the smart move, but let's talk about that later.
I'm glad you see it that way. What with the allegations in the press, and now this mess with Falcone, you're a liability. But here's the thing, Bruce. Without your money, I am dead in the water. I know this is a delicate topic, but I need you to keep me
That's
afloat.
insane.
I may have to trash you in public, but you and me, we'll know the truth about our friendship.
Forget your campaign for a minute. The money won't matter if you're dead.
Yeah, well, until I am, it is still my primary concern. Listen, I hate to push you, but I need to know. Can I count on your money, Bruce?
This is crazy.
Whatever it takes to save...
Bro, what is happening right now? He pulled a fucking Nancy Pelosi on me. Okay? He literally wants me to be the pay pick of the Democratic Party. The one time you max out the Bernie Sanders, the Democrats won't ever shut the fuck up. They won't ever stop blowing up your phone. Okay? While simultaneously calling me and others like me the communist left. Don't pick any. Don't say anything. Pick the other option. I'm not picking anything.
That's what we wanted.
I'm gonna be strong and silent.
That's disappointing. Right. Well, look, I have to go. The makeup person is here. Guess they have to put on my face. Listen, I'm sorry we couldn't make this work out, Bruce.
You should put it on my face. Get it? I'm fucking your girl, Harvey. Blip.
Batman. Yeah, all quiet so far.
I've got a feeling that's about to change.
I'm glad I took a chance on this collaboration of ours. Keep on doing what you're doing, and the rest of Gotham will start to see you like I do. A hero.
The enemies we're facing, the things I'll have to do, Gotham might not want to see. We have bigger things to worry about right now. Your security has been compromised.
I've got patrols on every door.
You better check on them.
I'd keep that holstered if I were you.
What's she doing here? She was part of that robbery at the mayor's office.
Really? You're gonna drag out that dead horse?
We're all on the same side, Jim.
This better not come back to bite me. Alpha Patrol, come in.
That, incident in the bar.
Gosh, she's so hot.
Dead is its own kind of cage. I can't stand being in it. Not that I needed your help or anything, but you had my back. I thought I'd repay the favor. You know, like you scratch my back, I cut some people up.
Doing the right thing. Maybe there's hope for you yet.
Don't read too much into it. I'm just allergic to owing you anything.
None of my men on the ground are responding.
Enough waiting. We're going in.
You dude, the least competent. Dude, he is so incompetent. The bat. My men are not responding. They got their asses beat.
Alpha, do you read?
Now, aren't you glad I'm here?
You have a better shot than my SWAT team of getting in there quietly. We are seriously underfunded at the GCPD.
Dave, these fucking wokes talking about defund the police. And turns out we're defunded. Bat. We're fucking defunded.
Like a vote for Dent, Lieutenant.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Dent will fund the police. A vote for Dent is a vote for the police, he said.
Live debate for the next mayor of Gotham City. This is an important debate for these two candidates. Incumbent Mayor Hamilton Hill and the challenger Gotham District Attorney Harvey Dent. And it's also important for you, the citizens of Gotham, who will soon head to the polls to decide the future of your home, a city that's faced its share of hardships in recent years. Rising crime rates, income inequality, yes, a masked vigilante loose on our streets. Candidates will tackle it all.
God, she's so hot. I can't believe she has a whip, dude. That's crazy. There's got to be a sexo option here, right?
At least we know why they weren't responding.
Yeah, because they're dead.
We found one of your patrols. They've been terminated.
Oh, those guns.
Damn sorry, ladies and gents. As you might have guessed, there's been a change to tonight's program. First order of business, firing the moderator.
I hate to be a downer.
I would love to be live reacting to this shit, dude. This shit would go crazy if I was like live reacting to it in real time on Wayne.tv, Witch.tv. No, they'd keep it going. I wouldn't get banned.
But these hostages, I don't like their chances.
He just didn't have a head for the issues.
Don't think about the odds or you'll make mistakes. You have to stay focused.
Speak for yourself, Batman.
You'll do. Get out here. Keep it quiet back there.
These guys are armed to the teeth.
We need a new moderator.
Come on, you.
You there? Yes. You. Thank you for volunteering.
No.
Please. No.
Not my girl.
Go
That's my
on,
girl.
then. Introduce the candidates. Stage fright, huh? All right, I'll get
What's
you
happening with
started, but this is your show.
Camera shake.
3 hostiles. Gotta take them out quietly.
On the left, out of hot, soft, gut, our down and dirty incumbent, Mayor Hill. And on the right,
Do I have to make a choice on how to sex though?
our despicable DA, Harvey Dent.
Bird mask guy. Whatever your name is.
Call me Penguin.
Yes, of course.
That's not quiet.
Play the game. Just please, let these people go.
This ain't quiet at all, bro.
Coin toss. Heads. Goes first.
Heads.
Questions. Ask them questions.
Some people are dying. Stop talking about the sex though. Absolutely not.
The subject on everyone's mind is the new Wayne Mental Health Facility.
It's a much needed state-of-the-art mental health care hospital that will offer treatment for the most unfortunate of Gotham citizens.
I told you I want the truth. Look at still on Mrs. Rabbit. Change with the opening statements, pillow. Rule 1, talk when I say talk. Go when I say shut your door. Easy. Rule 2, scratching, biting and kicking each other up all encouraged. Rule 3, always tell the truth, even if it hurts. It'll be worse if you...
Maybe next time.
Keep your heads down. Make for the police line.
Okay, I definitely paralyzed at least the last guy.
And now, a word from our sponsor.
My downtrodden brothers and sisters of Gotham, you have nothing to
Who's
fear.
this guy?
We are the children of Arkham. We are here to end the masquerade and expose the corruption that's rooted in your city. For too long, men like your esteemed mayor have profited from the pain of innocence.
Did you ever meet?
Okay, can I just mention something here? I know that they're like villains and they're very villain coded and they're killing a bunch of people. But like the things that they're saying, their message is not wrong. It's very weird that like we are a fucking billionaire and we are killing people who are like, yeah, these guys are actually bad. Like these people are corrupt. These institutions are so corrupt and these people don't actually represent your best interests. Like it's almost like us, the billionaire vigilante that beats the shit out of mentally ill people is the good guy. And those who, you know, are expressing revolutionary sentiment are the bad guys. No wonder so many people harbor resentment towards any kind of revolutionary aesthetic even. You don't have to hand it to the children of Arkham. No, brother. The point I'm trying to make is it's interesting that they are choosing this rhetoric. They are choosing to apply to bad people who are obviously doing bad things this kind of rhetoric. Do you not understand? You're siding with Scarecrow now? You're a radical? No, obviously they are clearly bad people. They just murked a fucking debate moderator, right? Like, they're doing comically villainous shit. They are comic book villains after all. Look beyond the immediate actions, though, and try to ascertain why the bad guys would be saying revolutionary things.
The guy on the screen.
Nope. Smart to let someone else do your dirty work.
Look into the hearts of these spineless creatures, chosen to
Go on, love. You know what to do.
Candidates, take off your masks.
He's like, yeah, I'm used to it. I take Anavar.
Show Gotham your true selves. Tell them what you really think about the city you pretend to love.
Everybody in Gotham saw that moderator get shot on live TV. What's going on in there?
First off, we should incinerate the poor.
That's fucking awesome. Bro, he literally said we need to melt the poor. Okay, these guys are awesome. We shouldn't be beating their asses. We should be beating the asses of the fucking mayor.
Gotham's flawed. Sure. Let's say it's
Aw, he's got some lame ass take.
We're out of time, Batman. The brass is going nuts with those two drunks on stage.
It is not too late to take the city. Take it back, corrupt politicians.
And what about the corrupt elite? The men whose fortunes are built on corpses. Men like your friend, Bruce Wayne. You're as bad as he is. Happy to look away from what you don't want to see.
Oh shit.
Roll the tape!
What is this?
Subject 9.
I thought your father was dead.
Subject 9. Esther Cobblepot. You've been declared criminally insane.
There ain't no fucking way that my dad was experimenting on the mentally ill. Oh my god. Motherfucking Mengele? Bro, how deep does the rabbit hole go, dude? What the fuck? Comically evil billionaire. I didn't know Batman's dad was like that. Is that my friend's mom? Esther Cobblepot? My fucking dad is doing experimental Nazi medicine on my fucking friend's mom? Bro, Telltale went nutty mode on the Bat story. I'm shocked that Batman IP wasn't more protected. Dude, what the fuck? My dad was hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein up in this bitch. The fuck?
And committed to Arkham indefinitely as a ward of the state.
Please, I'll sell you the land. Please don't do this.
You had your chance. You should have made the deal we offered you.
What?
Give her the drug.
Thomas, we're friends. Our boys play together.
You were warned, Esther. You know I always get what I want. Commence the procedure. Give her a dose she won't come back from.
Now you know. Now you will see.
Low-key, they only kill cops too. Like, what the fuck?
Batman! He's certainly...
Brother, Batman is significantly more evil than fucking Penguin so far. I mean, they did kill the moderator, which was fucked up.
Know how to make an entrance.
Go!
Why don't you kick the crap out of him?
What's that drone gonna do, bro?
No.
Exactly.
Please, I made amends.
You could never.
That was all Tom's way, not me.
Wait, what the fuck?
I took out Thomas Wayne. That was all him. He didn't know when to stop.
What's up with the secret QT?
I had him killed because of it.
Oh, it was the mayor that had my dad killed?
My poor old mum. So this is for her.
He won't let you kill anyone else!
Wait your turn, Dent!
Oh, shit! Wait, what? That was crazy. I was not paying attention.
Know how to make an entrance.
He cracked my fucking skull, bro.
Go!
Why don't you kick the crap out of him?
The QT gets a little weird. It's like hidden for some reason. I don't know why.
No, please, I made amends.
You could never.
That was all Tom's way, not me. I took out Thomas Wayne. That was all him. He didn't know when to stop. I had him killed because of it.
That won't bring back my poor old mum. So this is for her.
He won't let you kill anyone else!
Wait your turn, Dent!
Dumped. Oh my god. He definitely dies, right? There's no way. Oh, it's just, it doesn't blow up?
Where's your mate, Bruce Wayne? Your biggest supporter, and he didn't even turn up. Batman! The revolution's already started! It's too late to join!
Your revolution is over, Penguin.
On the contrary, we're just getting started!
Damn. She got domed. Ain't no way I'm saving fucking Harvey, dude. Wait, I just fucking killed 3 people. Wait, why are they shooting at me?
Fire, damn it!
God, the cops are so incompetent, dude.
Harvey.
Where's the maniac in the mask? We need paramedics over here, now!
City Hall is in chaos after Mayor Hamilton Hill was confirmed dead.
While several members of the Children of Arkham have been arrested, the Penguin is still at large.
Fun fact, he just has a normal face throughout if you just save him. Wait, really? Why the fuck does he become Two-Face then? There's no way, dude. What's next? You're going to tell me, fun fact, at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. Is that the next fun fact? It's fun for those who are subscribed because they don't see the ads. Not fun for you, though, because you will see it. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
He won't be the same after this.
I will come to your home and kill you in GTA. Okay, bro. You need to fucking chill. You know you can get banned for that, right? Like, once again, Twitch moderators don't know that you're joking as a 33-month subscriber. Going back to my earlier statement yesterday about lack of fucking context. Angry Nimrod, thank you for the 5 tier 1 gift the subs. Bro saw one ad after 33 months of subscribing and went fucking Two-Face mode. You're the one who wanted gaming viewers? Yeah, I don't care. Stephanie Lay, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. One bad ad is all it takes.
The Wayne family scandal continued to escalate after the full list of Thomas Wayne's victims was released to the public.
One bad ad is all it takes for me to go crazy mode. It's kind of weird that you saved the woman you just met over one of your oldest friends. I'm sorry. Did you think this was anything but a fucking sexo run? Because you would be wrong if you thought that. Of course I'm going to save the sexy lady. I thought I was actually taking care of 2 birds with 1 stone. Friend gets taken out. No longer do I have to compete against someone who's now dead because he mogs me every step of the fucking way. I'm 5'11". He's 6 foot. Yak to the goddamn gills.
Lawyers representing Bruce Wayne have no comment at this time.
We are the children of Arkham, and we have opened your eyes.
That was sick. %70% ease this pain because 78% kissed Selena. Who the fuck is the 21% that said no? Imagine not trying to kiss Selena. That's so dumb. Did you visit Mayor Hill as Bruce or Batman? 57% chose to meet him as Bruce. 91% gave funding. 8% were like, nah, fuck that. Fake friend. Did you save Selena? 62% saved Selena. Of course, dude.
Next time on Batman, the Telltale series.
Una más por
You may
favor?
have
Nah.
saved me, but this isn't over. You don't know
No
these people,
poquito.
Bruce.
Authorities are
Spoilers. No
scrambling.
spoilerinos.
The so-called children.
No spoilerinos for me. What the fuck? Whoa, that was crazy. Okay, chill. Computer, chill. Computer is not chilling right now. All right, that'll be all for today. Okay, we did it. We did the dang thing. W streams. Fuck yeah. Hope you guys enjoyed that. I sure did. Love you all. And to all a good night. Batman is incredibly political, dude. Holy shit. Telltale games are already like pretty goddamn political, but like Batman has been one of the funnier ones to play, in my opinion. We gotta find more like random shit, random games like this. Anyway, love you guys, and I'll see you tomorrow, okay? Bye-bye.
Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord agitprop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Anne at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. There he is again, Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. Reading a live stream, fair comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time.